OBS Studio disconnect.
ఇప్పుడు 30 వ్యూస్ ఏంటి సార్? సబ్స్క్రైబర్స్ కూడా తక్కువ.
Sign in.
జస్ట్ అక్కడ కనపడితే మీరు ఇక్కడ మాట్లాడతారు కదా, అంతే కదా సార్? మీరు ఇక్కడ ఏం టైప్ చేయాలి.
Yes. బయటకు తీసుకెళ్ళి
సరే సార్. అక్కడ కనపడితే మీరు ఏం చేస్తారు వీళ్ళంతా?
స్టూడెంట్స్.
రైట్, కొంచెం మీరు టేబుల్కి దూరం వెళ్తే అప్పుడు మీరు దగ్గర నుండి రాయాలి కాబట్టి హెడ్ కొంచెం దిగ్గింది బెటర్.
అడ్జస్ట్మెంట్ చేసుకోవాలి. అటు పక్కన ఉంది కదా, పక్కన సైడ్ ఇంకోటి ఉంది చూడండి, ఆ పైన అదే 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 అది అడ్జస్ట్మెంట్. దీన్ని మూవ్ చేయడానికి కెమెరా దానైనా తగ్గించు.
బ్యాక్ సైడ్ వస్తుంది.
తెలియదు.
మైక్ ఇక్కడ పెట్టి మనకు డిస్టెన్స్ పెరుగుతుంటే క్లారిటీ.
ఏమా Good morning, one and all. Yeah, let's welcome to Teja sir classes and let's start our bullet revision regarding CMA inter costing point of view. I hope so. After this particular session, majority of the concerned students will feel more comfort with costing, and the agenda for this particular bullet revision is majority of the students need to get exemptions in cost accounting. That is the major reason. Maximum in this particular today revision part, I try to cover the entire part of our cost accounting system. Okay, so before entering into the concern things, let's quickly revise the concern part. Now, now voice clear, ma? Is it clear now? Now voice.
So,
Am my voice clear right now? Still breaking. Check, check, check. Still breaking. Hello. Hello. Now it's okay, ma? Or still any breaking? 2 minutes, sir. Hello. Now it's clear. Perfect. It's clear. Yeah, ma? Let's start.
కట్ చేసి అంటే మీరు ఈ సైజులోనే
Mm.
సో ఇక్కడ ఇంకా ఇది ఎక్సెస్ ఉంది కదా ఇది ఇక్కడ.
Okay, ma. Let's start with our revision part. And I think so, majority of the people aware of that when compared to management accounting, definitely cost accounting is scoring subject, first thing. Second, especially when it comes to MCQs part, 30 marks point of view, you can comfortably score 24 marks. Yeah, base wise coming. Yeah, and if you observe the analysis part, this is the module basis as an average. You can check. Now also you are feeling the same.
C2CQ C2CQ టైప్ C2 టైప్ C.
1 minute.
దానికి అడాప్టర్ వస్తుంది చిన్నది C2CQ. హలో 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 హలో.
Once checked with the voice. Now it's clear. Once check with the voice. Now it's clear.
కొంచెం వదిలేసి ఓకే సార్
Yes, sir. Once check everyone. Once if you confirm, let's start.
సార్ సీమ్ అయిపోయినాక డాక్స్లోకి వెళ్ళి ఇది డిసబుల్ చేయండి సార్ సరిపోయింది డన్ సార్
Okay, ma. Let's start. Okay, fine. So, and if you observe MCQ part, majority of our MCQs they are providing module 6 only. As an average, 5 MCQs they are generating from there. Yeah, and in that 3 MCQs we can expect from marginal costing, and one MCQ you can expect from standard costing, and one MCQ you can expect from budgetary control chapter. Compulsory you can expect 5 MCQs from module 6. Module 6 means you know which of the topics will covered there: marginal costing, budgetary control, and standard costing part. Sir, my voice clear? Yeah. And if you check with already you aware of this, and who are my students, I already communicated to you several times in the classroom. Compulsory cost accounting standard number name you are going to see one particular MCQ for sure. Correct? And at the same time from module 2 also they are generating 2 MCQs. What are the 2 MCQs? Majorly they are going with EBQ basis, or sorry, EOQ basis or inventory level basis. They are generating one MCQ. Same way from employee costing point of view also they are generating one MCQ. But if you check with the recent question papers point of view, they are more focusing on the MCQ generation in related to direct expenses part as well as direct expenses part also they are generating more with this. Yeah. And at the same time if you go with first chapter also, maximum we can expect one particular MCQ in related to that particular area. Okay, so this is the MCQ pattern, 15 MCQs part. You can comfortably score at least 20 marks from this particular MCQ area. If really you are able to secure 20 marks from MCQ part, and it's easy for you to secure exemption in cost accounting. Okay, so let's move to the part, and this is the weightage. If you check with the majority of the previous examination papers, if you check then you come to know this is the pattern basis they are moving. First question compulsory under 2A they are moving with cost sheet, and the second question they are moving with one attempt they are generating material costing, and the second attempt they are going with one attempt employee costing itself. And this is the pattern. Even if you check with the last examination they went with material, so high chances are there with labor costing. Sir, it doesn't mean that don't skip material costing part. Why, sir? If you check with here theory part also, if they are generating problem from employee costing, they will ask a question from material costing theory. Okay, same way if they are asking material costing problem means they will ask you employee costing theory. That is the manner they are rotating, and already inform you compulsory they are generating MCQ part also from the particular elements of costing point of view. You can expect 2 or 3 MCQs. That too, those MCQs are very easy to answer. And when it comes to next overheads, 99% they are preferring with the overheads chapter for a 3A point of view. But when it comes to one point of chance is there, they may be ask you direct expenses. If you have cost accounting standard number 10 from our ICMA study material, if you check, they will provide you what are the parts should be included and excluded for the valuation of direct expenses point of view. On that basis, you have hardly 2 to 3 questions, sir. Easy to get answers and easy to learn those concepts as well as. And if possible, try to go with that particular 2 3 questions also. Don't worry. And I already communicate to you. And now also I will provide you what are the areas you are supposed to focus. Even from study material, and we prepared our PDF as well as I will share with the concerned people who are needy. Just try to ping and we'll share that particular part also. And if possible, I'm not promising you, and if time permits me, definitely I will do MCQ marathon as well as. So next, cost of bookkeeping. From this area, repeatedly they are asking 4A operating costing, 4B contract costing. These are damn sure questions. They are not changing the concerned area. 4B, 4A also they are not interchanging. Exactly straight away 4A operating costing, 4B contract costing. Which of the areas to focus also while I am discussing the particular chapter, I will let you know. Okay, don't worry. So next, sir, process costing, joint products, byproducts. So this is a gambling. They are doing rotation. One attempt they are going with process costing, and the second attempt they are going with joint products and byproducts. Like that, they are interchanging of the things. But sometimes they maybe go with 4 questions from these 4 areas. Which 4 areas, ma? One is operating costing, second one is contract costing, third one is process costing, fourth one is joint products and byproducts. Sometimes you maybe get 4 7 marks questions from this particular area. And 5B compulsory standard costing question. This is the most easiest question to secure 7 marks. After our revision, everybody will feel the same. If you are my student, you already aware how much standard costing is easy to get answers. And 6A 6B, previously 14 marks question they generated from marginal costing, but as of now, if you check with the past examination, they are going with 2 7 marks questions from marginal costing. One is just basic formula based model they are asking 6A. 6B they are going with a little advanced model. Of course, under group 1 marginal costing, they are not that much stress with you. But when it comes to management accounting, they will stress. They can play with you a lot with marginal costing chapter. And the 7A budgetary control they are generating. This is the most wanted area, sir. I will recommend to the student compulsory refer cost accounting standards theoretically, because sometimes 7B compulsory 7 marks questions are. And if you check with 8A, 8B, 8C, these 3 are theory questions, 14 marks. How they are generating means 4, 5, 5 or 5, 5, 4. Like that also they are generating. So in this introduction to cost accounting, so I will tell you which questions you are supposed to focus on from that particular first chapter also. I will let you know. So read those questions. Compulsory, you can expect 5 marks from that area. And already I told you material, if they given problem, employee costing they are giving theory. If they are asking employee costing problem means they are asking material costing theory. And here also if you check with the recent term, they are focusing on cost accounting standard theory. So if you read cost accounting standard chapter in our language module 3, you are as an average you are getting 13 to 15 marks. My sincere recommendation, compulsory go with cost accounting standards. And I drafted cost accounting standards. Sir, we are unable to read the entire standard. Please help us in related to that particular area. So for that also I come with a little solution for you, and I drafted a standard format basis one CAS, and I think so it may be help you a lot while you are writing in the examination point of view. I will show you while I'm discussing that cost accounting standard theory part. And budget and cost accounting standard, this is the weightage they are following. So my sincere advice, sir, which questions we need to start in the examination? Sir, first after doing MCQs, straight away perform cost sheet question. Majority of the questions, our cost sheet problems are generating from our study material only, and very few times only they generated from cost sheet a little difficult or little different question, or otherwise if you do your study material means ICI study material perfect, then automatically you can handle your cost sheet question comfortably. My second priority is go with material and employee costing, compulsory go for it. And after that, go with contract costing. Compulsory go with what? Contract costing. Once you done with contract costing, if you are comfortable with reconciliation part, please go with reconciliation. If you are lucky, sometimes they may be give you journal entries only. So I think so you aware the journal entries part are so easy to secure 7 marks itself. Correct? So these four questions, if you done comfortably, then go with process costing or joint product and byproduct part. Go for it. And after done with, go with operating costing. Sir, how many 7 marks questions already you done? 6 7 marks questions you already done, ma. So 6 into 7, 42 marks plus 30 MCQs related marks. You already done with 72 marks per. Okay. So after finishing this, and already I always communicate to my student, compulsory divide your 3 hours time into 1.5 hour and 1.5 hour. First 1.5 hour focus on these 6 questions and MCQs. Then you feel comfortable and you come to know, yes, I will pass in costing. Whenever you get that confidence, automatically you can handle the balance questions like marginal costing questions or standard costing questions or overheads. Why I said overheads showing on the second of point of view, time consuming, except that remaining all parts point of view overheads questions also easy only, but little time consuming when compared to the questions what previously we selected. Yeah, so this is the pattern follow while you are solving the questions point of view also. First solve MCQs, second go with the cost sheet, and third go with the material or labor costing, and third go with the contract costing, and fourth go with the cost of bookkeeping, then fifth go with the process costing or joint products, and sixth go with operating costing. Once you solve with these 6 questions, then only attempt any question. Sir, who are not good at marginal costing? Actually, marginal costing is so easy in group 1 point of view, but if you are not feeling comfortable with marginal costing, happily choose 8th question. Here, I will make you so comfortable which areas hardly if you read around 15 to 20 questions, more than enough, 14 marks is in your pocket. Got it, sir? So this is the way you can go for it. But after revision, at least you feel comfortable to handle with marginal costing basic level question at least. If you are not confident with that concept, then go with theory part. At least out of 14, 9 or 10 you can secure in the examination if you present the particular things in a comfortable manner. Yes, sir. So this is the pattern things you need to focus in the examination part. Let's straight away jump to our discussion part. So let's see once. So I name it as sure shot questions. Yeah. And before starting with this particular things, let's discuss format once. Just quick revision of cost sheet format. I think so. Everyone aware of it. Just I want to recap it with 2 minutes by spending time. So here, whenever if you are doing a cost sheet point of view, certain questions they may be ask you reverse cost point of view. Like you need to do reverse computation and you are supposed to calculate the material purchased how much. So those kind of questions point of view also. If you are very good at format, then you can perform very well with the cost sheet part. So I will I will share. Still, we are not uploaded that particular document. I will upload it. Once uploaded, then you will get that particular PDF. First, prime cost. How to find out prime cost, sir? Direct material plus direct wages plus direct expenses. Some questions point of view, you don't have direct expenses. We have only these two parts. Some questions point of view, direct material information they don't provide you. Then they maybe give you informations like this: opening stock of raw material, purchases, minus closing stock, minus purchase returns, add carriage inward, or freight on purchase. Like that, these kind of informations they will give you. So see the question, what is the information part they are providing. Based on that, you come to know how to compute your raw material consumed. You are supposed to calculate or direct material cost directly provided in the question. Then direct wages, 90% cases they will provide you in the question directly. So once if this information is ready, you are perfect with the prime cost part. Direct material, direct wages, direct expenses part. Sometimes direct expenses point of view, they will provide you certain information like royalty payment, higher charges paid for specific equipment. Yeah, these kind of individual informations they will provide you. Then you are supposed to take that particular information under direct expenses. Sir, how we can classify it as a direct expenses? Simple, sir. The expenses is directly linked with the production or not. Is it economically traceable or not? Yes, sir. Then you need to go with that should be like a direct expenses itself. Once you find out the prime cost, immediately your next step is what to find out the factory overheads. 90% cases they will express factory overheads is as a percentage on direct wages they will provide you in the question. Some questions point of view they maybe provide you the informations. Then how to identify which is covered under factory overheads? Simple, sir. Whatever the indirect portion of expenses you are incurring, if it is belongs to factory, then automatically that should be consider as a factory overheads like factory rent, factory supervision, indirect wages, depreciation on machinery, like that. Sir, remember while you are doing cost sheet, don't record any capital nature of expenditures recorded in the cost sheet. Sir, why? While you are calculating the cost of product, how you are supposed to include capital expenditure, sir? So if you include machinery part, then what will happen? The concerned cost of the product will increase. Then the final price you are charging from the customer will in a high level itself. That kind of situation, what we are supposed to do. That's the reason only the expenditure in related to the assets should be shown in the concerned cost sheet. Sir, is it belongs to factory? Show them under factory overheads. If it is belongs to office related, show them under administrative overheads. If it is belongs to selling and distribution, show them under selling and distribution overhead part. Okay, once if you find out the factory overheads, then what you are getting? Gross factory cost. Sir, how to find out gross factory cost? Prime cost plus factory overheads. Then what we need to find out? Net factory cost we are supposed to find. How to find out net factory cost? Gross factory cost plus opening working progress minus closing working progress. If you do this particular adjustment, thank you. So if you do this particular adjustment, you will get net factory cost. Some questions point of view, they don't give you opening and closing working progress. Directly you can find out your gross factory cost is nothing but works cost itself. So next, once you find out the particular things, add administrative overheads, then what you will get? Cost of production. Here only little controversy, sir. In the recent sized answers of ICMI, if you take, in the study material, they are considering administrative overheads is always related to production. But when it comes to the recent size answers given by ICMA, if you check, if it is related to production, then only that should be form part of cost of production. If you check with December 24 cost sheet format, they presented if the administrative general given, they are not including and they are not making it is form part of cost of production. Where they are showing, sir, so after finding the net factory cost, that itself will be the cost of production also. Further add opening finished goods less closing finished goods, then what you will get? Cost of goods sold you will get. For this cost of goods sold, they are writing administrative overheads, then adding selling and distribution overheads, then finally they are getting cost of sales. So now you need to check with the question mark, the administration is related to production or general. Sir, how to identify? Some cases they will provide you directly that is related to production. Some cases they may be provide as a percentage on factory cost or administrative part they will say per production per unit 6 rupees, 8 rupees like that they may be provide you. That kind of situation, consider administration is related to production. If administration given only general, don't include it under cost of production, show it under after cost of goods sold, before selling and distribution overheads you are adding. This is my advice in related to administrative overheads as per the new suggested answers provided by the ICMA. Okay. And once you find out the cost of sales, and if they provide you sales information or they maybe provide you profit percentage on what, then by adding the concern things you come to know what is the selling price. This is what the format what we required if you want to solve the particular questions. I think so you are perfect with the format everybody. Then we'll enter into the problematic part. Sir, one more time I want to convey, entire problem solving was it's very difficult because we are in marathon. So either I will refer the previous what I solved questions or I will refer study materials. Based on that, I will explain the concept. Got it? Sir, perfect. Everybody with the format, then ready for the cost sheet problems because 7 marks, sir. Damn sure, sir. Easily you can secure in the examination. Shall we start? Yeah. Now, if you check with these kind of questions, they are asking more in the examination part. Sir, what are the questions? If you see, like sales, they are providing in the question. Inventories at the beginning of the year, finished goods, work in progress, purchases, material inventory at the beginning, material at the end, direct labor, factory overheads. Now only I told you factory overheads, majority of the cases they may be provided as a percentage on factory overheads. Inventories, finished goods at the ending and working progress at the end also provided. Other expenses, selling expenses are 10% of sales. Administration expenses are 5% of sales. Then how to find out the particular things basis? Based on that, prepare what a cost sheet. Yeah, simple, sir. This is given for 7 marks even in the recent examination questions also if you check. Sir, what to start with? Already you have with what materials. Yeah, purchases already with you and material beginning with you, material closing with you. Based on that, what you can find out, raw material consumed, you can find out. Sir, what is the formula for raw material consumed? opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock. Correct? You don't have any other adjustments means. So here what is your opening? 3000 plus 1,10,000 minus 4,000. We are supposed to get with your raw material consumed. Once your raw material consumed is what you are supposed to add. So your direct wages. Direct wages already given in the question. Yes sir. How much? 65,000 rupees. Once you add direct wages, what you are getting? Prime cost. Sir, why? Do you have any direct expenses with you? No sir. Further, what is the adjustment? Factory overheads. How much percentage factory overheads they are indicating in the question? 60%. What is the labor cost provided in the question? 65,000. On that, how much percentage we are supposed to apply? 60%. Then what we will get? Factory overheads. If you add factory overheads, what you are getting? So gross factory cost. Already opening and closing working progress given in the question? Yes sir. If you add that adjustment, what we are getting? Net factory cost we are getting. Sir, administration expenses 5% on sales. This is not to form part of your cost of production, but if you check with the steady material point of view, let's see once I will show you steady material. Here they are adding. But if you check with the size stances, this part should come here. Because this is expressed as a percentage on sales, so that should not be considered as production related. Then that should be shown after cost of goods sold, before we are adjusting selling and distribution overheads. This is the adjustment you required while you are solving from steady material. This part should be adjusted here. Administrative overheads, you are supposed to write 13,750. 2,75,000 into 5%. Okay. So this is a one adjustment required. I think so. If you have study materials with you, please note it down there immediately itself. Okay. Then, so after opening and closing working progress, then you are getting that itself will be cost of production, or then add opening and closing finished goods, then you will get cost of goods sold. Then add administration, then add selling and distribution overheads. This adjustments required because the old format still they are following in the study material. Only administration point of view. Just be conscious while you are doing that particular adjustment. So check with administrative overheads what they provided. If they provided administrative overheads related to production, no problem. Aram say you can add after gross factory, sorry, net factory cost. Got it? So please check with that particular point. Sir, am I sure? Sir, everyone understand? Administrative overheads, be conscious while you are doing the adjustment part. If it is expressed as a percentage on works cost, if it is given per unit production related, then consider it is a form part of cost of production. Like this, if they provided, then automatically show it after cost of goods sold, before you are adjusting selling and distribution overheads. This is the recent size stances point of view. They made that particular changes because at the end we are also supposed to do follow the size stances given by the our boss ICMA. Got it, sir? Sir, everyone clear about this point? Sure? Okay. Sure, sir? Fine. Fine. Next, this model questions focus first. Later on, this is the study material question only. This is also, and for this question, I discussed in a detailed manner in my YouTube. You can go and check there. Correct? In a detailed manner, I explained this particular concept. But in brief, one more time, I will refer from study material and I will try to make you understand the particular points. Which are the important points I will make you to understand immediately. See, sir, this is given information for 21, 22 point of view. They are provided you the information of all these things, but it is inclusive of fixed and variable parts itself. So be conscious while you are doing adjustments in related to splitting part. Here, why they will focus on these kind of questions when means if board wants to consume your time, that kind of situation they will go with these kind of questions, or otherwise least prioritized questions. If they want to consume your time, definitely they will go with these kind of questions. So they may be ask you calculate the cost of sales for this. Until this also they can generate for 7 marks point. Sir, how to do the adjustment? See, sir, first they provided already material wages. These are all completely variable in nature, which is the part required for us. Production overheads. See the production overheads, how much given? 4,80,000 given. In that, how much percentage was variable? They said 20%, 25%. That means how much ma? 1,20,000. Then balance 75% consider as what fixed. That is how much? 3,60,000. Same way, administrative overheads. What they mentioned, administrative overheads amount is how much? 1,60,000. 1,60,000. Variable is 25%. That is 40,000. 75% was fixed. That is equal to 1,20,000. Then selling and distribution, 2/3 fixed. So you have selling and distribution with you 2,40,000 ma. In that 1/3 is variable. That means 80,000 rupees na. And 2/3 you will get fixed part. This is what they provided. Sales also given 25 lakhs, and sales per unit also provided in the question 125 rupees. So now you are supposed to find out 25 lakhs divided by 125 units. Totally you have with you 20,000 units. Yeah. Once you, this is the part you are supposed to show in the working notes. So many people, while they are approaching the exam, they don't focus on a working part. Sir, please present the working part. Why means if you commit any mistakes while you are approaching the problem also, you may be, at least for the working part, they will be awarded marks to you. That's the reason compulsory refer the working notes. That definitely will make the difference when compared to other students. So next, what are the changes they are expecting, sir? The quantity will be increased by 20%. That means 20,000 present units you have with you into 120%. Then you will get 24,000 units. So material price increasing, additional expenditure, how much? Advertisement part 45,200. While you are adding selling and distribution overheads, don't forget it, sir. Students, how many times you will convey also in tension, they will try to escape certain points. Be conscious. Read the question carefully while you are solving the problems. So everything they will adjust. They will forget about additional advertisement expenses, what they got it provided in the question. So please conscious while you are making the adjustment whether you done with every adjustment properly or not. And next, materials price will gone up by 10%. and wage rate will gone up by 5% along with overall labor efficiency. Sir, once see this particular point, sir, labor efficiency part. Sir, if you are 100% efficient, if you are taking 100 hours means, if you are 80% efficient means the time taken by the worker will increases or not? Yes, sir, increases, sir. Correct? Sir? Same way, if your efficiency are increases, the time taken by the worker, what will happen, sir? Decreases. Correct? So that's the reason whenever if you are increasing your time, so automatically your efficiency decreases means the time taken by the worker will increases. Whenever your efficiency is increasing means time taken by the worker decreases. Time taken by the worker decreases means what I need to do? Divided by we are supposed to do. Got it, sir? Whenever efficiency of the concerned party is increasing, the time taken by the worker is decreasing. Whenever time taken by the worker is decreasing, automatically, so labor cost will decreases. But here in this question point of view, if you observe here, see the adjustment part, direct wages, 8 lakhs, previous amount of 21-22. How much they are multiplying with 120%? Sir, why 120%? Because your output was increased by 20%, then automatically your labor cost also increased by 20%. In addition to that, how much wage rate was increased? They said 5%. And see, sir, what they are doing there? Dividing. What they are doing there? Dividing. Why? My efficiency increases, the time taken by the worker is decreasing. That's the reason we divided with the concern part. This is a very important adjustment. Students will commit mistakes in this particular area. Little conscious. Okay. Next. Variable overheads increased by 5%. Fixed only which overheads? Production overheads. Sir, don't all fixed overheads not increased. Only fixed production overheads only increased there. How much it was increased? One third, 33.33%. One third increased. See, sir, fixed production overheads. Already I showed you here how much expenses we got it. Fixed part. Here fixed part 1,20,000. Here fixed part. Sir, fixed selling and distribution overheads, fixed administrative overheads point of view, no changes. That's the reason if you check here, 1,20,000 and 1,60,000 only we are taking. Only fixed production overheads only they increased. That's the reason. How much increased they said? 33.33%. That's the reason we multiplied with that particular part. Okay, sir. And next, finally, this is the information given. But this is as it is, whatever the information given in the question, they are drafting, nothing else. Whenever you are doing 2 years information, it's easy for you. Half of the answer is there in the question. Remaining half only you are supposed to do the necessary adjustments there. Okay, na? So 21, 22 information, everything is given. We are splitting into variable part and fixed part, what they provided. If you are not doing the working, you need to do adjustment. But personally, I recommended do the computations separately in the form of working note. Then you can impress the value a little bit. If you get half an hour mark or 1 mark extra for each of the question point of view, that maybe change your life as well as. So this is the part variable. Sir, variable, all variable overheads increased by how much percentage? They said 5%. Sir, then why you are multiplying with 120%? Sir, output increased by 20%. Na? That's the reason we are multiplying with 120%. Got it, sir? This is the way we are supposed to calculate the cost of sales. Focus on until this part, sir, because 7 marks point of view, they may not go with these are all parts. If you want detail of those things, please refer Teja's classes for CA and CMA Guru. In detail, this question I discussed around 40 minutes. If you want, you can go there and you can refer there. Sir, normally 7 marks point of view, this is more than enough. Got it? Sir, am I clear? Still any doubt? I'm waiting for your response. If you're okay, means I'll move to the next. Please active in the chat, sir. Sir, still any point doubt in this particular area, let me know. Please do quickly respond, and based on that I will move to the next parts. Paka? Sure? Next, these kind of questions also they are focusing much in the recent terms. This is the concept belonging to Foundry, machining and assembly part. Yeah, they are providing totally batch of 1,000 pieces each, and batch passes through three processes: foundry, machining and assembly. Material foundry 1300 tons, 50 per ton. In that 50 tons were sent back. So 1250 into 50, that is equal to 62,500 rupees. This is the direct labor information. This is the overheads related information. So the comparison of actual cost with the estimated cost discloses that material and overheads have exceeded the estimates by 20%. Sir, what they are using? Material and overheads estimations. If it is 100%, then actuals are equal to 120%, both the cases. So material and overheads when compared to estimations, actuals are 20% more, whereas estimated labor cost 10% more than the actual. But when it comes to labor cost, actual if it is 100 means then your estimations will be 110%. This is what they provided in the question. If you understand that part, then this is very easy question. So when compared to estimations, actuals are 20% more for material and overheads point of view. When it comes to labor point of view, 10% estimations are more than actuals. You understand that? Done with the question. See, sir. Direct materials. Actuals given, just multiplying the concern things, we will get those amounts. Already, if you check with the material, this information already provided in the question. Labor hours, rate per hour also given. This is what actuals. This is also actual. Now, what they said, material point of view, when compared to actual, estimations are 20% less, or actuals are 20% more. That means what? 120% 62,500 means for 100% how much? This is what we are supposed to calculate. This is only they got. So your estimation is 52,083 rupees, but your actual expenditure is 62,500. Your expenditure increased means negative only. That's the reason they are indicating with adverse. Next, labor cost, what they said, when compared to actuals, estimations are 10% more. That's the reason 2000 into 10%, 500 into 10%, and 1500 into 10%, 110% we will multiply. Then you will get the estimation. Here, when compared to estimations, actuals are less. That means I am incurred less cost. Whenever I am incurring less cost, automatically what will happen? Favorable variances I will come to. But overall, by adding prime cost, I got my negative balance is more. That's the reason adverse. And one more expenditure is there. What is that? Overheads. That is also given. Actuals, hours given. See, sir, rate per hour given. This is the labor hours. Overheads are linking with what? Direct labor hours. So this one multiply with that one. 15 into 200, 20 into 200, 10 into 100. Then you will get the actual overheads amount. Here also what they said, this is equal to 120%. Why? When compared to estimations, actuals are 20% more. So for 100%, how much? Calculate. So 3000 is for 120% means for 100% how much? We'll calculate. Then we will get that particular amount. So this is my estimation, sir. This is my actuals. My actuals are more than my estimation. That's the reason I got adverse variances. Got it, sir? Clear? This question also give high prioritized question ma. 9 months, 3 months period, 7 months, 5 months period. Like that, they will split the concern things and they will ask you to learn that particular things. Yeah, this particular area also very conscious, very, very important model. In addition to that, which model questions you are supposed to practice also, I let you know right now once I done with this particular question discussion part. And this question also recent examination question. Illustration 9 recent examination question. This is also recent examination question. Sorry, sir, not recent examination. Examination question. These two are. So practice. Which questions, ra? Illustration number 7 from ICMI study material and illustration number 9. So practice those two questions also. Here, let's quickly revise this question. So what they provided, Nana? So PR Limited manufactures tiffin boxes, brand name, installed capacity, how much? 1,20,000 units per annum. So how much we required per month? 12,000 rupees. Sir, how we got, sorry, 12,000 units. Sir, how we got it? 1,20,000 divided by 12. Sorry, you will get 10,000 units per month. So the cost accountant of the company has informed the following cost structure for the product, which is as follows. Raw material, direct labor, direct expenses, variable overheads, fixed overheads, semi-variable overheads. This part calculation is important for us. So 7,500 per month up to 50% capacity, additional 2,500 per month for every 25% capacity utilization. If they stop at utilization part instead of giving part thereof, suppose 50% point of view, how much they said? 7,500. For every 25% increase means next one 75% means 2,500 increases, 100% 12,500. This is what we are supposed to take. If they don't provide you part thereof word, whenever they are providing part thereof word compulsory, that means part thereof means 1% to 25% in between whatever the percentage increase, still it was increased by 2,500. That is the meaning of that. One more time repeating, part thereof means so 1% to 25% in between whatever the percentage increase also, still your semi-variable overheads are increased by 2005. That means 51% to 75% in between whatever the percentage you are doing, still your semi-variable overheads are increased by 2,500 rupees. Same way, next situation 76% to 100% in between whatever the percentage also, still you are supposed to increase your semi-variable overheads by 2,500. This is a very important calculation, these kind of problems point of view, especially which one ma? Semi-variable cost. Got it? Next, the plant is operating 50% capacity during the first 7 months and 100% capacity in the remaining months. 7 months 50% capacity means 7 months production is how much? 7 into each month 10,000, but they are operating at what capacity? 50% capacity. So how many units? 35,000 units. Then 5 months balance. So 5 months into 10,000 into 100%. That is equal to how many units? So now you are supposed to calculate at these two situations. Selling price for the first 7 months, how much? Was fixed 69. Selling price for the first 7 months fixed 69. What I am supposed to calculate? Profit part. And the firm has been monitoring the profitability, revising the selling price to meet it. What is the annual target profit? 8 lakh. That means what we will do, 7 months we will show all the expenses, and the sales also will write down. Profit will be our balancing figure. Profit will be our balancing figure. Next 5 months point of view, I will write down all the expenses. Sir, how much I need to take profit for the 5 months? Balancing figure. Which balancing figure? From 8 lakhs profit. Suppose example you got 3 lakhs for the first 7 months. Balance 5 lakhs will be your 5 months profit. If you added, you will get the sales. Divided by the number of units, you will get the selling price. This is another important calculation, profit part. So first find out the 7 months part, what is the profit. Then what is the overall profit? They already provided in the question, targeted profit. From the targeted profit, if you deducted 7 months profit, then whatever the balance amount you will get, that should be recovered from your 5 months. This is what we are supposed to. See what they are asking. Cost sheet for the first 7 months, next 5 months. See sir, 35,000 units, 50,000 units per unit given. Sir, fixed overheads, what they are doing? Fixed cost, another name is what? Period cost. So automatically what basis you are supposed to split the consulting's time basis. That's the reason 3 lakhs into 7 by 12. Next 5 months 3 lakhs into 5 by 12 we are doing. Okay. Semi variable C sir, here 7,500 because 50% capacity. 100% capacity means 2 times 25% increases. For every 25% increase, 2,500 plus 2,500, totally 12,500. So when you got see here profit, this is your sales, this is your cost of sales. Then this will be the balancing figure. Sir, how? 24 lakh 15,000 minus 19 lakh 77,500 I will write down. Then I will get profit. Then what is my overall profit? 8 lakhs minus 4 lakh 37,500 I already received from the 7 months. So balance profit I am supposed to recover from my balance 5 months. Then I added. You got the cost of sales, add profit. Finally, you got the sales. How many number of units you have? 50,000. 30 lakh 50,000 divided by 50,000 units, you will get 61. You want cost per unit, total cost divided by number of units. Here total cost divided by number of units, then you will get the selling price per unit. Sir, clear? Sure. Maximum, this is the area they are focusing in the examination, Anna. And one more question you can refer from the past examination questions. Reverse calculation part. What's a reverse calculation? That means they will provide you from cost of goods sold. From where they will provide? From cost of goods sold they will provide. So you need to do reverse calculation. You need to find out the purchases. That model questions also they are focusing in the recent examinations. Please concentrate on those kind of questions also. If you want, ping me. I will share you which concerned year question that was. I will let you know, and you can practice those questions as well as. Yeah, this is the major area we are supposed to focus from our cost sheet part. And one more point you are supposed to concentrate in the past examination question. One more question is there, that is super pen and normal pen. This concept is also important. This concept is also important. Please focus on that particular concept as well as. This is majorly you are supposed to focus on cost sheet point of. Yara, I hope so. You are clear with cost sheet, and we'll move to the next chapter, that is our material costing. Because I already told you, first my concentration is on 7 marks, damn sure, easily secured concern topics. I am focusing in the first part. Sir, everyone clear with cost sheet part? Still any of the concern doubts you have, let me know. If you are okay means we'll move to the material. That can be finished very quickly because only they are asking inventory levels and EOQ related problems only. We'll move on next. Yeah. So now Sira. So materials means what are the important points you are supposed to focus. First, I am telling you three questions to focus. First, bin card versus stores ledger. Second part, just in time and its advantages. Next, always better control analysis. Next, scrap, waste, spoilage, defective. Yeah, these four questions focus much more when it comes to material costing chapter point of view. And at the same time, introduction to chapter also you need to focus on first objectives, second methods, third responsibility center, fourth installation, cost accounting system, difficulties as well as essentials of good cost accounting system, as well as you can focus on financial accounting versus cost accounting. These are the questions you need to focus from the first chapter compulsory. Objectives, methods of costing, responsibility center, installation of cost accounting point of view difficulties, and essential features of a good cost accounting system, financial accounting versus cost accounting. These are the areas you are supposed to focus from the chapter 1. Okay. Sir, when it comes to material costing, what is we are supposed to learn? First priority is what? Inventories. Means inventory levels. Minimum level, maximum level, average level, danger level, reorder level. These are the areas they are focusing. If you find this question in the question paper, after cost sheet, immediately attack that particular question. Got it, sir? First priority is what? Inventory levels. Yeah, once I will show you inventory level problems. No? Then first see the once one more time we'll revise the formulas. Then I will make you to practice one question. See the maximum level how much? Reorder level plus reorder quantity minus minimum use minus minimum usage into minimum lead time. Here, what is the formula for maximum level ma? So reorder level plus reorder quantity minus minimum usage into minimum lead time. Sometimes you may be use the word reorder period or you may be use the word lead time also. Okay. What is the formula for minimum level? Reorder level minus you may be use the word average usage into average lead time. You can use normal rate of consumption. You can go with average lead time also. What is the minimum level formula? Reorder level minus average usage into average lead time. We can also call it as normal rate of consumption or normal usage into normal lead time also you can take. Next, reorder level, we have the formula minimum level plus average usage into average lead time, or you maybe go with minimum level plus consumption during the lead time, or maximum rate of consumption into maximum lead time. Any formulas you can go with. So this is the maximum formula you will go with more in the examination. Reorder level equal to maximum usage into maximum lead time we will take, or you can take these two formulas also depending upon availability of information. Fine. Next, danger level formula. You may be go with normal rate of consumption, average consumption into maximum reorder period for emergency lead time. Some people maybe go with instead of average also they maybe go with minimum usage also. Minimum usage into emergency lead time for purchases, if you multiply you will get danger. Yes sir. So these are the inventory level formulas. Based on that, you can do any particular problem solving under inventory level related. See, once we'll check with one question. Like this, they will provide you in the question. Normal usage, maximum usage, minimum usage. And they provided reorder quantity of A and B, reorder period also given 4 to 6 weeks. 4 is the minimum, 6 is the maximum. Here also B point of view 2 is the minimum, 4 is the maximum. Okay. Based on that, what we are supposed to calculate? Reorder level, minimum level, maximum level, average level they are asking. So what is the formula for reorder level? Maximum usage into maximum lead time. See ma? Maximum usage into maximum lead time. What is the minimum level formula? Reorder level minus normal or average usage. Yeah. So here 4 to 6 weeks they given. 4 is the minimum, 6 is the maximum. Then average is how much? 5. 4 plus 6 by 2. 2 plus 4 by 2, 3 weeks. That will be the average for B point of view. Okay. Next, maximum level formula is what? Reorder level plus reorder quantity minus minimum usage into minimum lead time. Then you will get this. Got it, ma? And finally, average stock level. For this also, you have two formulas. Minimum level plus maximum level you can take, or minimum level plus half of reorder quantity also we can take. Minimum level plus half of reorder quantity also we can take. Got it, ma? This is the way we are supposed to calculate inventory levels. Very easy question. If you get these kind of questions, don't leave it in the examination. Sir, inventory level part clear? You're okay means I will go with EOQ problem. You're okay? We'll move to EOQ. Sir, response please, sir. Done? Okay. Let's see the next concept, EOQ related. And before that, once see this particular illustration number 4, you can expect MCQ point of view, these range of questions. So what is the formula? Inventory turnover ratio equal to value of material consumed divided by average inventory. Got it? Value of material consumed during the period divided by average stock. Sir, how to find out this one? Opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock. Then you will get raw material consumed. Then how to find out average stock? Opening stock plus closing stock by 2. Then you will get what? Average inventory. Once you come to know raw material consumed, you know average inventory, you can find out inventory turnover ratio. This is MCQ wise important part. The next part we need to focus EOQ, economic order quantity. Here majority of the questions how they are generating. First bit they are asking to find out the economic order quantity is how much. First one what they are asking, economic order quantity how much they are asking. Sir, how to find out economic order quantity? Square root of 2AO by C. So A means annual demand, O means ordering cost per order, C means carrying cost per unit per annum. C is what? Carrying cost per unit per annum. Got it? So based on this, we are able to find out our economic order quantity. So remember, carrying cost is always linking with what? Price per unit. Whenever there is a change in price per unit, so automatically your carrying cost also will be changed. Okay. Once you find out economic order quantity, second they will ask you few kind of questions. How many number of deliveries? Then what is the formula? Annual demand by order size you can take. Some questions they will ask you how much extra cost you are incurring when compared to first bit. This is the point also they will ask you. Okay, Nama. So how much extra cost you are incurring also they will ask you. So that situation what we are supposed to do, EOQ versus the order size. Whatever the order size they are doing, there you are supposed to go for it. Based on that, you can find out. Yeah, we'll see one question based on that, you come to know. Like this, ma. 36,000 units, 6 installments. Each unit cost is 1 rupee. Ordering cost is 25. Inventory carrying cost is estimated 20% of unit value. Find the total annual cost of existing inventory policy. How much money can be saved by economic order quantity they can generate. So annual demand 36,000. Ordering cost per order 25. Carrying cost now only I told you always it is expressed as a percentage on price per unit. Here price per unit is 1 rupee. On that 20% you will get 20 paisa. You substitute in the economic order quantity, you maybe get the EOQ value. What is the formula? 2 into annual usage into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. You get the EOQ part. Once you got the EOQ part,
present policy is of the concerned entity is what? 36 units in 6 installment they want to go for it. That's the reason we need to find out the total cost at 6,000 units and at economic order quantity point of view. Sir, while you are calculating like this total cost point of view, try to remember this part also. Sir, what is that particular part? Means if discount is given, take total cost point of view, raw material purchase cost also include. When if in the given question discount is provided, then go with the total cost point of view, which is also should be included. So raw material purchase cost is also included. If discount is not given, then only total cost means total ordering cost and total carrying cost only go for it. Total ordering cost and total carrying cost only go for it. Okay, this is the basis. Remember these 2 points whenever you are doing total cost computation. Whenever you are doing total cost computation, just go through with these two things. Discount is given in the question, discount was not there in the question, please check it. Based on that, go for it. So here in this question, you didn't find any discount part. Correct? That's the reason if you include raw material cost or not, doesn't make any change. Why discount point of view I said means if discount was not there, 6,000 units also your raw material cost is 36,000. Here also your raw material cost is 36,000 only. So automatically if you include it or not doesn't make any sense. That's the reason you can go with ordering cost and carrying cost. Sir, once the formula for total ordering cost equal to number of orders into ordering cost per order. What is the formula for total ordering cost? Number of orders into ordering cost per order. How to find out total carrying cost? Average inventory into carrying cost per unit per annum. Already I told you carrying cost always we need to go with what? Carrying cost per unit per annum. Because whenever price fluctuations are there, the quantity of purchases will be decided. Based on that, your carrying cost will be impacted. That's the reason always go with carrying cost is linking with price per unit, unless otherwise if the carrying cost is directly provided in the question. Okay. Sir, how to find out number of orders? Annual demand by order size. How to find out the number of orders? Annual demand by order size. Sir, how to find out average inventory? Order size divided by 2. How to find out the order size divided by 2? Then what you can find out? Average inventory you can find out. Based on that we applied more, we got this. How much we got? Here 750 we got, here we got 600. In case if you place order at EOQ, how much money can be saved by you? 150 rupees. Sir, how? 750, here 600, 150 rupees you can save. And one more point you need to remember, at economic order quantity point of view, your total ordering cost and total carrying cost will be same. This is the point also you need to remember. Based on this, you can come to know. Here, this is the points you can focus. First, prioritize these kind of questions. Once you done with this, these two models, inventory level as well as EOQ related model questions, then solve a few questions I will let you know. Illustration number 16 as well as illustration number 17 also compulsory practice. Illustration number 16 from ICMI study material and illustration number 17 also go for it. These two questions also compulsory practice. Got it, ma? So check with if any people want among these two questions anything, let me know. I will discuss with that, and with that we'll done with our material costing part also. Nothing much to discuss beyond this particular level. Sir, among those two questions, any question required explanation means let me know, and I will explain that question and will complete about material costing and will move to employee costing part. Sir, response. Seventeenth question. Okay, sir. Let's see once question number 17. The particulars relating to 1200 kgs of certain raw material purchased by company during June, there were as follows. Based on the lot size you purchased, price per kg was fixed. Yeah. Yeah, sure. If I want to recommend any previous year questions also, I will recommend. Sure. And here how many kgs we are purchasing? 1200 kgs. So this is between these two now. So automatically price per kg how much? 20 rupees. And how much trade discount they want to go for it? 20%. And additional charges for containers 10 per drum, 25 rupees per kg. So credit allowed means whenever you return the drums, they will refund you 8 rupees. GST is 12% on raw materials, 5% on drums. Total freight paid by the purchaser 240 rupees. Insurance is 2.5% on the net invoice value paid by the purchaser. Store overheads applied 5% on the total purchase cost of material. So the entire quantity was received and issued to production department. The containers are returned in due course. There is no delay. Drop the suitable statement to show what is the cost of material purchased and what is the unit cost of material issued to production. This is what they are asking for us. Now once check with the question, once check, see the answer. They are providing 20 rupees 1200 point of view, 24,000. So whenever trade discount was, that should not be form part of invoice. Immediately you are supposed to deduct that particular one. Then finally you will get the net price. For that you need to add a drum charges. How much quantity you are maintaining? 1200. So each drum contains how many kgs? 25 kgs. Then automatically how many drums required for you? 48 drums. So 48 drums into how much per drum? 10 rupees charges. So 480 we are adding. So totally we are getting 19,680. After that you are supposed to add GST. How much percentage? 12% on invoice price plus 5% on drum. This is what the amount of invoice after deducting your trade discount. On that how much percentage GST they told? 12%. And what is the percentage on drums they sold? 5%. That's the reason 19,200 into 12%, and drums 480 rupees we are paying on that 5%. Totally we are paying this much amount of GST. Okay, and finally if you add the concerned things, you get the net invoice price. On that, how much percentage insurance? They said 2.5% insurance. Sir, after adding insurance only add the freight part, because this is on the net invoice value. So after adjustment of taxes, whatever the amount you will get, that should be the net invoice price. So add insurance 2.5%. Then add Freightra, they said 240 rupees, then you will get the amount. On that, once you return the drums, automatically 8 rupees refund you will get it. So 48 into 8, 384 rupees. Finally, you will get the cost of material purchased to you. And they said how much stores overheads are 5% of the total purchase cost of the material. What is the total cost of material? We got it right now, 22,414 rupees. On that we will apply 5%. Then you will get the what is the material cost to be issued. Once if you want per unit, at the end also you can calculate what is the total material cost issued. 23,524.91 divided by 1200 kgs. Then you can find out what is the material cost per unit also. This is the way we can find out the things. Got it, ma? This is the way we are supposed to calculate illustration number 17. Sir, I hope so. Clear? Who is the party raised that particular doubt? Sir, done? Yeah. Sir, same way, in the past examinations point of view, you maybe have one question based on this concept only. Question number 16 related one concept you have, as well as you have a concept of inventory level. Each unit point of view, A required 10 kgs, B required 6 kgs, C required 4 kgs basis. We have one question. That question asked two times in the examination. So refer past examination point of view, that particular question also. Yeah, got it? Shura? Sir, okay. Shall we move to employee costing? Or still, if you have any doubts, let me know. Ping me there. I come to know based on that. If I want to discuss anything, I will discuss if really that is to be discussed. Sir, any more questions from materials chapter? Still anyone required? Which question, ma? If anyone wants, let me know the illustration number from study material. I will go for that question as well as, and I will discuss that part as well as. No? So we'll move to the next. So employee costing. This is the part question I told you to practice. This is the question. So I added which questions to practice also, and already informed you I will share this particular PDF as well as. Okay, don't worry. So employee costing. Employee costing point of view, which of the theory questions you are supposed to practice? Means first, labor turnover related entire concept. Which one? Labor related entire concept. Labor turnover. What are the causes of labor turnover? What are the costs associated with labor turnover? What are the steps to minimize the labor turnover? This is the parts you are supposed to read first. Then ideal time and its accounting treatment. Same way, overtime and its accounting treatment. Labor turnover, ideal time, overtime. These three questions are focusing much in the examination patra. Please focus on those questions. Okay. And if you see there, which is the first question you need to focus means one is labor turnover question. So this is the study material related question only. As it is study material question only. See, you have last year sales 8,03,300, profit volume ratio 20%, and total labor force during the year was 4,45,000 hours. And because of delay by the personal department, we lost 1 lakh potential productive hours was lost, and the actual direct labor hours include 30,000 hours attributable for training the new recruitment, out of which half of these hours were unproductive. Sir, if you don't have labor turnover, you don't last these potential hours. And this half of the training point of view hours also you don't last. That is the reason. So while you are calculating, here step by step do the computation. First calculate productive hours. First what you are supposed to calculate, productive hours. Sir, how to find out productive hours? Total available 4,45,000. From that, 15,000 is unproductive. Sir, how you come to know 15,000 is unproductive? Because 30,000 point of view, half is unproductive. So with you, 4,30,000 is productive hours. Once you calculated the productive hours, immediately your next step is loss of contribution, how much? If you want to find out loss of contribution, first find out loss of sales, how much? If you check with in the given question, 83,03,300 sales were for 4,30,000 productive hours. Then you will get 19 rupee 31 paisa is per productive hour. How much potential hours you lost? 1 lakh potential hours you lost. That is already given in the question. Based on that 19 lakh 31,000 total sales value you lost. So 19 lakh 31,000 total sales value last point of view. So how much loss of contribution? You know PV ratio formula is equal to contribution by sales into 100. So contribution is equal to what we can write? Sales into PV ratio we can write by using this formula, multiplying with this one 20%, we will find out loss of contribution. What we will find out? Loss of contribution. So once you find out the loss of contribution, because of employee turnover, we incurred training cost, we incurred selection cost, we incurred recruitment cost, we incurred settlement cost. These are all things are happening. If you don't have any employee turnover, you don't lose these expenses. That's the reason. These are all also the reason for the what is the profit foregone by the concerned entity. Finally, what you are supposed to find out, what is the profit foregone on account of labor turnover. One is loss of contribution, second one is these four expenses. If you add combiningly, because of employee turnover, how much cost you lost, you come to know. This is the first prioritized question under employee costing point of view. Then if you focus on next part is formulas. Which formulas? Labor turnover formulas. Sir, what is a formula for labor turnover? So flux method is what? Flux method point of view, little confusion is there. In study material, they are using one half before the formula. Which one? Separations plus accessions into 1 by 2 divided by average labor force into 100. Sir, if you have doubt, because normally one half is not there. In few questions they are not using one half, few questions they are using one half. There is a little confusion regarding flux method point of view. If you have confusion means First flux method formula is what? Separations plus accessions divided by average labor force into 100. This is one alternative, and second alternative, write down 1 by half also. By mistake, if the key point of if they used 1 by 2, unnecessarily we will lose the marks. So of course, formula is which is correct means separations plus accessions divided by average labor force, only correct formula. But in key by mistake in study material they are using 1 by 2 na in front of that. So that's the reason compulsory use 1 by 2 also while you are doing the flux method. Then what is the formula for separation method? Number of separations divided by average labor force into 100. Then replacement method formula is what? Number of replacements divided by average labor force into 100. So if you have new requirements means, so new joinings divided by average labor force into 100. Sir, how to find out average labor force means workers at the beginning plus workers at the end whole divided by 2, you will get average labor force. Okay, workers at the beginning plus workers at the end whole divided by 2, what you will get? Average labor force. This is the second concept you need to focus. Next, this concept, compulsory concentrate on this concept. Once, wait, I will show you. From study material, Nana, illustration number 36. This question also they are asking repeatedly, this model concept also. Job completed given, yeah, and output point of view, how many units rejected, what is the time allowed for a dozen point of view, 12 minutes. So 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 unit they are providing 1 minute. Here 200 units point of view, 3 hours. What is the basic wage rate and what is the how many hours they worked? Normal working hours fixed as how many hours? 42 hours. Bonus is paid how much? Two-thirds of the basic wage rate of gross time worked and gross output produced without deduction for rejected output. That means rejected output point of view also they are paying wages without deducting wages for the output was rejected by the concerned people what they produce. So the rate for overtime is first 4 hours is time plus one third. That means 133.33%. And the next 4 hours paid is 1.5 means 150%. Okay. And from the above data calculate the bonus hours and amount of bonus earned. So total earnings earned, basic wages, overtime premium and bonus compulsory and combiningly. And what is the direct wages for 100 saleable units also they are asking now. So now Sira, how to find out? So first Sira, this is the output given in the question. Rejected units, if you deduct saleable units, how much you are getting, and the rate per hour already given in the question, and you are finding the standard time. Already we know that 1 unit, 1 minute they are providing. Totally 3600 units. How much time you are supposed to spend? 3600 minutes. That means 3600 minutes required for 3600 units. So what is the time allowed for you? 60 hours. Here 200 units 3 hours means 200 units 3 hours means 4200 units. How many hours? That means 3 into 4200 divided by 200. That is equal to 63 hours. We got it. This is what standard time allowed. Actual time worked also given 45 hours, 50 hours. In that overtime worked, what is the normal rate time they said in the question? 42 hours. How many hours this fellow is worked? 45. So 45 minus 42, how many hours overtime? 3 hours, so 8 hours. Here a bonus hours. How much time allotted for him? 60 hours. How much time he finished that particular work? X 45 hours. What is the time saved by him? 15 hours. Same way y, what is the time allowed for y? 63 hours. How much time taken by the concerned worker? 50 hours. So what is the time saved? 13 hours. What is the time saved that should be eligible for bonus? And amount of bonus, what they mentioned, 1/2. Clearly they mentioned, see, the bonus is paid 2/3 of the basic wage rate of gross time. So how many hours bonus allowed? 15 hours for worker X. What is the wage rate given in the question? 5 rupees. Into how much extra amount I am paying on that? Sorry, how much amount I am paying? 2/3. So 15 into 5 into 2 by 3, 50 rupees you are paying. Worker Vaira, 13 hours time saved. Into rate per hour 6 rupees. In that how much only we will pay bonus? 2 by 3. Then overtime, first 4 hours what they mentioned? 1 and 1 by 3. That's the reason 3 into 5 into 133.33%, 20 rupees overtime. First 4 hours that. Second situation, how much overtime? 8 hours. See, first 4 hours 6 rupees into 133.33% I will pay, plus next 4 hours will play 1.5, that means 150%. Then you will get the overtime payment. What is the basic wages? Means what you are supposed to add, bonus plus overtime. So total wages point of view, you are supposed to add basic wages, overtime wages, amount of bonus. Three things we are supposed to add. What are the three things? Bonus, overtime, basic wages. These three combiningly, what we are getting? Total wages we are getting. But what they are asking, what is the direct wages cost for 100 saleable units? 280 you are paying for how many units rejected? 540. What is the saleable units? 3060 for X. What about Y, Nana? 4200 minus 420, 3780 is the saleable units. That's the reason 280 divided by 3060 into 100, 372 divided by 3780 into 100. We will get 100 saleable units point of view. How much? This question also model questions asking repeatedly, sir. So please focus and pay attention on this kind of questions. Still, if you have any doubt on that particular any question, sorry, any part on this question, let me know. So this question, any doubts, let me know. Sure, everyone. So we'll move to the next. We'll move on next question. Yes, sir. See, sir, illustration number 42. Two fitters, laborer, one boy was there, particular wage point of view. Total amount you paid for the four is 1290. Time spent by each of them is 220 ordinary working hours. That means all four are working 220 hours basis only. So for fitter we are paying 1.5 and 1 rupee per labor hour, 50 paisa per boy. The amount of piecework premium and share of each worker when the piecework premium is divided proportionately to the wages paid. So what basis premium they are paying, whatever the wages you are paying, in that proportionate basis you will pay the bonus also. Compute the selling price of the job on the basis of following additional data. Direct material, works overheads 20% on prime cost, selling overheads, works cost to profit is 25% on cost of sales. Sir, here in this question, what is most important means the part of wages calculation is only important, remaining part is easy. Sir, see 220 into 1.5, 220 into 1, 220 into 0.5. Then we got the wages 990. What is the total amount we are paying to those fellows? 1290. In that, how much amount is wages part? Here, let's continue. So once you know the wages, you know the total amount you are paying to the workers is 1290. Out of 1290, how much wages part? 990. What is the balance? 300. That should be your bonus. And what they said, in which ratio or in which proportionate basis that should be divided? Wages. 3 is to 3 is to 2 is to 1. In that ratio, 300 rupees to be distributed. So 300 into 3 by 9, 300 into 3 by 9, 300 into 2 by 9, 300 into 1 by 9. We'll get those amounts. Sir, understand this part? Then bonus, this is 100 each, 6733. Now we are supposed to calculate the selling price of the job. Already material cost given 2010, wages is 1290, Overheads is 20% on prime cost. See the material 2010, labor 1290. When you will get prime cost, on that 20% is works overheads, on that 10% is selling and distribution overheads. Once you got the total cost, profit how much percentage they told? 25% on cost of sales. Cost of sales means on cost. Then you will get the profit. Finally, you will get the selling price. Got it, ma? Sir, understand a concept to important problem. Next, question number 43. Sir, this is the question repeatedly they are asking in the examination. Even if you check with the past examination questions, this question was asking repeatedly. What they are doing? Repeatedly they are asking this question. Okay. See, totally two workmen there. Vishnu, Shiva produce the same product using same material. So let be material will be M. The normal wage rate is also same. Let it be R. Vishnu is paid bonus according to Rowan system. Shiva is paid bonus according to Halsey system. Time allowed to make the product is 100 hours. That is what Nana? Standard hours. Vishnu takes how many hours to finish the work? 60 hours. Shiva takes how many hours to finish the work? 80 hours. Factory overhead rate per hour how much? 10 rupees per man hour actually work. Factory cost for Vishnu and Shiva is also given in the question. Ma, this is the most repeated question in the examination. Got it? Find the normal rate of wages, find the cost of material, prepare a statement comparing the factory cost of the product as made by the two men. Already I told you material M. So labor point of view, Vishnu is following which scheme Rowan. What is the formula for Rowan, Nana? Time taken into rate per hour plus time saved by standard time into time taken into rate per hour. Correct? This is the part we are supposed to focus. And next, Hall say time taken into rate per hour plus 50% of time saved into rate per hour. These two formulas are very important in employee costing, especially this particular model. They are focusing much in the examination. So, what is the formula for row 1? Time taken into rate per hour plus time saved by standard time into time taken into rate per hour. What about Halsey formula? Time taken into rate per hour plus 50% of time saved into rate per hour. So, on that basis, they are calculating the labor cost. And already they said time taken by Vishnu is 60 hours. We don't know the rate per hour, that is R. And here time saved is 40 hours. Sir, how you got time saved 40 hours? Standard time is 100 and time taken is 60. Then what about time saved for him? 40 hours. For Vishnu, another party standard time 100, time taken 80. So time saved how many hours? 20 hours. So here 80 into R. What is the wages formula, ma? Time taken into rate per hour. What is the bonus formula for row 1? Time saved by standard time into time taken into rate per hour. Here 50% of time saved into rate per hour. Then you got total wages 84 R, 94 R. If you add, you will get the prime cost. M plus 84 R, M plus 90 R. And overheads, what they said, each working hour point of view 10 rupees. So Vishnu worked for 60, 60 into 10. This guy is worked for 80, 80 into 10. So then you will get my factory cost. So frame the equations and equal the concerned things and solve the both the equations. We will get R value. RV is how much we got it? 20 rupees. So substitute R into any particular equation, then you will get M value. So R20, 84 into 20, 1680. 6680 minus 1680, M value 5000 rupees. Once again, you substituting the information, material cost 5000, rate 20 rupees. By substituting that information, once again, you are supposed to redraw the factory cost. This is the most wanted question in the examination. Check it, sir, once. Still, if anybody have clarity missing on this point, let me know. I will go for one more time. Sir Shura, Yara, this is the areas, Nana, you are supposed to focus in employee costing. In addition to that, I will let you know two more questions to practice. Illustration number 39 and illustration number 38. 38 and 39, these two are also most important questions. So these are all questions what I am communicating to you. I already added all these questions in my the sure short questions point of view. So once I shared that particular one, you don't want to check in study material, you can practice those questions from directly that particular material itself. Okay, na sir? Illustration number 38 and illustration number 39. Go for it, these both also. They may not ask much with the Tyler and Gantt task examination point of view. They are not focusing much, ma. So if you want to revise once by check with the formulas and then go to the examination, that's it. But they don't focus much with that kind of questions in the examination part. And illustration number 31 also focus, sir. Illustration number 31 also concentrate. Sure, sir, with this. And once we'll go for overheads chapter. Once we done with that particular chapter, we'll take a 10 minutes break and we'll come back and we'll start discussing about cost accounting standards. Just spend half an hour with me regarding cost accounting standards. I will make you to get at least minimum out of 13 or 14, minimum 10 marks. Trust me. Yeah, if you are okay with these questions, I will move to overhead chapter. Just I will try to recap all the points what is to be focused on overhead chapter, because that is 7 marks question compulsory now. Sir, still anyone, any particular problem also let me know. From any particular illustration number also let me know. I will briefly explain that illustration as well as. Then if I am not receiving any messages means I feel that you are okay with that concepts. I will move to the next topic, that is overheads. Yeah, ma, whatever the guessing questions I mentioned in my YouTube channel Tejas classes for C and CMA Guru. So there I mentioned if you go with those questions, maximum you can get exemption. No doubt about it. Sir, any more questions? If you're okay means once I refer overheads chapter, then we'll take a short break. Then we'll come back with then because of that module 1 and module 3 is finished. Then we'll jump to module 3. 1 and 2 done. Once if we finished with overheads chapter, then we'll take a little short break because you're also sitting from more than 2 hours onwards. So we'll take a little gap, not more than 10 minutes. Then we'll come back and we'll start with our module 3, that is cost accounting standards, how to refer them and what to read and where to focus, which cost accounting standards you are supposed to focus. I will let you know all these things. Sir, regarding employee costing, whatever the questions I recommended, among those questions, if anyone have any doubt, let me know. If no messages received means I will move to the next chapter, that is overheads, because that is also compulsory 7 marks question for us. Before I am concluding the session, I will take the last 4 question papers and I will show you which questions they are generating in the examination as well as. Sir, any more, any more? Please respond quickly. Shura, can I move to the next? Well, let's see the next topic, overheads. Among this chapter, what they are focusing means 3 models. One is primary and secondary distribution. Second, mission hour rate. Third one is under or over absorption. These are the 3 models they are focusing much in the overhead chapter. So first we'll talk about under or over absorption, easy to discuss. Sir, remember these steps what I am discussing. Under or over absorption. Step 1, calculate the predetermined rate. What you are supposed to calculate, ma? Predetermined rate calculate. Sir, how to find out the predetermined rate? Budgeted factory overheads or budgeted overheads? budgeted overheads divided by budgeted base. The budgeted base may be labor hours or machine hours, whatever the question provided to you. After calculating the predetermined rate, find out the absorbed overheads. Sir, how to find out actual hours multiply with predetermined rate? How to find out ma? Actual hours worked multiply with predetermined rate. Then you will get absorbed overheads. Then compared with your actual overheads incurred. Which one? These two things compare one with another. Sometimes while you are calculating actual overheads, some unnecessary information is included in the overheads they will provide you. Like what we can say, court order, that is the reason you paid the reward to the employee. Absolence stores included, and last year expenses booked are carry forwarded to the current accounting year. Like that, some unrelated or which is not supposed to included in the overheads part, they presented those things you need to exclude. Then you need to find out the net actual overheads incurred. In case if your absorbed overheads are more than actual overheads, then you will get over absorption. If your absorbed overheads are less than your actual overheads incurred, then you will get under absorption. But majority of the cases, what you will see in CMA Enter or C Enter level, you will see under absorption only. Got it, sir? This is the way we are supposed to calculate our under or over absorption. Once you calculated the under or over absorption, we have accounting treatment. We have three accounting treatments. Carry forwarded to next year, that is one. Second one, costing P&L account transfer. Third one, by using supplementary rate adjusted to cost of sales or cost of goods sold, working progress, and finished good itself. This is our accounting treatment in related to under or over absorption part. So carry forwarded to next accounting year, costing P&L account transferring part, and by using supplementary rate adjusted with cost of sales or cost of goods sold, working progress, and finished goods. Sir, how to find out the supplementary rate equal to under absorption divided by equivalent units. If they provided you equivalent units, go with equivalent unit. Sometimes if they don't provide you, then you are supposed to do adjustment like this. They will give you cost of sales, finished goods, working progress amounts they will provide you. Total them, and then what is your under absorption amount. So for let's say example 10 lakhs, you have 1 lakh with you under absorption. This is 5 lakhs, this is 3 lakhs, this is 2 lakhs. So proportionately do the adjustment. This is the way also you can do adjustment of under or over absorption part. This is the way we can perform our under or over absorption calculation, their accounting treatment. If you find this question also in the examination, so top priority 7 marks questions I told you to attempt in the examination, compulsory prefer this question after cost sheet and employee costing or material costing. Immediately solve this question. In case primary and secondary distribution means in the second 1.5 hour. In case if under or over absorption provided in the question means solve it in the first 1.5 hour only, because easy to score. That too theoretically explaining the problematic part, the valuer will impress it a lot. You will get full out of full marks also. That's the reason prefer this one. Sir, is it clear? If you are okay means I will show you one problem based on that. We'll finish this particular model. Sir, Dana, understand the concept under or over absorption? See, some questions I told you now, they will provide you like this instead of providing what we can say equivalent production. Then proportionate basis, we will try to do the adjustment part. This is the incurred, this is the observed, this is the under absorption. Already I told you 90%, not 90, 100% cases you will get under absorption only in the examination. Means under or over absorption point of view, you will get only under absorption. So transfer to costing P&L account and carry forward to the next year, and by using supplementary rate adjusted to that. So under absorption divided by total amount of cost of sales plus finished goods and work in progress, they find out the supplementary rate adjusted to work in progress, finished goods, cost of goods. This is what, if supplementary rate point of view equivalent units are not provided in the question. In case if they are provided in the question, see sir how to. See sir here, in a manufacturing units, overhead determined 25 per man day. Already I told you first step is what, predetermined rate, that is already given. Actual hours worked given 1,50,000. So multiply with predetermined rate with actual hours worked, then what you will get, absorbed overheads. Once you got the absorbed overheads, you should compare with what, actual overheads incurred. Then what you will get, under or over absorption will coming into picture. So once in this question they provided under absorption 40% is due to defective planning. So how much under absorption you got, totally 4 lakhs rupees. In that 40% is due to what, defective planning. Then that should be transferred to where, costing P&L account you are supposed to transfer. Then what is the balance available with you, 2,40,000. And what is the equivalent units, they said Nana. So finished goods, total units produced was 40,000. In that sold units are 30,000. So finished goods are 10,000. And working progress point of view, they said two-third was completed. That's the reason 30,000 units into two-third is how much? 20,000 units. Then how many equivalent units you got? 60,000. Then what is the supplementary rate you will get? 4 rupees. But unfortunately, in our study material point of view, they given wrong adjustment for this, if you understand here. See, sir, they took entire 4 lakhs. This is wrong, ma. Because whenever defective planning was due to increase was disposed of, so 40% was defective part, that should be transferred to costing P&L account. So 1,60,000 you are supposed to transfer. Balance 60%, that is 2,40,000. By using supplementary rate adjusted to cost of goods sold, finished goods, work in progress. Supplementary rate, how much we got? 4 rupees. So 30,000 into 4, 10,000 into 4, 20,000 into 4. This is the way we are supposed to do the adjustment. Unfortunately, they given wrong adjustment in the study material. So you are supposed to do the adjustment like this. Please check it. Please careful. Some of the study material questions are wrong. Please go through with the concern part once. Sir, if you are okay na or not, let me know. If you are okay, I will go for our second model, supplementary rate, sorry, overhead rate calculation. Ready, huh? People check. supplementary rate. Now, whenever you are calculating supplementary rate, you need to check with whether equivalent units are given in the question or not. Like this question point of view, you have equivalent units with you, ma. See this. Total produced units are 40,000. In that 30,000 units were sold. That means out of 40,000 point of view, 30,000 sold means balance 10,000 should be considered as this is cost of goods sold, this is finished goods. Balance 30,000 uncompleted units point of view, 2/3 was done means 20,000 was done. So totally you have with you 60,000 equivalent production units. Yeah. So once out of 4 lakhs, 1,60,000 you transfer to costing P&L account. So balance is how much? 2,40,000. Balance of under absorption divided by equivalent units. Then you will get the supplementary rate. Supplementary rate using rate, you need to multiply with the cost of finished goods 30,000 into 4, 10,000 finished goods into 4, and working progress 20,000 into 4. This is the way we are supposed to adjust it with our under our over absorption to cost of sales, finished goods, work in progress. Emma, is it clear? Sure, it's clear. Yeah. Now, our second part focus on supplementary rate calculations. Sir, how to do supplementary rate calculation? Very easy concept, Nana. Simple. Split your expenses, standing charges, running charges. Split your expenses into standing charges and running charges. Then based on that, find out your mesh number rate calculations. One see the illustration number 59 once SEMA. Illustration number 59 once see. The cost of the machine given 10,000 rupees and estimated life given 10 years and scrap value given 1,000 rupees. So what is the depreciation per year? Cost of the asset minus scrap divided by 10 years. Then you will get 900 rupees per month per year depreciation. Working hours how many? 2,200 hours. Then machine maintenance hours how many? 200 hours. So what is the effective hours? 2,000 hours. In that, setting up point of view, 5% time we are spending for setting up from total productive time point of. Our productive time is how much? 2,000. On that 5% means how much? 100. Then how many effective hours we have with us? 1,900 hours. And electricity 16 units, 10 paisa per unit. Chemical required, maintenance cost. Two attenders control the operations of the machine together with six other machines. Totally seven machines are there. Their combined weekly wages are 140. The departmental overheads allocated to the machine per annum 2000. See sir, working hours 2200 and maintenance time deducted, then setting time deducted, then we got effective hours of 1900. Okay. Then you are supposed to calculate CIRA standing charges provided and then machine expenses, or you can call it as running expenses also. Standing charges, or you can also call it as running expenses. CIRA. chemical solution, attendance wages, departmental overheads, and even write down depreciation also covered under standing charges. Where you are supposed to write depreciation also write down under standing charges. Okay, 900 rupees also include under that. My attendance wages, how much they said? 140. Each person we are paying 50 rupees. They are combiningly managing with how many other machines? 6. Totally how many machines are there? 7. That's reason 140 into 50 into 1 by 7. We got 1000. And chemical solution totally how many weeks are there? 50 weeks. Each one how much? 20 rupees. Then how much amount you got? 1000 rupees. Then maintenance and power. Sir, try to remember the running expenses. Then it's easy for us to write down under standing charges point of view which of the expenses will come. Your maintenance, power, yeah, these kind of things will covered under machine expenses. And depreciation, wages, overheads, these kind of things will covered under standing charges. So once you calculated the totals divided by with the total effective hours, then you will get the particular thing. But here very conscious while you are doing the adjustment with standing charges point of view. Standing charges point of view, effective hours basis you don't charge. What is the total available hours are there? On that basis you will charge the rate. That is about 2200 hours basis. Sir, here instead of 4000 you take with 4900 because depreciation is also should covered under standing charges. So 4900 divided by 2200, yeah, then you will get the particular things, ma. Then here the amount will changes, here don't write, these things will change, and accordingly you will find out the machine hour rate itself. Okay, so here depreciation part there is a little mistake. Depreciation point of view write down under so standing charges, then this part will change, and only maintenance and power, these two only will covered under. So your running charges point of view, this is the two expenses only we are supposed to include under this. This is the way we are supposed to calculate our machine hour rate itself. Then the final problem with you, you need to focus on primary and secondary distribution. So primary and secondary distribution point of view, first primary distribution, majority of the expenses you will see rent, lighting, yeah, next general overheads, repairs, these things majority of the cases, even insurance, depreciation, these kind of expenses also you will see, ma. These things rent, what is the basis to distribute? Area. Light is the basis, lighting points. General overheads, direct wages. Repairs, asset value. Insurance, asset value. Depreciation, asset value basis distribute. Suppose in the given question, they provided direct wages and direct material also provided in the question. Direct material and direct wages also provided in the question. For production department and service departments also provided. Production department's point of view, whatever the direct wages given in the question, that should be covered under service department point of view, indirect wages. Whatever the direct material for production department, that should be covered under indirect material. So don't forget this point while you are doing the primary distribution point of view. Wherever in the given question they provided you direct material and direct wages, so those are direct wages only for production departments. When it comes to service departments point of view, that is indirect material and indirect wages. Got it, ma? So this is the point, remember, based on that do primary distribution. Once you're done with the primary distribution, go with secondary distribution. If no method is specified in the question, If they are given the percentages in the question, always choose simultaneous equation method. Which method you can choose? Simultaneous equation method you can choose. Based on that you can do. So this is the way distribution part you can do. So if no method is specified, then only go with simultaneous equation method. If it was not given percentages, then repeated distribution you are supposed to do. So I will show you that particular question, how to solve it. Then based on that, you come to know. Yeah. Now, whenever you are solving the particular things under simultaneous equation method, this is the way you are supposed to frame the equations. Once you done with the primary distribution, whatever the amounts you got, that amount of service department plus how much share you are providing, you are receiving from the another service department, as well as Y point of view, the production department total of Y, the percentage of service you are receiving from another service department. Like that, you need to frame equations. Once frame the equations, you need to solve the concerned equations. You come to know the what is the X and Y percentage. See here, put second equation in equation 1. By solving the concerned things, you will get X value. Now X value, put it in any equation 2. Then what you will get? Y value. Once you got X and Y values here, once again whatever the percentage is given in the question, like this, we are distributed to the concerned part to the production departments. Sir, this is as per primary distribution. This is which method, simultaneous equation method. The concept is what? Secondary distribution. As per primary distribution, whatever the totals you got, service departments X and Y part, already you calculated the amounts of 48,308, 20,581 rupees, whatever the percentage is given in the question, in that ratio give to production departments. Same for Y also. Then you are supposed to get production overheads or total overheads for the concerned production department. Some cases they will ask you find out the mesh hour rate also. What they will ask you, mesh hour rate calculate, they will ask you. Whatever the overheads amount you got under secondary distribution, that should be divided by with the number of working hours. Then what you will get, what is the overhead rate per hour, you come to know. This is the way we are supposed to calculate. The major important thing is primary distribution part. Majority of the students, while they are solving that particular question, they are doing some calculation errors. Please concentrate while you are doing the adjustment. Because if you commit any mistake with the primary distribution part, then automatically what will happen means that impact your secondary distribution also. That's the reason be conscious while you are doing primary distribution part. Primary distribution point of view, we don't have any methods. Only secondary distribution we have methods. Sir, how many methods we have under secondary distribution? One is direct distribution. This means what we will do? Service department cost only to the production departments. Second method is what? Step method. Under this word, service department will provide production department and another service department, but may not receive back services. That's the reason this is also known as non-reciprocal service method also you can call it as. Third one is reciprocal method. Under this, simultaneous equation method and repeated distribution method too we have. Simultaneous equation method means like this, we will frame the equations and will solve the concerned things. And when it comes to repeated distribution point of view, simultaneously what we will do means, see here, service department A, B, C, S2. Once again S2, A, B, C, S1. Once again S1, A, B, C, S2. Like that we will do repeated distribution until the service department amounts become negligible or 0. This concept, what we are calling it as repeated distribution. One more time I'm repeating. The service department cost, whatever you have from production, primary distribution, that should be distributed to parallelly to the production departments and service department. This process you will do again and again and again until the service department amount become negligible. This is the concept of secondary distribution. Yeah, and I already added a few questions there. Once we'll see study material also, you come to know the clarity. See like this. See rent. See wages part actuals given. Which departments only they are taking? Service departments. Because already I told you now, whatever the direct wages for the production department, that is indirect wages for the service departments. That's the reason we written only service department point of rent, floor area, general lighting, lighting points, indirect wages, direct wages, power, horsepower, depreciation, value of the asset, sundries, direct wages. This basis we done with the distribution. Once you got these things, here see sir, this is what repeated distribution method. Service department cost we are distributing to the production department and service department. So once this amount plus this should be distributed between the production department and service departments. Like that we will try to do repeated distribution until the service department amounts become negligible. This is the concept what we are calling it as secondary distribution. Got it ma? This is the way we are supposed to do. Check it sir. Still if you want any particular clarity, let me know. Sir, any more? So completely understand the overheads point of view, primary and secondary distribution, and under our over absorption and mention our rate calculation. Prefer this attempt primary and secondary and under our over absorption. These two concepts focus more. Sir, repeated distribution point of view, whatever the service department amounts you have with you, these service department amounts will try to do simultaneously between the production department and service department. Once again, this amount plus this amount combiningly, once again distributed to production department and service department. Like that, we'll try to do repeated distribution until the service department amount become negligible. This is what the concept of repeated distribution. So simultaneously at a time, production department, service department will try to transfer at a time. This is what we will do under repeated distribution. Sir, okay na sir? Ima, any more you have also let me know. And if you are okay means once we'll open the last past 4 examinations and we'll show you what is the questions they are asking in the examination. Then you come to know. Done na? Ima Venki, okay. Concept. So once you see even practice test paper also 2A part they are going with cost sheet, and I told you this is our question from our study material only. I told you practice this question also. I told you. And see sir, practice questions point of view they went with which one? Tabular method. This question also I told you to practice this question also. And see sir, so tabular form point of view during the factory overheads, 3 production departments they given. So rates, calculate the department wise under or over absorption. What they are asking ma? Under or over absorption concept was asked. So still we are not touching with this thing Sira. This is under or over absorption. This is material. This is the steady material question. Even if you check with the theory questions also, last part I told you now, cost accounting from the first chapter. Second, because they are asking materials question, labor theory they are asking, and cost accounting standard 2 times they will ask you. I told you. See, sir, here also cost accounting standard, here also cost accounting standard only. Okay, same way. This is December 24 paper. These model questions only I told you to do reverse calculation point of view. 2A. See, 1,20,000, 120% of factory overheads. So then factory overheads are 1 lakh. So then do reverse calculation, raw material purchased, sales, cost of sales given, inventory part given, general and administration expenses not related to production activity. So when you are supposed to write, then you are supposed to present after cost of goods sold, but before selling and distribution overheads, you are supposed to do that particular adjustment. Correct? So this model question also practice ma already I told you. So reverse calculation point of view, they will provide you informations to practice those questions, because from cost of sales they provided you information. Okay. Then ma this is the another question I told you from material. Each point of view, I told you ABC point of view, they are providing here PQR point of view. 10 kgs each unit, Q point of view 4 kgs, R point of view each unit required 6 kgs. This model question also they are focusing much. This is also once again ma under or over absorption concept. So man per day. Now only I discussed 25 manpower days total worked. This is the actual days. This is the actual amount of 2 lakhs irrespective of the strike period. 1 lakh in respect of previous year booked. I told you now, sometimes actual expenses point of view, they will include unnecessary expenses. We are supposed to deduct that particular one. Then the balance part should be presented. Yeah. And completed unit 65% all respects. 40% due to unobserved due to defective planning, that should be transferred to costing P&L account. What they are asking, ma'am? absorbed overheads, and how you will treat the concerned things in cost accounting. Emma, so whatever the questions we are discussing covered or not? See, this is the question also I told you, practice from study material. This is our study material question only. Paper, ink, binding, part, artist, copywriter, client, totally 25 days into 6, 150-hour basis. We are paying these things, but these are working for 80 and 75 and 30 hours respectively based on that. And this is also a question I told you, practice, job completed, out of that rejected units, time allocated, basic wage rate, time taken, bonus, normal working hours fixed. We discussed 42 hours. Here 88 hours provided in the question mark. Bonus paid there 2/3 year 60%. Overtime 10 paid for per hour, 1/3 one off only. This is only there we discussed first 4 hours, next 4 hours. Here first 10 hours, next 10 hours they are discussing. Yeah. See sir, once again, simultaneous equation method. They are giving primary distribution tables. Now you need to use simultaneous equation method. After that they are asking you what is the overhead rate per hour. Sir, understand? Now got the clarity. Whatever the points I conveyed, those only maximum they are covering in the examination part. Sir, agree? Sir, sure. Still, if you have any doubts, let me know. If you are okay, means we'll take a 10 minutes break, and later on I will discuss about cost accounting standards part. Sir, any more queries? If you are okay, means we'll take 10 minutes break and we'll come back and we'll discuss about cost accounting standards. I will make you to write which way you are supposed to present in the examination. Sir Shura, yeah, we'll come back in 10 minutes. We'll start with the cost accounting standard part. Okay, sir. Okay, ma. You come back. Here, let's start our discussion regarding cost accounting standards. Yeah. So, how to frame cost accounting standards? For that CMA point of view, either study group or expert group or cost accounting standard board, they are the persons framing of cost accounting standards. Okay, Ra? And first, what they will do, study the existing cost accounting standards and they will think that is there any revision or updation required in the existing cost accounting standards, or is there any need to issue a new cost accounting standard, or they will check. In case if they feel yes, we are supposed to do the revision of the concerned things. If the answer is yes, then the study group or expert group draft proposed cost accounting standard. They will send to ICMA. Then the next ICMA will send to NEFRA. So then NEFRA will study the proposed cost accounting standard. If they are okay with that, once again this NEFRA will communicate their comments or suggestions for that particular cost accounting standard. Then the ICMA, whatever the suggestions or recommendations given by the concerned committee, suggestions made by the concerned NEFRA will taken into account, and finally ICMA so conform to the central government. Central government will approve such cost accounting standard after they consulted with NEFRA. Now, if you understand this entire process point of view, this entire processing point of view, what will happen means NEFRA is playing very important role here. NEFRA is playing a very important role here. Yeah. Disturb అవుతుంది అక్కడ ఆల్రెడీ ఏంటి. Yeah, this is the concept, Ra. So once what we are doing, study group or expert group, they are what they are doing, drafted the proposed cost accounting standard. Yeah, to whom? ICMA. Then ICMA communicating the concerned things with whom? NEFRA. Then what they are doing? So whatever the proposals given to NEFRA, they are study the entire part of the concerned things. Then whatever the comments or suggestions are there, that should be recommended to the ICMA itself. Then ICMA what they will do? The proposed whatever the cost accounting standard based on the suggestions made by NEFRA, the finally the ICMA board proposed the cost accounting standard to the central government. Then central government will approve the concerned cost accounting standard with the consultation of NEFRA. This is what the concept. This is what the concept. Sir, if law is recommending one thing, cost accounting standard is recommending one thing. Which one we are supposed to follow? Law only, because your cost accounting standard should not be in a position to violate the rules. So if there is any inconsistency or something wrong with the cost accounting standard, then also you are supposed to commensurate with the law only. This is the part. Okay. Next, what is the establishment of cost accounting standard board set up by whom? Council of ICMA. And the main objective of cost accounting standard board, two times asked this concept, what are the objectives of cost accounting standard board? So they issue the framework for cost accounting standards to assist the members in preparation of uniform cost statements under various statutes law point of view. They are assisting who? Members regarding what? Preparation. What they want to maintain preparation point of view, uniform cost statements they want to maintain. And later on, they need to equip the cost and management accounting professional with the guidelines on cost accounting practices like our the people how they are supposed to perform their practices in their professional point of view. They will try to give the guidelines to the concerned professionals. At the same time, they provide from time to time basis interpretation of cost accounting standards. Any changes or updates are there, they try to give the concerned things and guidelines for implementation of cost accounting standards. They issue application guidance relating to a particular standard. They educate the users about utility and need for compliancing the cost accounting standard. In case if you follow the cost accounting standards, what are the benefits you are going to receive? These kind of things they maybe try to educate the users. Users means who are following the cost accounting standards. And to propagate the cost accounting standard, persuade the users to adopt them in preparation of and presentation of cost statements point of view. Also these things playing an important role. Which one? Cost accounting standard board is playing an important role. Okay, sir. At the same time, composition, if you check, one chairperson, 6 members represented by council, one nominee of the central government, one advisor and cost audit branch and MCA point of view, one nominee of the central government represented by CBEC, one nominee by the concerned central government represented by direct taxes, 2 members of the institute represented by leading companies. Who are the top companies? From the 2 members can be involved, and 4 nominees from the regulators, that C&AG, RBI, TRI, SEBI. From these areas, 4 members are allowed. 2 members from the professional institutes like our colleagues ICA and ICSA, like that, and 3 members of industry associations. 2 members from academic institutions like IAM, IBM, like that, and 4 eminent practicing members of our board. Eminent means famous. And president means not country president. So president of our board is authorized to include a maximum of 2 eminent person having knowledge expertise in cost and management accounting also should be included. In addition to that, 3 permitted invites observed from CMA from Sri Lanka, Pakistan and Bangladesh. These are all should be composition of your cost accounting standard board point of view. This question also asked a few times in the examination. That's the reason only I included these parts. And now concentrate, sir. Try to remember this part and you can answer any cost accounting standard in the examination. Got it, sir? Focus. Presentation of cost accounting standard. Objective. How to present the cost accounting standards in the examination point of view. First, the objective of this standard is to bring uniformity and consistency in the principles and methods of which cost accounting standard they asked in the examination. Just replace that particular name under that. So, what is the common point you are supposed to write? The objective of this standard is to bring uniformity and consistency in the principles and methods of cost accounting standard. Suppose you are talking about transport, if you are talking about selling and distribution, if you are talking about employee cost, if you are talking about direct expenses, which is the standard name they are asking you, replace that particular standard name there. What is the scope? This standard shall be appeared to cost statements, including those required attention, which require once again write on the cost accounting standard name. That means these lines are common. Scope. The standard shall be appeared to cost statements, including those required attestation, which requires write on the standard name. So 2 points common. You presented 2 points. After that, common points, totally 7 we have. These 7 points, every cost accounting standard point of view you can write. These 7 points you can write down every cost accounting standard point of view. One is abnormal loss shall not be form part of cost. Cost is valued at standards only. If you find out any abnormal variances, those things should be excluded. Any imputed cost shall be excluded. If you receive any credit recovery, that should be deducted from the cost. If you receive any subsidy or government grant, that should be reduced from the cost. Generally, you need to follow. You can't change your cost accounting policies. When you can do the changes in law, composition of cost accounting standard, better presentation point of view, you can do the necessary changes, and any fines and penalties are there should be excluded. These common 7 points you can write in every cost accounting standard point of view. So now you got totally 9 points. So first objective, second scope, then common points point of view, write down these are all 7 points. And finally go with disclosure part. Disclosure also, this is the way 5 points you are supposed to draft it. Totally how many points? 14 points. Happily you can get 6 marks in the examination. So for your purpose, you can't remember all the standards reading na, then just follow this format, fill that particular format, more than enough. Cost accounting policies towards that particular standard, subsidy or incentive received towards that particular standard, fines and penalties paid during the period about that particular cost accounting standard name. Disclose the reason for change in cost accounting policies, if any, as per that particular standard. Special disclosures are to be made where it to be material and significant. These 5 points common. So here you are just replaced with the cost accounting standard name. That's it, sir. This is the way you can do cost accounting standards very comfortably. So which standards we are supposed to focus? 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 10. These are the standards they are focusing more in the examination. Yeah, and you are supposed to read all the standard number and name, that is not exceptional. 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 10. These are all compulsory you are supposed to learn. After reading all these things also, if you want to read the remaining standard, just read. But these standards compulsory you are supposed to read down. These standards you are compulsory supposed to read. Yeah, got it? This is the way disclosure should be there. One more time, Sira. Objective is what? The objective of this standard is to bring the uniformity and consistency in the principles and methods of which standard they are asking. Just write down that particular standard name. Scope. What is the scope you are supposed to write? This standard shall be approached to cost statements including those required attention which require so and so standard name. So objective and the scope clear as sir. What is scope you are supposed to write? One more time repeat. The standard shall be appeared to cost statement including those required attestation which require, just write down which is the standard they are asking in the examination. Just write down that particular standard name. And what are the common 7 points you are supposed to write? Abnormal cost shall not be form part of your cost. And if you always cost should be valued at standard. If you find any abnormal deviation, that should be excluded. Imputed cost should be excluded. And if you have any credit recovery, that should be subtracted from the cost. If you have any subsidy or grant, shall be reduced from the cost. And you need to follow cost accounting policies in a consistent manner. If there is any changes, when only changes are applicable, change in the law or change in the concerned composition of cost accounting standard, you feel that when compared to past, you are in a position to present the concerned things in a better manner. And finally, any penalties or fines should be excluded from the cost. These 7 points you can write down in any particular standard point of view. As it is, copy paste the 7 points. Okay. Then disclosure. Cost accounting policies towards so and so standard name. Subsidy are received towards so and so standard name. What are the fines and penalties paid during the concerned things towards so and so cost accounting standard name? What are the disclosure reasons for change in cost accounting policies towards so and so standard in case if you do any changes in that accounting year point of view? If you want to disclose, any special disclosures are to be made where it is material and significant. These disclosure part 5 points also common you can write down. Just wherever I put the dash, just write down the standard name itself. More than enough. So learn this particular format. You can write any cost accounting standard very comfortably. Sure, sir. Just check with the points. Still, if you have any doubt, let me know. Yes, sir. It's an easy to present now cost accounting standards in the exam or not. Yes, sir. What's your reaction? Is it easy to learn right now cost accounting standards? Sure, sir. Yeah, ma, this standard. No, ma, comments are on only. Yeah, ma, standard names are enough if you present it in that format. Yeah, yeah, thank you. That's it. Yeah. So with this, actually, we're done with the first part. Around you can expect 13 marks from module 1. Sira, module 1, 13 marks part covered, and module 2, 20 marks. Module 3, weightage is 10 marks only, but I am expecting 11 to 13 marks from this particular module. Yeah. So this is the part already we done, ma. This is the part already we done. Our next session is very important to us. Survive module 5, module 4, module 5, module 6. Right now, we'll try to discuss module 4, module 5 and module 6 in the afternoon session. Once after the lunch break, we'll go for that session. Here also, you can expect 10 marks part, because one 7 marks question compulsory, 1 or 2 MCQs they are generating from this area. But don't miss the afternoon session, because you know the weightage of module 5 and module 6. The weightage is 60 marks. Who are doing management accounting also, who are writing, for them this part is playing very important. For them that module 6 is playing very important role. Okay, na sir? So now let's focus on module 4, that is cost of bookkeeping. Sir, cost of bookkeeping point of view, if you understand, what are the major questions they are repeatedly asking? Reconciliation statements, sir. Correct? So reconciliation statements, if you want to solve, what is the first things you need to try to remember? Few points. First, what items only including in financial accounting but not in cost accounting you need to consider. Second, which items only including cost accounting but not in financial accounting. Correct? That is a part. And later on, depreciation, what is showing in financial books, what is showing in costing books, both are not equal. Same way, under our over absorption part will happen in costing books. Sir, why under our over absorption only happening in costing books only? Because financial books always record actuals. The recovery part should not be there in financial books. Where only recovery part should be included, only costing books point of. That's the reason under our over concept when compared to financial books happen with cost accounting books only. So these are the reasons you need to check it whether really you are concerned cost accounting point of view adjustment should be done. Majority of the cases if you see will starting with the costing books profit only. For you simple tip I am telling you right now regarding cost of bookkeeping under reconciliation part. Try to remember this trip, this particular tip. Ma. So first, if you are starting with costing book profit, simple thing, check with the transaction. Because of the transaction, costing profit increasing or decreasing, check it. Sir, costing profit is increasing because of the transaction, less that particular item. So check with the transaction. Because of the transaction, costing profit is decreasing. Yes, sir. Add that particular transaction. Done with reconciliation. One more time, sir. Whatever the transaction given in the question, let's take an example. Interest received recorded in financial books. Interest received recorded in financial books. Now interest received is income. Yes, sir. These income is recorded in the costing books. No, sir. Then automatically because of the transaction costing profit increase or decrease decrease. Then what we are supposed to do? Add. That's it. Take, let's example, depreciation under financial books 2000, costing books 3000. How much you are showing in costing books? 3000. How much you are showing in financial books? 2000. How much extra you showed in costing books? 1000 rupees. Because of the 1000 rupees expenses recorded in the costing books, costing profit increased or decreased? Decreased. So because of the transaction, costing profit is decreasing means what we are supposed to do, I said, add. Same way. Bad debts not recorded in the costing books. Bad debts is a loss. Where only that is recording financial books. Where it was not recording costing books. Expenses not recorded. Because of this transaction, costing profit, what will happen? Increases. So what I told you, because of the transaction, costing profit increases means what we are supposed to do? Less. Done with reconciliation, sir. Sir, am I clear? Sir, understand the reconciliation part? Yes, sir. Clear? Okay. Okay. Fine. Now, once we'll see one problem. We'll see one problem. Based on that, you will get the clarity. Once seen, Anna. Illustration number 5. During a particular year, the auditor certified a financial account showing a profit of 1,68,000, whereas the same as per costing books was coming out 2,40,000. Given the following information, you are asked to prepare reconciliation statement showing the reasons for the gap. Now, this is already provided trading and P&L account part, and they provided the net profit part as well as. Now, if you check with, these are the costing records they are showing. Book value of closing stock given. Factory overheads have been absorbed to the extent 1,89,900 and sundry income is not considered. The absorption of direct wages 2,46,000. Administration expenses are covered 3% of selling expenses, and selling expenses include 5% for selling expenses. Selling price includes. Sir, bad debts. Ma, what if you have bad debts with you? These bad debts where only you are recording financial books, where not recording costing books point of view. If expenses are not recorded in costing books, so costing profit is increasing. So what is the point I told you? Because of the transaction, costing profit is increasing means what we are supposed to do? Less that particular item. Got it? So next one, continue. Selling price include 5% of selling expenses. This is what they provided. See the costing point of view they provided. These are the amounts. First we'll calculate 5%. 34,65,000 into 5% ma. 34,65,000 into 5%. 1,73,250. Administration expenses are 3% of selling price. 34,65,000 into 3%. 1,03,950. Okay. Now, material point of view, no information. Means what is the meaning? Whatever the amount given in the question of financial records, same amount is recording. Even opening stock also no information means how much it was booked in financial records, same was booked in costing point of view also. Direct wages, how much in finance? 2,30,000. How much they are showing in costing point of view? 2,46,000. That means 16,000 rupees of expenses we are showing more in costing books. How much expenses, sir? 16,000 expenses. We are showing more in costing books point of. That is the reason what will happen. Now, what I told you, because of the transaction, profit is decreasing means what we are supposed to do, add. So here they are doing as per the financial books. Now we are supposed to do under costing part. So costing profit is how much? Ma? So 2,40,000 starting with, and direct wages 16,000 because of over add. Next up, factory overheads, how much in finance? 2,10,000. How much in the concerned factory? 2,10,000 minus 1,89,800. So 20,200 rupees of expenses you are showing less. Where's our costing point? Sir, one more time. Because of the transaction, costing profit is increasing or decreasing? Increasing. Sir. Why expenses showing less now? Because of that, what will happen? Costing profit more. What we are supposed to do? Deduct. So less 20,200. Next. Closing stock, how much in finance? 7 lakh 50. How much they recorded in costing books? 7 lakh 80. 30,000 rupees of closing stock was overvalued. Now, first of all, closing stock overvalued means what will happen? Profit will increases. Correct? Where you are doing overvaluation? Costing books point of. Whenever you did the overvaluation of costing part, so 30,000 costing profit is what happening? Increasing. Sir, because of the transaction, costing profit increasing means what we are supposed to do? Less. Next, administration expenses 95,000. How much we are showing in costing? So 8,950 rupees expenses. You are showing more in costing books. Expenses showing more means profit. What will happen with the costing records is decreases. Because of the transaction, costing profit decreases means what I told you, add. So add 8950. Same way, selling expenses, how much you are showing in finance? 2,25,000. How much you are showing in costing? So 2,25,000 minus 1,73,250. So 51,750 rupees of expenses you are showing less in costing books. Now, whenever you are showing less expenses in the costing books, what will happen? Costing profit is more. To get the right profit, what we are supposed to do, Nana? Deduct only. Jara, correct hai na? Done with all the parts. One more point was there, sundry income. Income, where not recorded? Costing. Because of the transaction, if income not recorded means costing profit is decreasing. So because of the transaction, costing profit is decreasing means what we are supposed to do? Add 5,000. So what should be add? You are supposed to add. What should be deducted? Deduct. Then finally you will get net profit as per financial books you come to know. This is the way you are supposed to approach your reconciliation part. Sir, understand? Sometimes you are supposed to prepare cost sheet also. They will ask you to prepare the cost sheet. Already you are aware how to do cost sheet. So prepare the cost sheet. And sometimes they will give you financial profit. Sometimes you are only yourself. You are supposed to prepare the P&L account also. Then prepare the P&L account first. Then prepare the cost sheet. Based on that, start doing reconciliation part. Sir, among these questions, compulsory practice that question now. Because normal output here is 2 lakh units, but sales are happened 2,50,000 units. This case point of view, you come to know the adjustment parts like these things. See, Once see the question, direct material consumed, direct wages, factory expenses, office expenses, selling and distribution, they provided the net profit. Sales also given. So now see what is the factory overheads are fixed up to 60,000. So what is the factory overheads given? 1,20,000. See Nana? Factory overheads 1,20,000 point of view, 60,000 is fixed. Another 60,000 was variable. Here only very careful students will commit mistake, especially this particular point. Please concentrate. So 2 lakhs units. Sir, 2 lakhs units basis, I want to recover 60,000 my fixed cost. But as of now, my production capacity increased to 2,50,000. Sir, what about, sir? Normally variable cost will change na? Yes, sir. Variable cost will change according to the level of output. But in this question, variable cost will change according to the level of output. Which is the cost point of view. See, your normal output is 2 lakhs. So you want to recover your overheads based on your capacity. What is previous capacity of yours? 2 lakhs units. But as of now, how many units you want to recover? 2,50,000 units, because sale part was 2,50,000. So you want to recover 60,000 when if you have a capacity of 2 lakh units. Whenever it was increased to 2,50,000, you are supposed to recover 75,000 itself. Proportionate basis, you are supposed to increase your recovery part. This is the very important calculation in the examination. Very careful, because people normally do adjustment with variable part. Sir, variable part will change according to the level of activity. Yes, here your variable will change according to your level of activity. You don't want to do any necessary changes with them. But what about your fixed production overheads? You want to recover 60,000 watt basis, 2 lakh units basis. So 60,000 divided by 2 lakh units, then per unit you will get 0.3. I want to recover per unit 30 paisa. But as of now, my production was how much? Because I am selling 2 lakh 50 means I need to produce 2 lakh 15 into 0.3, 75,000 I am supposed to recover. That's the reason only here 75 and 60,000. Same way administration expenses also. 2 lakhs point of view, I want to recover 40,000. But as of now, my production capacity increased to how much? 2,50,000. 2 lakhs point of view, 40,000 means 0.2 per unit into 2,50,000, then we'll get 50,000 rupees. Because entire administrative expenses are fixed already, they said in the question. Selling and distribution, fixed extent of 50,000. Out of 80,000, 50,000 fixed. So 30,000 is variable. 50,000 I want to recover when if I want to produce 2 lakh units. But actually now my production capacity increased to how much? 2,50,000. So each unit how much? 0.25. So 2,50,000 into 0.25 how much? 62,500. So your selling and distribution is 92,500. Your office overheads are 50,000. Your factory overheads are 1,35,000. Very important problem. Got it, ma? So once you done with that reconciliation, start with profit as per financial books. So once you do the adjustments, 1 lakh, 7 lakh 77,500, sales already given 7 lakh 50,000. Then you are suffering with what? Last part. Got it? So you are starting with 27,500. If you observe, 15,000 you charged more with your factory overheads, and 10,000 you charged more with your office expenses, and 12,500 you charged more about your selling and distribution expenses. All your overhead expenses are more you are charging. Which what you are charging more? Expenses. Whenever you are charging expenses more, then automatically costing profit was what happened with that? Decreased. To get the right profit, what we are supposed to do? Add. But here you are starting with 27,500 loss. Your factory overheads are 15,000 add, and administrative overheads are 10,000 add, and 12,500 you are supposed to add. So your selling and distribution overheads, because in finance 80 costing part we are showing 92,500. So selling overheads, sorry, administrative overheads 40 you are showing as per financial books, costing point of view 50,000 it was. So factory overheads 1,20,000 you are showing in your where finance point, but costing point of view 1,35,000. Whenever you are charging all these overheads more in costing profit was decreased. To get the right profit, we are supposed to add that particular things. Because of negative, finally you will get 10,000. That is the finance profit. This is the most wanted question. You are supposed to focus in reconciliation part. Sir, clear? Still, if you have any doubt, let me know. Sir, if you are okay means let me know. Then one more part we will discuss, that is journal entries part. With that, we'll conclude the morning session, and we'll take half an hour break, and then we'll start with our most important two modules, fifth module and sixth module. Emma, any more doubts? Yeah. Here are next continue with our journal entry part. This is the next area they are focusing more in the examination part. Correct? Sir, for this simple thing, remember raw material control account, 2 WIP, 2 finished goods, 2 cost of sales, 2 costing P&L account, 2 GLA account. Under that we maybe do wages payment also. Then FOH control, AOH control, SOH control account. See the journal entries, listen carefully, sir. Just 10 minutes time, we'll done with this particular session part. So, what are the entries we required? What is the material purchases point of view? What is the entry linking with GLA? Sir, whenever you are doing under non-integrated accounting system point of view, real and personal accounts replaced with one and only account, that is general ledger adjustment account. So whenever you are opening general ledger adjustment account, the meaning is you are doing under non-integrated accounting system. Okay. So what is the difference between integrated accounting and non-integrated accounting system? Under integrated accounting system, we have only one set of books of accounts, only one profit. That's the reason there is no concept of reconciliation. When it comes to non-integrated accounting system, you are maintaining two set of books of accounts. One is under cost accounting system, another one is under financial accounting system. That's the reason you will get two amount of profits. Whether the profits is equal or not, definitely they are not equal, because the reasons already I explained you under our over absorption, depreciation calculation, stock valuations. Yeah, certain items only included in financial accounting, certain items only included under cost accounting. That's the reason you will get differences in between cost accounting and financial accounting. So now here we are talking about what? Journal entries part, because they are not asking any ledger accounts in the examination part, but focus more with journal entry. This is the easy question to score 7 marks very comfortably. Got it, sir? When it comes to integrated accounting system, wherever general ledger adjustment account was opened, just replace with the cash account, bank account, debtors account, creditors account. These accounts should be replaced with only one and only account, general ledger adjustment account is coming into picture. Okay. So what is the entry for raw material purchases? Raw material control to GLA account we will write. If it is a non-integrated accounting system, it is an integrated accounting means what is the entry we will write? GLA should replace with cash or bank. If you purchase it on cash basis, if you are purchasing it on the credit basis, just replace your GLA with either, so creditors point of view, just replace with that. Then once you purchased the raw material, those raw material will issue to working progress itself. What is the entry for issuing raw material to WIP? Which is receiving department? WIP. That should be debited. Which is the amount, which is the department is transferring? Raw material control account. Then what is the entry? WIP to raw material control account. Purchases one entry, transfer second entry. Sometimes you may be purchases your material specially for a job, then don't write raw material control to GLA account. Whenever specifically you are purchasing, those units directly transfer to where? Working progress. Then what is the entry for that? WIP control account debit to GLA account we will write down. This is our third journal entry. These raw material, if we are sending for repairs, that should be where? Transfer factory. Where you are doing repairs, factory point of view. That's the reason where you will transfer factory overheads. What is the journal entry for that? FOH control to raw material control account we will write down. This is the fourth journal. If you have any gain, that should be loss, that should be transferred to costing P&L account. If you have normal loss means, that is also should be adjusted with factory overheads, normal loss. If you have any abnormal loss, that should be transferred to costing P&L account. So these are the 5 entries in related to raw material control account you will see. And one more part, remember, whatever the goods issued for production, there may be return possible. Whatever the goods you purchased, that is also return possible. Whatever the original entry you return, just pass reverse entry. That is more than enough. Then wages point of view link up. Working progress point of view, you will link with direct wages. So indirect wages part linking with factory overheads. Sir, first what is the entry for wages paid? Wages control account debit to GLA account if it is a non-integrated. If it is an integrated part, then what is the entry you are supposed to go with? Yara, if it is an integrated, just GLA replace with cash or bank account itself. Okay, na? Next, direct wages entry. WIP to direct wages control account. Indirect wages linking with what? Factory overheads. Factory overheads control to wages control account. One more time. What is the total wages paid entry? Wages to GLA. Integrated means wages to cash or bank account. Okay. Wages are cash or bank account. Okay. Next, direct wages entry, WIP to wages control account. Indirect wages, FOH to wages control account we are supposed to write. So here, wages paid part is linking with GLA. This is the 6th journal entry. Direct wages 7th journal entry. Factory overheads 8th journal entry. Okay. Then WIP to finished goods transfer our 9th entry. So once you done with working progress part, where you will transfer finished goods only. What is the entry for the finished good part? Finished goods control account to WIP control account. Then finished goods to where you will transfer cost of sales. Then what is the entry for that? Cost of sales to finished goods control account. Cost of sales to where you will transfer costing P&L account. What is the entry for that? Costing P&L to cost of sales account. These are the 11 journal entries. Then factory overheads incurred, administrative overheads incurred, selling and distribution overheads incurred. These are all what? Overheads incurred. Overheads incurred. Overheads incurred. Factory overheads incurred. What is the journal entry? FOH to GLA. AOH incurred. AOH to GLA. SOH incurred. What is the journal entry? SOH to GLA. So we are done with 12, 13, 14 journal entries. Then absorbed part. Factory overheads absorption is factory overheads absorbed linking with WIP and administrative overheads absorbed linking with what? Finished goods. Selling and distribution overheads linking with what? Cost of sales. Sir, how to remember? Sir, easy, sir. After factory overheads only in your cost sheet, you will do adjustment of working progress. That's the reason factory overheads absorbed is linking with what? Working progress itself. Later on, administrative overheads linking with what? Finished goods. If administration is not related to production, after finished goods adjustment only you will do adjustment of finished goods. After finished goods only you will do administrative overheads adjustment. Sometimes, in case administration is related to production, after administrative overheads cost of production, then only you will add finished goods. That's the reason. Administrative overheads absorbed linking with what? Finished goods. Same way, selling and distribution overheads linking with what? Cost of sales. After adjustment of selling and distribution overheads only you will get cost of sales. By link up that you can remember 14 journal entry. Once you got profit or loss part, that should be transferred to general ledger adjustment account. That is our 15th journal entry. This is the way you are supposed to learn your journal entry part. Yes, sir. So if you learn these journal entries more than enough, trust me, you can answer 7 marks question very comfortably. Got it, sir? Check it, and still if you have any doubt, let me know. If you are okay means right now we'll take lunch break and we'll come back. Our most important session, module 5 and module 6. Don't go away. Especially, and one more thing, sir. So many people without subscribing only, they are seeing our channel. So you are benefited, but you are not subscribing. Please subscribe to our channel, Tejas Classes for CA and CMA Guru. Got it, sir? And still, if you have any doubts, let me know quickly and we'll wind up the session right now and we'll start after exactly half an hour. We'll start our most important session. Trust me, which of the questions I will let you know, those questions you are going to see in the examination part. Sir, any doubts? Let me know. Yes, sir. No doubts. Okay, sir. No more doubts. Fine, sir. Then once again, we'll resume at sir. Once we're done with the methods of costing, then we'll go with marginal, standard, and budget part. I think so. To finish the concern things, at least it will take 2 hours for me to cover with all the methods of costing. And once if I done with, then I will start with marginal, budgetary, and standard part. If you are okay, means we'll stop right now, and once again we'll resume at 150. Yama, welcome back. Yara, welcome back to Teja's classes, ma. So now, Yara, welcome back. Let's start with our discussion part right now with the methods of costing. Ra. In that first part, I'm focusing on job costing. Ma, under job costing point of view, focus on two concepts. One is illustration number 5 and second one is illustration number 3. These two concepts are very important for us. Let's see the discussion part. And before starting with this particular session, Nana, remember two note points. What are the two note points? Factory overheads are charged as a percentage on direct wages. Administrative overheads and selling and distribution overheads are charged as a percentage on works cost. There are only these two note points. If you remember, you can done with job costing also. So based on these two note points, we can do the entire problems. But here we need to focus on two problems. One is illustration number 3, another one is illustration number 5. Let's discuss. So already job number 555 point of view. Here, so based on that note points, we'll start with the session part. So job number 555, they provided the actual informations. Until this, there is no problem with the job preparation part. The where is the problem generated means here. How they added or what basis they charged one third is the issue here. And if you check with the analysis part of the concerned things, material, wages for XYZ, overheads for XYZ, what is the works cost, what is the selling expenses, everything provided in the question mark. It is noticed that average hourly rate 3 departments XYZ are similar. There is no change in related to that. Calculate the entire revised cost using actual figures as the basis. You are supposed to find out the overhead recovery rates, add 20% profit to the total cost and determine the selling price. Here first, what is the important point? Working notes. What working notes are? Factory overheads percentage on direct wages. First part you are supposed to do. Second part, selling expenses percentage on works cost you are supposed to. Sir, how to find out factory overheads percentage on direct wages part means here. So how to find out the factory overheads percentage? Here already given department X direct wages are how much? 10,000. Department X factory overheads how much? What is the percentage? 50%. Then what about this one ma? Factory overheads percentage. Department Y on department Y wages. 3/4 means 75%. What about department Jedra? Wages are 8,000 and overheads are 2,000. That means 25%. This is our rates factory overheads we are applying on direct wages point of view. Okay. And what is the second part? Selling expenses percentage on works cost. What is the works cost given in the question? 2 lakhs. Some questions point of view, they will provide you works cost. Some of the questions point of view, we need to find out the works cost. Okay, na sir? So here in this question already they provided the works cost. So go with the same. And what is the selling expenses given in the question? 20%. So what is the percentage? 20,000 divided by 2 lakhs into 100. That is equal to 10%. We are applying. Got it, sir? This is the part you find out the percentage. Once you done with this percentage, problem is so simple, sir. See here. Until this I said already there is no change until 120 rupees. Here they did differently, will go differently. Department X 20 into 50%, that is equal to 10. Here 15 into 75%, 11.25. 4 into 10 into 25%, that is equal to 2.5. Total lira 23.75 is our overheads part. Once you added that one, you are getting what works cost. Now only we calculated what is the selling overheads percentage on works cost, 10%. So 143.75 into 10%, that is equal to, you can write 14.375 or you can round off also, it's okay. And what is the profit they mentioned? Add profit 20% on what cost? What is the cost we calculated? 158.13. So on the 20% we applied then you got the profit. Finally you fix the selling price. This question was important under job costing. And one more question right now we are discussing. But entire job costing was depending upon only two note points. What are the factory overheads are charged as a percentage on direct wages. Selling and distribution overheads and administrative overheads are charged as a percentage on works cost. You know about these two note points done with the works cost calculation. Sorry, done with the job cost calculation. So once again, let's see the illustration number 3 also. Same only. They given material, wages, selling overheads, administrative overheads, factory overheads, profit also. Just you want to prepare the cost sheet. Such an easy thing to prepare. Materials plus wages, prime cost. Add factory overheads, then works cost. Add administrative overheads, then cost of production or cost of goods. Add selling and distribution overheads, cost of sales. Add profit. Finally, you are getting the sales part. Once you calculated, what is the second bit? Material and wages they provided, and it would be the price of the work order if the factory intends to earn the same rate of profit on sales. What is the profit percentage on sales? 6 lakh 9,000 divided by 36 lakh 54,000 into 100. That means how much ma? 1/6 on sales. ORR, you can say 1/5 on cost. So why you are converting to on cost? Because the next year while you are calculating, we maybe have with us cost. We don't have the selling price. That's the reason we are converting the profit percentage on cost. The second point what they are indicating, selling and distribution overheads has gone up by 15%. How much it was increased? They said 15% it was increased. Here also in study material they committed mistake. So what is that part? Let's see. Your selling overheads are 5,25,000 nana, and your works cost is 21 lakhs. So what is the selling overheads percentage on works cost equal to 25%. Sir, how we got it? 5,25,000 divided by 21 lakhs into 100. Then you will get 25%. Okay. And gone up by means 25% into 115%, 28 point, 1 second. 25 into 115%, 28.75%. But by mistake in study material, instead of this, they took it as 40%. That means what they did, 25% plus 15% added, they took it as 40%. But gone up by means you are not supposed to add. Gone up to means you need to add the 15%. See the question carefully. Here which word they are using, the word Nana? Gone up by word they are using. Whenever gone up by word they are using, you are supposed to add. You are not supposed to. Gone up to means you are supposed to add. Gone up by means you are supposed to multiply. Then which is the percentage you are supposed to take? 28.75%. Same way, you need to find out factory overheads on direct wages. Factory overheads percentage on direct wages. Direct wages equal to 7,50,000. Factory overheads equal to 4.5 lakhs. Therefore, percentage equal to 4.5 lakhs divided by 7.5 lakhs into 100. How much percentage we will go with? 60%. So once done with that part, then what is left with administrative overheads? What is administrative overheads given in the question? 4,20,000. What is works cost you got? 21 lakhs. Therefore, percentage equal to 4.2 lakhs divided by 21 lakhs into 100, that is equal to 20%. Now, whatever the percentages with you, administrative overheads percentage with you, selling and overheads revised percentage with you, profit percentage on sales you know, factory overheads percentage you got it. Now, by using these informations, what they are asking, see the question once. Percentage on direct wages, factory overheads, administration selling overheads as a percentage and works cost based on the cost rates relevant in the previous year. That's the reason we took it as previous year basis. Now we are supposed to find out the selling price of the new work job order. See the material okay, Wages also last year and this year both are same. Factory overheads we got the percentage, and we got administrative overheads percentage also. Here mistake ra. You need to take 24 lakhs into 28.75 percentage ma. So 24 lakhs into 28.75 percentage. Here we are supposed to take 6 lakh 90,000 ma. So add 28 lakh 80,000. Then you are getting 35 lakh 70,000 is your total cost. Then ma profit 1/6 on sales, ORR 1/5 on cost. 1/5 means how much? 7 lakh 14,000 we will get. Totally 42 lakh 84,000 we are supposed to do. This is the way you are supposed to calculate the things. So some mistakes are there. So accept. Don't blame ICMI. So accept those mistakes and do the necessary changes. Yes, sir. Check it. Still, if you have any doubt, let me know. So based on this, what is required for you, you covered under job costing. And remember, what is the theory you are supposed to read under job costing means job costing versus batch costing, job costing versus process costing. What is the job cost and what are the features of job costing? These are the three questions you are supposed to concentrate. One more time, what is the meaning and features of job costing? They may be ask you. Are job costing versus still, if you have any doubts, let me know. Hello, Emma. Any more doubts? Yeah, fine. Let's go with batch costing. More in addition to these questions and whatever the sure shot exemption point of view, I uploaded one video in the YouTube. Please go through with that particular video and whatever the questions I presented there, please do those questions compulsory. Got it? Batch costing point of view, give priority to question number 10. I think so. Everybody knows that. I will go with that particular question only. Correct, sir? Component gold is made entirely in cost center 100, 6 paisa per component, and each component take 10 minutes to produce. The machine operator is paid 70 paisa, 72 paisa per hour. Machine hour rate is 1 rupee 50 paisa. The setting up of the machine to produce the component gold takes 2 hours 20 minutes. Here two kind of concepts we have with us. One is setup time, second one is operating time. Setting time, operating time. Sir, if you want to set the machinery, how many hours you required? 2 hour 20 minutes you required. These 2 hour 20 minutes, what you required to you? One is operator, second one is machine. Correct, sir? Once the setup was done, how many units you want? you can produce that many. If you want 10, 100, 1000, how many you want, you can go for that particular things. Operator, what is the amount he is charging? 72 paisa per hour. That means 60 minutes you are paying 72 paisa, means 2 hour 20 minutes means 140 minutes. How much you are supposed to pay? That is, you will get 1.68. So this is constant. If you are producing 10 components, if you are producing 100 components, if you are producing 1000 components, this 1.68 is common. Why? To set up the machinery, the operator supposed to spend 2 hour 20 minutes. That means 140 minutes he need to work. For that 140 minutes if you done, then only you will start production of 10 or 100 or 1000 like that. That's the reason setup cost point of view, operating wages fixed as 1.68 based on 2 hour 20 minutes. Then Meshenra, how much amount you need to pay? 1 rupee 50 paisa. So 60 minutes you are supposed to pay 1 rupee 50 paisa, means 140 minutes. How much you are supposed to pay? That means simply how much? 3.5 rupees. So these two expenses are common when setup point of view. For how many components point of view, whether you are producing 10 components, whether you are producing 100 components, whether you are producing 1000 components also, the concept is same. The amount you are going to getting or incurred will be same. Then sir, operating time. Sir, how to find out operating time? See here. If you want to operate, what is required to you? Machine and labor. See here, 10 components, 100 components, 1000 components we are talking. Clearly they said each component how much time taking, they mentioned in the question 10 minutes. So 10 components, how much time required to you? 100 minutes. Here 1000 minutes. Here 10,000 minutes are required to you. And already you know operator wages you may be paid. So 60 minutes point of view you will pay 72 paisa. Then for 100 minutes how much? So 0.72 into 100 divided by 60, that is equal to 1.2. So running point of view, to produce 10 components, how much wages you are supposed to pay to the worker? 1 rupee 20 paisa. Sir, how? One component 10 minutes. So 10 components 100 minutes. 1 hour you are paying 72 paisa. That means 60 minutes 72 paisa means 100 minutes how much? Then you will get 1 rupee 20 paisa. Then 100 components, 10 times more, you will pay 12 rupees. When it comes to 1000 components, how much you will pay? Then compare it to 100, 10 times more. That's the reason 120 you are paying. This is what operator wages. Then what about overheads? Sir, what is this overheads? You are using machinery na? For all the concerned components, if you want to produce, means you require machinery or not? Yes, sir. Sir, already you mentioned here machine point of view amount, that is setup point of view machine cost. Sir. Now we are talking about production point of view, machinery usage point of view. Whatever the amount of cost we are incurring, we are calculating here. Same per 100 minutes, how much? Here 60 minutes point of view you are paying 1 rupee 50 paisa, means per 100 minutes how much? 2.5. Sir, how? One component 10 minutes. For producing 10 components you required how much time? 100 minutes. So machinery 1 hour how much you are paying? 1 rupee 50 paisa. 100 minutes means how much you are supposed to pay? 25. Sorry, 2 rupee 50 paisa. This is for 10 components. 25 per 100 components. 250 per 1000 components point. Sir, this part understand? If you understand these calculations, done with the problem. Kira, understand? Hema, you understand the working part means? Then automatically we can move the main answer. Sir, everyone understand? Yeah. Let's see the components part what they are showing. This is the production cost. This is the setup cost. Here SEMA setup cost 1 rupee 68 paisa, 1 rupee 68 paisa, 1 rupee 68 paisa. Already I told you machine operator, whatever the amount you paid, that is fixed. Once you calculated, if you calculated 10, 100 or 1000, doesn't make any difference. Overheads 3 rupee 50, 3 rupees 50, 3 rupee 50. You want per component divided by with 10, divided by with 100, divided by 1000. You will get per unit cost. Then see the operator wages 1 rupee 20 paisa, 12 rupees, 120 rupees. Overheads 2.5, 25, 250. You want per unit, first situation divided by 10, second situation divided by 100, third situation divided by 1000. Material cost, what they mentioned, 0.06, 6 paisa per component. So per component 6 paisa. So 0.06 into 10, 0.06 into 100, 0.06 into 1000. Then you will get the material cost. Once you got the production point of view material cost, add the three expenses, you will get which three expenses? Material cost to machine operator wages to overheads. So total production cost how much? Same as setup point of view incurred two cost. What are the two cost? Machine operator wages to overheads. If you add both the things, you will get setup cost. If you add your production cost and setup cost, finally you will get the total cost. This is about my batch costing point. Okay, even the same, whatever the points we discussed under material costing, same model questions also there, but there economic order quantity we calculated, here economic batch quantity we are calculating, that's the only difference. So here the formula is square root of 2 into annual demand into setup cost per batch divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. There ordering cost we used, here setup cost per batch we will use. That's the difference. Same concept, everything. This concept focus more, especially problem number 10. So if you are okay with that, we'll go for our next concept, contract costing. Sir, perfect. Shall move to contract costing because the next four topics are very important. If luck is in your favor, four chapters, 4 into 7 marks will come. Theory from batch costing, much was not there. Job only important than the batch. Sir, ready with the four important topics: contract, operating, process, joint products, byproducts. Three compulsory. If luck is in your favor, four questions also you can get. Okay, let's start contract costing. Before starting with the contract costing, one Sira. Totally in contract costing, we have two parties with us. Who are that? Contractor and contractee. Yeah, the agreed price between the contractor and contractee, what we are calling it as contract price. Yeah, and here you are supposed to know few technical terms: work certified to, work uncertified to, estimated profit to, notional profit to, because these terms we are going to use several times while we are discussing contract costing. Sir, what is meant by cost up to date? Till now, whatever the amount of expenditure you incurred towards the contract, that should be considered as cost up to date. Some people call it as till now expenditure also. From the cost up to date, whatever the part was recognized by the value engineer or chartered engineer, that is what we can call it as cost of work certified. Work is done, but recognition part was not done. You maybe call it as work uncertified. See, sir, both the cases, what is done, work is done. What is the only part was pending with us? Recognition part was pending. If work is done, recognition is not done, cost of work uncertified. Work is done, recognition is also done, you can call it as cost of work certified. Okay, so cost of work certified, you can write cost up to date minus cost of work certified. If you want work certified means from cost up to date, you can deduct cost of work uncertified also, you come to know. And another important point you need to remember, cost of work certified always should be valued at market price. Then that is only you can call it as value of work certified. The difference between the value of work certified and the cost of work certified only, we are calling it as notional profit. One more time, the difference between value of work certified and the cost of work certified, what we are calling it as notional profit. And value of work certified always should be valued at what basis? Cost basis. MCQ Patra. So cost of work certified always valued at cost basis. Work uncertified. Cost of work certified should be valued at market price. That is only what we are calling it as value of work certified. The difference between value of work certified and cost of work certified only what we are calling it as notional profit. Okay, that is only formula here written. Sir, if you are based on your notional profit, so degree of completion, when you can call it as notional profit, if degree of completion is less than 90%. Sir, how to find out degree of completion? Work certified by contract price into 100. Then you will get what? Notional profit. Sorry, degree of completion. Once you know degree of completion, if the degree of completion is less than 90%, those are all cases you may be use what? Notional profit. But when it comes to estimated profit, whenever degree of completion is more than or equal to 90%. Sir, one more time, what is the degree of completion formula? Work certified by contract price into 100. Then what you will get? Degree of completion. If your degree of completion is less than 90%, what you are supposed to use? Notional profit. And whenever if your degree of completion is more than 90%, more than or equal to 90%, which one you will use? Estimated profit. But be conscious, sometimes irrespective of the degree of completion, the amount transferred to P&L account decided. When if you have loss, if there is a loss, the degree of completion is irrelevant. The entire amount of loss should be transferred to costing P&L account. This is the point you are supposed to remember. Second, sir, sometimes degree of completion less than 70, sorry, less than 90% only they will provide you in the question. But so further expenditure to complete the contract, they will provide you in the question. So what they are providing, sir? Cost up to date information you have with you. Further expenditure to complete the contract also they will give you in the question. Whenever further expenditure is available with you, the degree of completion is irrelevant for us. The amount transferred to P&L account is depending upon estimated profit. Sir, how? Cost up to date, add further expenditure, then what you will get? Total estimated cost you will get. You know already agreed contract price. The difference between the agreed contract price and the total estimated cost, you can call it as estimated profit. So in that case, degree of completion is irrelevant. So that's the reason while you are transferring the amount to P&L account point of view, while you calculated the degree of completion also, please check with the question, is there any information providing about further expenditure? Got it? If you have further expenditure with you, add that particular amount to do the cost up to date. Then you come to know estimated total cost. Then the amount transferred to P&L account is depending upon estimated profit, not based on notional profit. That is an important point. Got it, sir? Once you understand these theory terms, you are eligible to solve the problematic part. Got it, sir? My theory part, okay. If you are perfect with theory, then the problematic is so easy for you. Got it, ma? And one more time, while you are preparing contract point of view, try to remember whatever the expenses belongs to the contract, only those expenses will be recorded in contract account point. Suppose you may be incur several expenses. If they are not belongs to the contract, don't record them under contract account point of. Got it, sir? Only contract related expenses you are supposed to show. That's the reason only, even if you remember the depreciation calculation, if the asset is utilized for one fifth only, to that extent only we will charge the depreciation. If asset was used for 146 days only, then we will charge the depreciation only to the extent of 146 days itself. This is the point you need to remember. So whatever the expenses you incurred in the contract, everything should be debited in the contract. Sir, what should be credited? Any material returned to site, any material returned to supplier, whatever the closing working progress you have, these are the parts should be included under credit side of the contract account. Based on that, you are in a position to find out according to the degree of completion, whether it is notional profit or estimated profit, or we are able to calculate. What it said. So now once you see the problems which is you are supposed to focus in contract costing. Yeah, most wanted question. Repeatedly they are asking in the examination this model question. Contract price, they provided material sent to site, junior engineer, labor, 30,000 was the machine costing, used only one fifth of the year only in the contract. Working life is estimated 5 years. Scrap value is 2000. Supervisor 2000 per month had devoted only one half of the time only towards the contract. Other expenses, material on site, contract price, and two-thirds of the contract was completed. Architect gave certificate only to the extent of 2 lakhs, out of which 80% paid. Prepare contract account. Or if you check with this question, n number of times asked in the examination. If you open the past examination questions also, this is the first most repeated question in the exam. So this question point of view you need to check with. But before doing contract costing, sir, one more point remember, what is the starting date of the contract and what is the ending date of the contract also, please check it, because here the time is only 9 months, then your entire contract also should be prepared for 9 months only. See, sir, whatever the expenses incurred in the contract should be debited to contract account. 2000 into 9 into only devoted one half on other expenses also. See the depreciation calculation, ma. Cost 30,000, scrap value 2,000, life 5 years. You can charge a total depreciation, but the machinery was used only one fifth in the contract. That's the reason to that extent only we are supposed to show the depreciation. Here don't buy material at site already given in the question mark. Then this is nothing but your balancing fee. Sir, from all your expenses, simply 2,500 means out of 43,000, what is material purchased or sent it to you, out of that 2,500 left. That means 40,500 material utilized in the contract only the meaning. That's the reason this part should be deducted. Whatever the balancing figure you will get, that is nothing but what till now towards the contract, whatever the expenditure incurred by you. One more time, whatever the balancing figure here you got, that is nothing but what till now, whatever the amount of expenditure incurred in the contract. So once you got this one, work certified already given in the question, work uncertified you are supposed to calculate. See sir, two-third of the work was completed, they said. That is cost up to date. In that, how much certified? 50%. Then what is the balance? This is 66.67. Then 16.67%. Sir, how you got 50%? Clearly they said in the question, Sira. However, the architect gave certificate only to the extent of 2 lakhs. This is as a percentage on contract price. 2 lakhs divided by 4 lakhs into 100. How much recognition part was done? 50%. Out of 16.67, 15% work certified was done, means 16.67 is nothing but what? Work uncertified only, meaning. Sir, cost up to date, how much we got? 1 lakh 77,460 we got cost up to date based on the balancing fee. This is equal to how much percentage? Equal 16.67 percentage equal. Then 16.67 percentage, how much you are supposed to calculate? Sir, why you are not comparing with this part? 50% is equal to 2 lakhs na. Then 16.67 percentage, how much? Why you are not calculating that? Why you are going with cost up to date basis only? Sir, if you understand, this is we applied on what? Contract price. So it is inclusive of profit. That's the reason previously I told in the theory part, sir, whatever the work uncertified you have, that should be always valued at cost. That's the reason you are not supposed to calculate this basis. You are supposed to calculate this basis. 66.67 is equal to 1,77,460 means in that 50% recognition done, what is the part left with you? 16.67 percentage. For that, how much you are supposed to calculate. Then you will get what work uncertified part you come to. Once you presented that, then you will get this part. Two-third completed means less than 90% only. So the amount transferred to P&L account is depending upon 2 by 3 into notional profit into cash received by work certificate. So based on your degree of completion, the amount transferred to P&L account is depending upon. Let's take an example. If you check with what we can say, if contract is less than 25%, the amount transferred to P&L account is nil. 25% more but less than 50% means the amount transferred to P&L account is how much? 1 by 3 into notional profit into cash received by work certificate. Whenever the contract is completed more than or equal to 50% but less than 90%, the amount transferred to costing P&L account will be this one. Whenever if the contract is more than 90%, then estimated profit basis the amount transfer part will be decided. Whenever you are doing with amount transfer based on estimated profit, one most famous formula was there. What is that? Estimated profit into cash received by work certified into work certified by contract price you need to take. That is the most famous formula for the estimated profit point of. What it said? This question understand? Still any doubt? Let me know because this is a most wanted question. This is my estimated profit into cash received by work certified into work certified by contract price basis we are supposed to take. By using this formula, you are supposed to find out the amount transferred to P&L account. You can find out. Got it? So then there is no concept of notional profit, only there is a concept of estimated profit only. So then the entire amount of estimated profit point of view, this part basis amount transferred to P&L account will decide it. Sir, balance part where we will transfer working progress. Let's take an example. 50,000 is your notional profit. In that 32,000 you are transferring to P&L account means balance 18,000 where we will transfer working progress reserve. Emma, clear? Who asked a degree of completion more than 90%? Okay. And another important question, that is a part I will discuss right now. Explanation clause basis. This is my illustration number 23. Most wanted question. So this question in the recent examinations they are not touching, that's the reason focus on this question much. So most wanted question. Okay. What is the contract price? 5 lakhs. When it was ended 30th June, started 1st July. Okay, 12 months. Material purchased, wages paid, general expenses, land purchased, material on hand, wages accrued, work certified, cash received, depreciation of plant, work uncertified. So everything clear now. What's problem? See, the above contract contained explanator clause. So what is meant by explanation clause? There is an agreement between the contractor and contractee. Sorry, Ra. So what is explanation clause meaning, ma? There is an agreement between the contractor and contractee. If the contract price point of view, any fluctuations are happening because of there is an agreed reasons beyond a certain limit, the contractee need to bear the amount of increase in contract price. Sir, what is agreed price, contract price? They may be decided 1 to 5% whatever the changes are happening. Example. So 1 to 5% whatever the changes are happening toward the contract price. As a contractor, I will bear the cost. If any situation, if the fluctuations are beyond 5%, then as a contractee, you are supposed to bear. This is an agreement between the contractor and contractee. Got it, sir? Sir, why the contractor to protect himself further, which is not in his control? Like example, material price, labor rate, these point of view increases. I can't do anything, sir, as a contractor. At the time of agreement, the price may be different. At the time of agreement, rate, labor rate or wage rate may be different. But during the execution of the work point of view, if they increased, so for every small change, I am not asking contractee to bear the amount. But if anything beyond certain range, then I am going to incur the loss. That's the reason I am not ready if anything beyond certain percentage. But here, while you are doing the explanation clause, remember only price and rate point of view changes only we will do. Only price and rate point of view changes only we will do. Got it? If any quantity changes, if any hours changes, that should not be covered under explanation claim. One more time, I'm repeating. Material price increases, that should be counted for explanation claim. But when it comes to material quantity changes, that should not be covered under so explanation part. Same way, wages rate is increasing. That should be counted in explanation plan. Labor hours point of view fluctuations were there. That should not be covered under so explanation plan. Got it, sir? So in the event of price of material and rates of wages increased by more than 5%, contract price could increase it by 25%. In the rise of the cost of material and wages beyond 5% in each case. So how much contract price you will increase if both are increased by 5% means 25% increase. So at the time of signing the agreement, the price of material and wages already increased by 25%. Find out the value of work certified that should not be taken into account the effect of the above clause. Prepare contract. Here the only important point is exclamation clause calculation. See sir how to find out that. Now clearly they said at the time of agreement, already they are increased. So material 1 lakh sended, in that 25,000 closing balance you have. What is the balance with you? 75,000 rupees. This is equal to how much percentage? 125%. Sir, why you are doing like that? Because at the time of signing the agreement, already material and wages rates are already increased. That's the reason. So before increase means how much percentage? 100%. How much? 60,000. Same way, wages you have 45,000 plus outstanding wages you have 5,000. Totally you will get how much? 50,000. This is how much equal? 125%. Before increase in the prices means how much? 40,000. How much wages are increased? 10,000. How much material cost was increased? 15,000. Both combiningly equal to how much increase? 25,000. For how much percentage? 25%. Listen this point carefully. If material and wages point of view, if both are increased beyond 5%, exclamation claim will coming into the picture. So 25%, 25,000 means for 5% how much? 5,000. So beyond 5% means how much? 20%. For that how much increase in will be eligible for exclamation claim? If they are beyond 5%, my total increase is how much? 25%. Beyond 5%, how much increase was happened? 20%. If it is beyond 20% happened, on that, how much contract price increased? They said 5,000 rupees. Sir, one more time. Already material and wages, sir, at the time of signing the agreement, they are increased by how much? 25%. For 25% increase, how much increased? You said 25,000. When exclamation claim coming into the picture, if they are beyond 5%, 5% means how much? For 25%, 25,000 means 5% how much? 5,000. Beyond 5%, how much happened? 20%. Amount is how much? 20,000. Beyond 5% point of view, what they said, how much contract price increased? They said 25%. That's the reason we apply 25% on that. How much exclamation claim? 5,000. That is only here. Material, wages, outstanding wages, general expenses, depreciation. Material outside, don't write this. By working progress, work certified, work uncertified, this one. Finally, you got the notional profit. What is the work certified? 2 lakhs. What is the contract price given? 5 lakhs. 2 lakhs divided by 5 lakhs, 40%. So contract is completed less than 50%. So amount transferred to cash received by work certified. How much notional profit? 80,000. How much cash received? They said in the question, 1 lakh 50 into 1.5 lakhs divided by 2 lakhs. That is equal to 20,000. So 20,000 will transfer to P&L account, balance 60,000 transferred to reserve. This is another very, very, very important question. Sir, check it, sir. Sir, if you are okay, let me know. These are the most important questions students will struggle a lot while they are solving. That's the reason I discussed those two questions. So from your side, if any question you want, let me know. I will go for that question as well as. Done. Okay. Any more, any more, any more? So remaining people, be active in the chat. Now, which of the questions you are supposed to focus, I will let you know, other than these two questions. Got it? This question till now one time also not asked in the examination. In case if they want to twist you, they maybe ask you this question, illustration number 22. So go for that question. And at the same time, if you are doing two contracts at a time, sorry, three contracts at a time, illustration number 21 also go for it. Illustration number 20. These three questions also practice, Nana. And you know how to prepare the normal contract accounts. And sir, depreciation point of view, opening and closing WDV, that part you can show. Or you can do one more thing. What is that? Only depreciation you can write down. Only choose one particular one only. Don't go with both. Got it? If you are writing opening, write down the closing. Or only write down depreciation. But don't do both the things. Yeah. This is the part you may be focused with the contract costing point of view. Yeah. Got it? So we'll go for our next chapter, process costing. So I'm expecting this time joint products byproducts. This time, sir, I'm expecting joint products byproducts possibility is more. I'm not saying that don't prepare for process costing. Okay. Sir, process point of view, what are the models with us? One is normal process without twisting anything. Just they will ask you process accounts. If they want to ask you to kill your time, they maybe ask you prepare a normal loss and abnormal loss accounts also. First of all, what is meant by process costing, sir? In where the output of one process become the raw material for another process, or the one output will be the raw material for another process. Sir, this thing will continue until the product become finished good itself. That is the main feature of process costing point of view. The output of one process become the raw material for another process until it become finished good itself. Okay, sir. And another thing, each process wise you will calculate the cost separately. Each process one separately, process two separately, process three separately, like that. Each process point of view you will calculate the cost also in a separate manner. The same way, while you are preparing the process point of view, processing loss should be there. During the processing point of view, what is the input given by you and what is the output they got? Definitely there is a difference between them. If that point only, we are calling it as processing loss. The processing loss divided into two parts. One is what? So normal loss. Second one is what? Abnormal loss. Normal loss means what? Which is the loss is common, which is unavoidable, which is expected, which is will be borne by the good units. You maybe call it as a normal loss. When it comes to abnormal loss, what is abnormal loss meaning? If any situation, if your loss is beyond the normal loss or the actual loss is more than the expected loss, you can call it as a process loss. That is abnormal loss. What it said? So this is the way you find out the normal process accounts. Process 1, process 2, process 3. Even in the recent examination also, the missing figure, that means waste percentage calculation, we have one problem in material point of view. Sira, what is it? Here are this question. This is already asked in the recent examination point of view, normal process, Nana. And my recommendation this time, illustration number 36 practice. Illustration number 36 practice. While you are doing process costing point of view, do illustration number 36. Sir, what is the speciality of this particular one means? Here you will see normally process account you know, but you will see process finished stock account you will see in the question. Which one you will see the finished? Already you know units, amount, material, wages, direct expenses, normal loss, in case abnormal loss, then transfer to next part. Here this part not transferred to process B account. This part will be transferred to where? Finished stock account. Because you got 39,200. If you check with finished output, how much they mentioned? 39,000 they mentioned. So abnormal loss 200, and the remaining part normally where you will transfer the next process. But here where you are transferring? Finished stock account. And one more point, remember, abnormal loss or abnormal gain and transferred to next process is depending upon cost per unit basis. Sir, how to find out cost per unit is equal to total cost minus scrap divided by normal output. Sir, how to find out normal output equal to input minus normal loss? Then you will get the normal output. If normal output is less than actual output, so suppose you given 100 20 loss, you are expecting 80, but you got 82. So then you will get abnormal gain. If your normal output is more than actual output, you will get abnormal loss. If both are equal means there is no normal loss, so no abnormal loss itself. Sorry, there is no abnormal loss, so there is no abnormal gain itself. Sir, this question, this is the highlight point. Normally will transfer to next process, but here in this problem you will transfer to finished stock account. Then finished stock account opening part received from the previous process. So see sir, here the one more highlight point, stocks are valued at transferred to subsequent process weighted average cost basis. What is the basis they are doing ma? Weighted average cost basis they are doing. That's the reason weighted average means nothing but what is the total you have on the debit side? 55,950. 55,950 divided by how many units? 45,000 units. Then how many units you have? Process B. Sir, how you come to know that is 40,000? See with the closing stock units, how many units closing stock they said for process A? 5,000. Out of 45,000, 5,000 closing stock means remaining where I will transfer? Process B only I will transfer. Got it, sir? This is the way we'll do the valuation part. Now focus on this particular question. Still, if you have any doubt on this question, let me know. Okay, na sir? Then the next concept you need to focus is inter-process profit. Till now, nowhere they asked inter-process profits in the examination. But my advice, only one question is there. Illustration number 25, compulsory prepare that question. Got it, sir? And the next one is equivalent productions. Equivalent production point of view, what is the thing you are supposed to focus? What are the steps? First, prepare equivalent production. Second one, cost per unit calculation. Third one, cost apportionment or distribution. Fourth one, process account. I don't think so. They may ask you complete question in the examination for 7 marks, unless otherwise they want to torture you by spending your lot of time on that question. Otherwise, they may be ask you until this only. I am expecting in the examination part. Equivalent production, cost per unit calculation, cost apportionment part. This is the part you need to focus. So these 3 points you need to be conscious. Sir, which method to follow? What they are asking, which method to follow? It FIFO or average method? You have doubt. Suppose opening work in progress was not there in the question. You can choose any one method. There is no problem. So if specifically they are asking first in first out, compulsory they will give you opening working progress point of view, degree of completion. What they will give you, opening working progress point of view, degree of completion they will give you. Okay. So whenever they are giving you degree of completion for opening working progress, if no method is specified, go with first in first out method. Opening working progress given, and they are not giving total amount of opening working progress. They are giving like material this much, labor this much, overhead this much. They are providing you like that. Then that kind of situation prefer average cost method. And I told to already my students who are uh, listen my sessions, always equivalent production point of view. What is the guidelines I will give you? First in, first out point of view. Opening working progress. Go with balance percentage. Completed units, go with 100 percentage. Normal loss not produced, degree of completion nil. Abnormal loss as given are 100%. Sir, why normal loss nil? Why abnormal loss you are taking degree of completion? Normal loss you didn't produce anything, sir. At that point of time, why to take the particular things? Directly go with degree of completion nil. Sir, abnormal loss also not produced na. Then why you are taking degree of completion, sir? Sir, simple reason. Because of my negligence, how much quantity I lost. Because of that, what is the cost I incurred extra to come to know these things? Abnormal loss point of view, we go with either degree of completion given or 100% we will go. Abnormal gain point of view, always go with 100%. Try to remember this, then you can prepare first in first out statement comfortable. Sir, why balance percentage for opening working progress? This opening working progress will be the closing working progress for the last year. That's the reason what you are supposed to take. Yeah, if you are going with the concern things, already in the last process point of view, whatever the closing working progress you given, you written as given percentages you took up. Here also closing working progress given percentages only you will take. Here also you are taking, suppose here you are showing that 70% completed. How much to be completed? 30%. So that balance, this closing will be the opening for the next step. That's the reason we completed that balance 30%. That is 100% completed. Then that will be eligible for transfer point. You want to transfer, first you need to finish the opening working progress 100%. You done it 100%, then only that should be eligible for transferring point of. That's the reason whatever the balance percentage to be finished, finish that, that should be transferred to next process. What it said. So closer simple average method point of view, just remember these things to prepare equivalent production. Completed units always take 100%. Normal loss nil. Abnormal loss what is given are 100%. Abnormal gain always 100% because you produce. Closing as of now how much done? Take that particular percentage itself. If you understand the equivalent production then you can solve problem very comfortably. If you are okay with this part, I will show you one problem how to solve under equivalent production point of view. So I'm expecting comment from you quickly, and based on that we'll start with our problem discussion. Yeah. See the illustration number 37 only. Opening stock given 1000 units. Material 1, material 2, labor, production overhead they are providing you differently. Now only I told you whenever you are seeing the amounts like that, which method is suitable? Average method. Correct? Transferred previous process you received 6000 units 2360 amount. Transferred to next process 4700. Material added in process 520. Direct employee production overheads units scrapped how many ra 300 units. What is the degree of completion for scrapped already given in the question? 100%, 80%, 60%. Sir, whenever you have degree of completion separate for labor and overheads, you need to add one more column while you are doing equivalent production part. And closing 2000 units. Degree of completion material 100%, material 2 60%, labor 50%, overheads are 40%. Your normal loss is how much they said? 5% of production. Production means how to get it? Opening plus introduced minus closing. Then what you will get? Production. That is equal to 1000 plus introduced 6000 minus closing 2000. You will get total 5000. On that, how much percentage? 5%. That means how much? 250 units. Sir, if you understand here, how many units scrapped? 300 units. How much units was normal loss? 250 units. So balance 50 will be considered as what? Abnormal loss. So which method we are doing? Average method. So opening working progress will be there? No. So automatically units transferred to next process. How many they told? 4700 units. Sir, once see the degree of completion ma. Equivalent production see always input column opening and introduced. Which method we are following, sir? Weighted average method. That's the reason transferred to next process. Always degree of completion how much? 100%. Closing working progress. What I said as given in the question. See, sir, closing working progress 100%, 260%, labor 50%, overheads 40%. This is what we took here. So normal loss already I calculated, I showed you 250 units how we got it. And what is the degree of completion for normal loss? Nil. Why? You didn't produce it then. Correct? And already I told you what is the total scrapped units are 300. In that out of 300 how many done? Normal loss 250. What is the balance will be? Abnormal loss. If nothing was provided in the question given the degree of completion or otherwise go with 100%. Here in this question they provided a degree of completion. Material 100%. Which material? Both the materials. Material 1 and material 2. Sir, where you got material 1 and 2? Here they provided material 1 and 2 information. That too received from transferred process to one material and the material added in the next process. This is the second material. This is the first material with us. Okay, na sir? With this basis, we can do production of equivalent production. And the next average unit point of view, cost per unit. Careful, 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 focus. While at the time of calculation cost per unit, opening working progress amount should be added to the cost incurred during the month. But when it comes to first in, first out, the opening working progress adjustment you will do at the time of amount transfer to next process point of view, you will do the computation. But when it comes to weighted average or simple average method point of view, while you are calculating the cost per unit only, opening working progress amount should be added to the cost incurred during the month. That's the reason only here material 1 390, further 2360 material 1 amount added and 250 units scrapped. Each unit realization is 20 paisa. So 250 into 0.2, scrap realization is 50 rupees. That 50 rupees part should be deducted from which material? First material. Material 2, opening plus cost incurred. Labor, opening plus cost incurred. Overheads, opening plus cost incurred. This is what we got it from the first statement, what we prepared equivalent production. That's the reason only while you are preparing equivalent production statement, be careful. Then finally you will get a cost per unit itself. Once you got the cost per unit, just simply how many units are transferring to next process? 4,700 into add all these things 0.5, 0.61 rupee. So 4,700 will be the amount transferred to next process. Next, abnormal loss. Abnormal loss means how many units? 50 into 0.4 for material 1. Material 2. Material 2 how much? 50 only into zero point 0.1. Labor how much percentage they said? 80%. So 40 into zero point 0.2. Overheads 30 into zero point 0.3. We'll do the computations, we'll find out the amount. Then you will get the abnormal loss amount. Same way you need to calculate the closing working progress amount. Material 1 2000 into zero point 0.4. Material 2. Sir, if you want units, just check with the equivalent production statement. 1200 into zero point 0.1. Labor overheads. Labor 1000 into zero point 0.2. Overheads are 800 into zero point 0.3. We'll find out the abnormal loss and closing working progress amounts. That is only they are showing here. Finally, process account. While you are preparing process account, so simple, sir. Whatever the amount of expenditures given in the process account, just debit them. Opening working progress amount, introduction amount, material 2 amount, labor amount, overheads. What should be credited? Normal loss, abnormal loss, closing working progress, transfer to next process. This is the way we are supposed to calculate the equivalent production part. Check it ma once. Sir, still any particular one? Let me know. If you want more detailed explanation, even equivalent production also I shared in the channel. Once check with that channel also if you want more detailed explanation part, because here we are doing marathon or revision partner. That's the reason we'll move little fast. If you want a little more explanation in related to the concept, please visit the channel Tejas classes for CA and CMA Guru. There you can check with equivalent production under process costing. Recent videos only you come to know that particular concept. Okay, na sir. Any more doubts you can ask. If you are okay means we'll move to our next topic, joint products by products. Sir, okay na sir? Any more doubts? Let me know. And process costing. Illustration number 34. My illustration 34, you don't have opening working progress with you. Correct? And units introduced only given. If you don't have any opening working progress with you, already I told na, you don't want to check with the method because which method you did, you will get the same answer. So direct material, labor, overheads provided, finished output given, closing working progress 350 units, degree of completion for material and labor. Normal loss is how much? 1% of input. That means how much? 100. Yeah. And degree of completion of abnormal loss also given in the question. Unit scrapped, normal loss 1 per unit, abnormal loss 2.5 per unit was given in the question. Okay. Adjustments. Statement of equivalent production, statement of cost to process B account to abnormal loss account. Correct? Expenses debited to, yeah, this is the part they given in the question. 10,000 into 3 and material additional labor overheads they provided. Normal loss you got 100 per unit, realization is 100 rupees. Okay. And what is the doubt you have? Introduction 10,000. Normal loss. Transferred means always degree of completion 100. Closing working progress. What is the percentage given? Will go with the same percentage. And abnormal loss, degree of completion given. That's the reason we'll go with the same degree of completion. If they don't provide, then we maybe go with 100%. Normal loss calculation. So cost per unit, if you don't have opening means cost incurred divided by equivalent unit, then you will get cost per unit itself. Where doubt where you have adjustment, expenses debited to process adjustment, closing stock, cost per unit, abnormal loss, cost per unit, and this is the part. Balancing figure also you can write down. See, this is the cost per unit, multiply with the units. This is the abnormal loss with the number of units. What's the doubt? Expenses debited to process account, everything was provided in the question. Okay. Sir, okay na sir? ప్రాసెస్ లో మెటీరియల్ కాస్ట్ పర్ యూనిట్ కోసం ఎందుకు తీసుకుంటున్నారు? ప్రాసెస్ అకౌంట్ లో మెటీరియల్ కాస్ట్ పర్ యూనిట్ కోసం ఎందుకు క్యాలిక్యులేషన్ చేస్తారు? There is no need to calculate. You can write down directly the amount because this is 10,000 into 3. Don't see the format what they presented. Directly write down units introduced 10,000. Don't write rate, directly write down the amount part. That's it. This is also don't do. No need to do it also. No need to do it also. Directly write down the amounts because that's the reason only you prepared so cost apportionment statement. This is what you prepared. Y means cost apportionment statement. You will write down the amounts directly there. Got it? Next, joint products, byproducts. This concept is depending upon two methods. One is reverse cost method. That is the concept they are asking repeatedly. Second was a decision making problem. Got it, sir? So how to find out reverse cost method? See, sir. First one is what? Reverse cost method. Normally, joint cost plus further processing cost plus in case if you have admin expenses, combiningly you will get cost of production. Further, if you add selling and distribution overheads, you will get cost of goods sold or cost of sales. Then add profit, then you will get the sales amount. This is what we will do under reverse cost method. Okay. But under reverse cost method point of view, what is the format means? First start with sales. From that eliminate profit. Then get cost of sales. Eliminate selling and distribution expenses. Deduct that. You will get cost of goods sold. If you have administration means less admin expenses. Then you will get cost of production. Then eliminate further processing cost. Finally, what you will get means joint cost, you will get it. This is which method, Ra? You can call it as reverse cost method. What you can call it as reverse cost method. Majority of the question they are focusing under this particular chapter is reverse cost method only. Okay. And one more method we have, that is the decision making problem. Sir, what is this joint products and byproducts concept? Sir, before the split off point, all the products having an equal importance. We can't say which is most important, which is less important product. So before split off, all the points should be considered as joint products. After the split off point, they should be classified as main product or joint product and byproduct itself. Which one will be considered as byproduct means which of the concerned product point of view you didn't start your production, which is incidentally produced at the time of producing the main product, you may be call it as a byproduct. Joint product means our main product means which product point of view you started our production process, you may be call it as a joint product or main product itself. So what is the exact meaning of joint products? Two or more products produced from the same product, from the same process, having an equal importance, you may be call them as joint products itself. What is the meaning of byproduct? At the time of producing the byproduct, main product, incidentally, which is the product was happened, you maybe call it as a byproduct itself. Byproduct accounting treatment meaning is very important in the examination theory wise. What is a byproduct accounting treatment? You want to sell the byproduct at split alpha. You want to sell the byproduct after further processing of first decide. If you decided you want to sell at split off point, you have first identifiable amount, unidentifiable amount find out. Sir, very less amount only realization. You can deduct it from the cost of the product or you can show it as a miscellaneous income by creating the P&L account. In case the amount realization from the byproduct is considerable, don't treat it like a byproduct, treat it like a joint product only. When if you want to sell your joint byproduct at the split off point. Suppose you did the further processing. Whenever you did the further processing, immediately first you are supposed to calculate net realizable value of the byproduct. Sir, how to find out net realizable value of the byproduct? Sale value after further processing of the byproduct. From that, eliminate the further processing cost of the byproduct. Then what you will get? Net realizable value you will get. In case if your net realizable value amount is once again check with considerable or not considerable. Yes, sir, considerable. Then don't treat it like a byproduct, treat it like a joint product. Sir, I'm unable to consider small amount only, then create a 2 P&L account. This is the joint products point of view theory. Byproducts meaning and accounting treatment important for examination point of view. We'll see reverse cost method point of view one problem and decision making point of view also one problem. Then you will come to know the concept. And one more point before we are moving to the problematic part. Sir, whatever the byproduct, sorry, whatever the joint cost you incurred before the split off point, you maybe call it as a split off point before you incurred joint cost, joint expenses, pre-separation expenses also you can call it. How the joint cost is distributed between the products. For that you have several methods. Physical quantity method, ledu. You maybe go with uh, average method, contribution margin method. You have three methods. Point value or survey method is also available with us. In case if you go with sale value point of view, you have three concepts: sale value at split off, sale value after further processing, net realizable value itself. If they want to ask you decision making point of view, they may be preferred to go with net realizable value basis, split the joint cost between the products, they may be asked you. That's the reason. So focus on whatever the questions I am discussing on. So how the joint cost is distributed between the products is the first concept. Second one, can I sell my product at split offer? Can I sell my product after further processing? This is the decision making point of view. Entire chapter is rotating. What it said? We'll solve two questions. You come to know the clarity. Sir, whatever the two questions I am discussing, in addition to that, illustration number 39 practice, illustration number 41 practice, now I will discuss with you illustration number 43. This is covered under reverse cost method. This is covered under reverse cost method. Sales given, manufacturing cost before separation cost means that is nothing but joint cost. After separation cost means nothing but further processing cost. This question they provided administration cost also. Once if you know the selling expenses that distributed between the products in that ratio, profit realization percentage is also given. Assuming no beginning and in inventing inventories, how the apportionment of joint cost among the main product and byproduct they are asking. Sir, if you observe the question, they given the ratio of distribution of selling cost, but they didn't provided selling cost in the question. Then how to find out? Sir, simple sir. First find out cost of sales. So if previous also I told you cost of sales if you know and cost of goods sold you know. The difference between these two is nothing but selling expenses. Senama. Here your cost of goods sold means joint cost to further processing cost to admin expenses. So if you add these three, you will get cost of goods. Cost of sales means from your sales, if you eliminate the profit part, then what you will get? Cost of sales you will get it. Got it, ma? Already sales amounts given up 1 lakh 50, 12,000 and 7,000, 1 lakh 69,000. And they provided each situation point of view profits. 20% means 30,000, 15% means 1800. This is 700. Totally 32,500 is your profit. Then what is your total sales given in the question, ma? 1 lakh 69,000. 1 lakh 69,000 minus 32,500, how much you will get? 1 lakh 40, sorry, 36,500 you will get it. This is the cost of sales. Add up, your joint cost is 75,000. Your further processing cost is 4,000 plus 23, 27,000. Administration cost is 14,500. If you add all 82, 102, 116,500 you are getting. What is your cost of sales? 1,36,500. The difference between cost of sales and cost of goods sold, what we are calling it as selling expenses. That is equal to 1,36,500 minus 1,16,500. What you will get? 20,000 selling expense. Now, this question point of view, calculation of selling expenses is very important point to do the adjustment. See the sales, profit, cost of sales, eliminated these things, selling expense. Then 85%, 10%, 5% adjustment. Done with the selling cost. Once you find out the sales minus profit minus administration cost minus selling expenses minus further processing cost, finally what you will get? Joint cost. This is the total joint cost given. This is what we did, ma, reverse cost method. Very 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 important concept. What it said? So check it one more time. Still, if you have any doubt, this is the peak model. In the examination point of view, they will ask you under reverse cost method. The response, if you are okay, means let me know reverse cost method. Then we'll go for decision making related problem, how to solve that particular problem. The approach I will let you know. Sir, please active in the comments. Sir, okay na concept reverse cost method? Yeah. Next, decision making problems. Let's focus on these problems also. Important. Production and sales units given in the question. Sales values they provided already. And all the above soaps are manufactured jointly up to a particular process. At the split off point, they formed into cake sand packed. Cake sand packed, they itself splitted. The annual cost data were direct material cost to value added. Sales include 25% profit on total cost also. Out of the above brands, makeup is sold in unpacked condition without further processing. Totally Komal, Lovely, Makeup, Nice. We have four products. In that, this product they don't want to go for further processing. They want to sell it at split off only. And the remaining products they want to go for a further processing cost. Further, they are incurring Komal, Lovely, and Nice incurring further processing cost of 1 lakh 20, 1 lakh 30, 50,000 rupees. Okay. And work out the profit and cost of each brand of soap after allocating the joint cost what basis? Net realizable value at split off. And find out the revised profit at split off. Assume joint cost. Sir, if they don't provided you also, once you splitted the joint cost at one situation, the same joint cost you are supposed to use to find out profit at split off, to find out profit after further processing also. Unless otherwise they are asking you apportionment of joint cost separately by using different methods. But at the time of calculation of profit point of view, once you used one method for the apportionment of joint cost, same joint cost supposed to take at split off point of view after further processing point of view. What it said? And working the results A and B above, advise the company which is going for further processing, which of the products should be sold at profit, and further to maximize the profit, give your suitable costing technique also they are providing for us. Okay, sir. See, sales of the three four products they given total sales and they said profit is 25% on cost, so 50 lakhs into 20% on sales, because 25% on cost means on sales how much? 20%. Then what is the total cost you got? 40 lakhs. In that, what is the further processing cost given in the question? 3 lakhs. If you deduct those 3 lakhs, finally how much you got? Joint cost is 37 lakhs. Now this question point of view, calculation of joint cost is also important. Sir, first what we started with, what is the sales value after further processing? From that, you are deducting the profit part. Then what you are getting? Total cost. From the total cost, here total cost is consists of two things only. One is joint cost. Second one is further processing cost. Okay. So if you add deducted further processing cost, what you got? Joint cost. Now this joint cost, what basis they said to distribute between the products under net realizable value method. See sir, sales after further processing, so less further processing cost, then what you will get? Net realizable value are getting. Sir, how to find out net realizable value? From your sale value after further processing, from the deduct the further processing cost, then whatever the amounts you are getting, you may be call it as a net realizable value. Once you got the net realizable value, you can do the computation of concerned things. What it said? So once you got the joint cost 37 lakhs proportionate basis. For 47 lakh 37 lakhs means 13 lakh 80,000 how much you are supposed to calculate proportionate basis. So before calculating proportionate basis, I will give you one small advice. So find out the percentage. 37 lakhs divided by 47 lakhs. Because proportionate basis you are doing a, suppose example if you got exactly 70%, then it's easy for us to apportionment of joint cost between the products. That's the reason first you will calculate the percentage. Suppose you got like this percentage, don't do that. Then which is the best? Go for proportionate basis only, distribute the joint cost between the products. So here I think so you don't get exact percentage. Then what you are supposed to do? 47 lakhs divided by 37 lakhs into 13.8 lakhs. 37 lakhs into 13.8 lakhs divided by 47 lakhs. You will get the amount like that. This is what a proportionate basis adjustment of joint cost between the products. So once you deduct the joint cost, you got the profit. What is the total profit also? 10 lakhs. This is profit at what, Nana? After further processing point of. Profit after when? After further processing. Once you find out profit after further processing, next step is what? Calculate the profit at split off. Now they already given say, units, and if you observe the question, they provided selling price at split off point of view also they are providing in the question. The number of units multiply with the selling price at split off, what you are getting? Sales before further processing values. From that, already joint cost you calculated, same joint cost should be deducted from the products. Then what is the profits you are getting? Check it. What is the profit you got? 9,90,000. So now you are supposed to give the recommendation. Sir, whenever you are doing recommendation, I always suggest the students to prepare incremental statement. Sir, how to find out incremental statement? Sale value after further processing minus sale value at split off. You will get incremental revenue. From that incremental revenue, deduct incremental cost. Incremental cost means nothing but further processing cost. Then you will get incremental profit. Where you got incremental profits, except that remaining products communicate sale at split off point. Where only you got incremental profit, only those products point of view only give the suggestion, go for further process. Which of the remaining products you are selling at split off, which products should be sale at split off, where there is a decremental profit, those products advise to sell them at split off point itself. This is the way we are supposed to calculate decision making problems. Once check it, ma. Still, if you have any doubt, let me know. Sir, any doubt, let me know. If you're okay means which questions you need to focus under joint products and byproducts, I will tell you. After that, we'll move to the another most important 7 marks question from operating costing. Once we're done with that, we'll take 15 minutes tea break. Then we'll come back to our the most important session, techniques of costing. Yeah. Sir, can I move to the next chapter? And practice illustration number 46 also for do decision making problems point of view, Nana. At the same time, do illustration number 48 for reverse cost method. Got it? These questions, if you done means enough, you are perfect with joint products and byproducts for the examination part. Sir, which of the questions? One is from decision making. What is the illustration number? 46 practice. Okay. Then illustration number 48. Already while I am moving to the consent problems, I told you other than these questions, which questions also you are supposed to practice. If you cover these questions, more than enough. Okay. And in addition to that, one more time I'm communicating you, go for my channel, Tejas classes for C and CMA Guru. There I provided sure short success questions. Once check with that PDF and practice those questions as well as. Okay, sir. Don't forget that one. Okay, Nara. We'll start service costing. We'll start service costing. Here, in case if you are doing service costing point of view, first you need to know the difference between trip and round trip. Trip means only one way distance. Round trip means both the ways distance. Outward journey, return journey, both should be considered. Suppose in the given question, while you are calculating the total distance point of view, let's check they given trippa, they given round trippa in the question. Suppose they provided round trip, just into 2, you are supposed to multiply if you want to find out the total traveling distance. Suppose trip only given, but don't immediately ignore multiplying with the 2. Please check with the question. Is there any information providing like this? Distance 20 kilometers, one side or one way like this. If they provided like that, even though in the question they are providing trip, that should be considered as round trip. What you are supposed to consider it as round trip. What you are supposed to consider it as round trip. One more time, trip is only given in the question, but distance point of view they are covering like this. One side or one way they are using. Then trip means you should consider that is a round trip only. Got it, sir? This is the point. And next, majority of the questions, if you understand, one is passenger kilometer related problems, ton kilometers related problems, hotel problems, hospital problem. Majorly, they are focusing on these questions. Majorly, they are focusing on these questions in the examinations. Yeah, these two are very easy to do. Let's check with one question. You come to know each particular situation point of view. See the illustration number 50. Check with Nana. Illustration number 50. A transport service company is running how many buses? 5 buses between the two tons, 50 kilometers apart. Seating capacity is how many passengers? 50 passengers. Wages of driver, conductor, and cleaners. Salary of office staff. Diesel. repairs and maintenance, taxation, depreciation, interest and other charges. Now, whenever you are doing under service costing point of view, split your expenses into standing charges, first one, that is nothing but fixed cost. Second one is running charges. Third one is maintenance charges. Split your expenses into these three parts. Split your expenses into these three parts. And whenever you are doing hotel problem point of view, you don't want to split your expenses into like this. Only whenever you are doing passenger kilometers or ton kilometers, commercial ton kilometers, absolute ton kilometers, then only focus and don't need to split your expenses into standing charges, running charges, maintenance charges. Sir, how to remember? Try to remember these two expenses. Sir, how to remember? Under maintenance charges, only we will get one expenses, that is repairs and maintenance. Under running charges, petrol, diesel, oil, lubricant, consumables, and any of the commission you are giving to the driver or conductor. These things only should covered under running charges. One more time, petrol, diesel, lubricant oil, consumables, and if you have any situation, commission. These things should be covered under running charges. Throw remaining all expenses under standing charges point of. That's it. Okay. What is the seating capacity that they given? 75%. All buses run on all the day in a month. They don't provided information. Let's take 1 month equal to 30 days. Each bus will make one round trip. That's the reason I said you difference between trip and round trip point. Find the cost per passenger kilometer, how much they are asking. Simply wages, salaries, taxation, interest, depreciation. Then what is the total standing charges? See running charges. So don't write repairs and maintenance running charges. They are adding running and maintenance charges combiningly. But while you are writing point of view, write down running charges separately and maintenance charges separately. Repairs and maintenance write down under maintenance charges. Diesel and oil write down under running charges. Only one expenses they have. That's reason combiningly they present it. Then you get total cost. Find out the passenger kilometers. Sir, how to find out how many buses are there? 5 buses. How many kilometers? 50 kilometers. Round trip they said na in 2. How many passengers? 50 passengers. What is the capacity? 75% capacity. How many days in a month? 30 days. Then you got the passenger. But I will recommend while you are doing service costing, follow this pattern. First find out distance. Second find out diesel or petrol cost. Third one find out ton kilometers or passenger kilometers. Fourth one, total operating cost. Total operating cost. Then find out what they are asking. Fifth step. Passenger kilometer, ton kilometer, what is they are asking? Calculate for that. Whenever you are doing passenger kilometers and ton kilometers point of view, present your concerned working or the presentation should be in this manner. Step 1, calculate the distance. Step 2, diesel or petrol cost. Step 4, ton kilometers or passenger kilometers calculation. Then total operating cost. Finally, what is the question they are asking in the concerned bit? Find out that part. Sir, only this part apply when it comes to passenger kilometers, 10 kilometers problem solving point of view. Got it, ma? This is the way you are supposed to perform. I hope so you understand the concept. And later on go for hotel problem. Already I told you, don't split your expenses into fixed, running, maintenance. Got it? Totally here 50 single rooms you have seasonal rates. You have concession rate 6 months seasonal, 6 months off seasonal. Room rent to be charged full for this particular part, and management profit is targeted 20%, and following details are year ending provided, season occupancy 80%, off season 40%. These kind of questions, first to find out room days. First, what you are supposed to calculate? Room days. Season 6 months into 30 days into 50 rooms into 80% occupancy. 6 into 30 into 50 into 80%. 6 into 30 into 50 into 80%. So 7,200. Off season point. Season 6 months means off season also 6 months. 50 rooms into occupancy 40%. That is equal to 3,600. Total how many? 10,800. You can call it as room days. So sometimes room days, here see, attenders wages is linking with room days. 5 per room day. That's the reason 10,800 into 5, 54,000 you will get room attenders wages. Once you calculated that, immediately do lighting charges. This is splitted into two parts, but the second part splitted into two. This is mentioned in 8 months, 4 months part. This 8-month part divided into 6 months season and 2 months off season you need to consider. This 4 months should be considered as off season. Sir, why? If your lighting charges are more means occupancy is more only, use common sense. 6 months, 6 into 120 into 50 into 80%. Because based on room occupancy only electricity charges will be there. Here 2 months into 120 into 50 rooms into 40% capacity. Here 4 rooms into, in winter point of view, they will pay only 30 per room. Here 120 per room. That's the reason only 120 here we took, for 30 we are took here, into 50 into 40%. You add all these things, you will get lighting charges. These two are very important calculation. One is room days calculation. Second one is lighting charges calculation. These two are very important whenever if you are doing hotel problem. Got it, sir? Yeah, fine. And once total investment is 100 lakhs, 80 lakhs belongs to buildings means balance furniture and equipment will be 20 lakhs. What is the depreciation rate? They said 5% into 5%, 4 lakhs. 20 lakhs into 15%, 3 lakhs. 3 lakhs and 4 lakhs we will show as depreciation expenses. You are required to work out the room rent to be chargeable. Sir, here let it be room rent point of view, 7,200 into x, 7,200x is the season point of view total taking. Half season point of view, they are charging half of the room rent, so 1800x. Totally how much? 9,000x total takings. This is what total takings. Sir, how to find out total takings? Room days occupied multiplying with room rent. I don't know the room rent of single rent. Let it be x. Then the season point of view x means half season point of view, half of that means x by 2. Then what is my total takings? 9,000x. By using the cost information, once again I will calculate the total takings. These total takings and 9,000x I will compare, find out the x value. X is nothing but what? Season room rent. Then once you come to know season room rent, half season room rent will be by 2 na. See sir here. Salary, repairs, laundry, interior. This is already given in the question. Depreciation I told you. These are the miscellaneous expenses. Miscellaneous expenses means what? Don't write under miscellaneous expenses. Write on room attenders wages 54,000 here only. And lighting charges, I told you how to calculate this part. Combiningly total lighting charges are 36,000. Got it, ma? Those expenses also write down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus these expenses also you are supposed to write. Vendors wages, lighting charges, then the total cost. Sira, what the mention? This is equal to how much? 9000x. 157.6 you are getting cost. How much profit? 20% on rent or 25% on cost. You can do. Or you can do one more thing. 14 lakh 18,400 is equal to 75% because on cost for 100% how much? Find out the total take. These total takings divided by 9000 write down, you can find out X value. On that manner also you can practice or you can solve the problem. Sir, no sir, we are okay with this. Total cost divided by total room occupancy, cost per room rent, then add the profit, cost per room day we got it, then add profit, then we'll find out the room rent. Anything okay sir. In this half will be considered as off season point of view rent. This is the way you are supposed to calculate hotel problems. Once check it, still, if you have any doubts, let me know. Last attempts, they are focusing more with the normal problems. So now there is a high chances you may be getting with hotel problem. If not, we have in the past examinations one question Delhi to Agra, Agra to Chandigarh, then Delhi to Goa, something like that. Three places point of view traveling and all these things adjustments we have. On that basis also they can generate. So, but compulsory practice all four model questions, no doubt. And in addition to that, practice one more question you have with you. Mine to station A, mine to station B. The average speed of lorry, they will provide you 15 kilometers. On that basis, also you have one question. Please practice that question also. I will refer while I'm concluding this particular operating costing. I will let you know which questions you are supposed to practice also. Sir, okay na? And then once I will discuss with hospital problem also once. Then later on I will let you know which of the questions you are supposed to practice. Sir, okay na? We'll start with service cost, sorry, hospital problem. Yeah, ma, once if I done with hospital problem, then we have just I go with the part of questions to practice under service costing, I will inform. Once it was done, then we'll have 15 minutes tea break. Then after that, I will start with marginal, budgetary and standard. Sira, our next question, hospital. They will give you information, beds, you done with passenger kilometers, ton kilometers, room days, then patient beds are patient rooms also you can consider. Room rent 75,000, two supervisors, four nurses, four ward boys, doctors paid only like that if they provided. Okay, here on the basis of time spent by them. That is the reason the amount of whatever the doctor's fees you paid should be considered as a variable expenses, or otherwise doctor's fees what you are paying should be covered under standing charges, because rent, supervisor, nurses, ward boys, these are all covered under fixed, even repairs, then fixed administrative overheads allocate. These are all covered under fixed cost. Remaining expenses will covered under variable cost. First, you need to find out room days occupancy. 150 days into 35 rooms they occupied, and 25 beds they occupied for 80 days, and in addition to that 750 beds extra occupied by them on higher basis. You add the concerned things, total patient days or patient beds you are getting, and as an average per day you are generating 2000 rupees. This is into 2000 rupees, you will get 1.6 crores total revenue. From that, whatever the variable expenses you have, like doctor's fee 30 lakhs, and food to patients, other services, laundry charges, medicine expenses we have with us, will deduct all these expenses. Then don't forget very important point, higher charges. You occupied 750 beds hired. Each bed you are paying 100 rupees. 75,000 should be considered as higher charges. Then deducted from the revenue, then you are getting contribution, then from that whatever the fixed expenses given in the question mark, rent to supervisor, nurses, ward boys, repair, other fixed expenses, administration allocate. Then what you are getting total, compulsory do the fixed cost. Why in the given question they are asking you break even point also. If you want to find out the break even point, compulsory you need fixed cost part. Yeah, once you deducted you got the profit. Per patient day how much means total profit divided by number of patient days, take 8000, then automatically you will get. So what is the contribution per patient day means 1,03,95,000 divided by 8000 then you will get contribution per patient day how much. Fixed cost divided by contribution per patient day if you take, you will get what is the break even point. Got it, ma? This is the way you are supposed to do. This is the question only I am conveying you to practice. Illustration number 53, practice run. Illustration number 54. Illustration number 55. Once if you want to practice illustration number 58 for hotel point of view. That's it. This is the areas you are supposed to concentrate. Still, if you have any particular question point of view, have any doubts, let me know. I will clarify that. And once if everything is okay, we'll have 15 minutes tea break and we'll come back and we'll start with the another most important session. Even if any of your friends are there, let them inform, because we are starting with marginal, budgetary and standard. Whatever the part I am covering in group 1, that may be help to the your friends who are writing management accounting also. And whether you aware or not, in group 1 this is 30 marks weightage, in group 2 this is 60 marks weightage, because you have one more concept also added, transfer pricing. Standard costing is there, budgetary control as it is. If you listen with group 1, almost all you are done with group 2 itself. Standard costing here, you have with material and labor variances, there you have overheads and sales variances. Two extra concepts are there. And marginal costing here, group 1 entire based is formula based, there some more depth questions are there. Yeah, that is the only part. So if any of your friends who are doing management accounting who already cleared group 1, let them inform. So if you are okay and if you don't have any doubts means, we'll start with that particular part after tea break. Sir, let me know if you are perfect with the methods of costing. Sir, compulsory, whatever the questions I told you, practice them. First priority. Sir, I am one more time communicating whatever the questions I am recommending and practice it here. So that questions compulsory do. And go for the super short, that particular video. Check with I given past examination numbers also. Which of the questions to practice. Please practice those questions also. Damn sure you will get exemption pakka. Sir, from your side, response, we are okay, perfect with the methods of costing. You confirm me, we'll have little break, come back and we'll attack on techniques of costing, the most important concept. With that, we'll finish our bullet revision. Of course, it may not be finished very quickly because those three are big giants and important points. I need to make you to practice so many points. I need to highlight so many areas. That's the reason. Sir, any more doubts? I'm expecting a little response from your side, because yeah, I do appreciate you as well as so many people are listening from morning onwards on a continuous basis. Thank you, sir, for your support and your love. And definitely show me the same kind of support. I try to make so many important things and so many useful things for the students for the examination point of view. Yeah, Vamsi, thank you. Because our main intention is costing point of view, student need to feel comfort, they need to get exemption, and because of that subject you need to clear your single group or both groups. That is the intention. Sir, okay now, we'll take a little break and we'll come back once again at 4:35. Okay, sir. Yanana, welcome back. Let's go with the most important aspect, not only in group 1, even group 2 point of view, who are doing management accounting, who are trying to secure 70 plus marks. For them, these three chapters also playing an important role. What it said? And the first theory question you need to focus from this particular chapter is here for marginal and absorption costing point of view, the theory question you are supposed to concentrate is marginal versus absorption costing. Let's see, sir. Now they are not asking 14 marks question mark. But in case even in management accounting also, if they want to go with 14 marks, this concept first what we are discussing is the most important concept under marginal costing. But unfortunately, they are not concentrating on this particular model. That's the reason majority of the people are ignoring this particular concept. They are not solving this particular model problems also. That's the reason I want to focus on this particular area, especially even if you are a CA Inter student or later on if you want to write CA Inter exams also, this concept will help you a lot. So REDRA compulsory marginal costing versus absorption costing. The majorly, if you want to define in just simple terms, the difference between them, marginal costing point of view, which is playing a predominant role or important role means only variable costing. That's the reason the another name for marginal costing is variable costing also. And because in marginal costing, which is playing an important role in decision making means variable costing. So even the valuation of inventory point of view also, you may be go with which points only, which is only you will taken into consideration, only variable cost will be taken into consideration. But when it comes to absorption costing, the decision making point of view, which is also included means fixed cost is also included there. But when it comes to valuation part also, under But when it comes to absorption costing, which is also included in decision making fixed cost. At the same time, valuation of inventories point of view also, which is also should be included fixed cost. That's the reason the valuation under marginal costing and absorption costing, especially inventory valuation point of view, you will see lot of difference. That is the reason you may be find the differences between profit under marginal costing versus absorption costing point of view. See, sir, the question. Maxwell Limited produces a single product boost the following figures relating to the boost for the period given sales 50% point of view 100% point of view 8 lakhs 16 lakhs then selling price is 2000 rupees and what is the variable production cost 800 rupees. Sir, how you got 800 rupees? 6 lakhs 40 divided by 800. This is how much fixed per unit you want to recover 200 rupees. Variable here half of this 400. This is 300 rupees per unit if you take. The normal level of activity is 800 units. Fixed costs are incurred even throughout the year and actual fixed costs are same as budgeted. There was no stock of boost at the beginning of the year. First quarter, how many units produced? 220. How many units sold? 160. So 60 will be the closing stock of finished goods. Remember, closing stock of finished goods should be valued based on cost of production per unit. Not only here, this point. If you are doing under cost sheet also, if you have any closing stock of finished goods, that should be valued based on what ma? Cost of production per unit basis, that should be valued. Same way, the same concept will come under reconciliation statement also. There also you will prepare what? So cost sheet, there also at the time of valuation of closing stock of finished goods, what basis you are supposed to do the valuation? Cost of production per unit. How to find out cost of production per unit? Total cost of production divided by the number of units produced. Then you will get cost per unit. Here also you will do the same thing. What would be the fixed production cost absorbed? Sir, how much per unit you got it? 200 per unit. How many units in the quarter? 220. So 220 units into 200. How much you will want to do absorb? 44,000. That is what you are supposed to absorb. But 1,60,000 per year. We are talking about quarter. That means per quarter how much actually you incurred? 40,000. How much you want to absorb? 44,000. How much actually you incurred? 40,000 because 4 quarters na each quarter 40,000. So over recovery how much happened? 4,000 rupees. Yes, sir. Budgeted fixed production cost 1,60,000. Normal capacity basis how much per unit you want to recover? 200 for the quarter. How much you will observe? 44,000. But what is the actual overheads you incurred? One fourth of the 1,60,000. So 44,000. So how much you recovered over? 4,000 rupees. This is the way you are supposed to calculate under or over recovery under absorption point. Now what you are supposed to find out profit under absorption costing. Listen this point carefully, Nana. Profit computation under marginal costing is easy only. Profit under absorption costing only little tricky, little focus on this particular area. See sir, profit. So now 2000 already I showed you. So you have sales revenue of 16 lakhs for 800 units means what is per unit? If you want, I will refer here. 16 lakhs divided by 800 units, then selling price 2000. How many units sold? They said in the quarter 160. That means how much sales value? 3 lakh 20. From this we are deducting simply total cost. Simply what we deduct? Total cost we will deduct. If you are deducting total cost means cost of sales. What is to be included? Production cost. Sir, which method we are doing? Absorption costing method. Absorption costing point of view, which is the cost is also included fixed cost. So that's the reason while you are doing the production cost, variable cost and fixed cost both has been incurred. Already how much to be absorbed we already calculated. Here how many units? 220 units. Sir, how you got 800? 6.4 lakhs divided by 800 units, you will get 800 per unit. 220 into 800 how much? 1 lakh 76 plus 44. How much total production cost you have? 2 lakh 20,000. Opening production you don't have. And already I told you valuation of inventory point of view also you will see the difference between marginal costing and absorption costing. I will show you practically while you are solving marginal costing part. And closing stock valuation point of view, I told you what basis the valuation should be based on cost of production per unit basis. Correct? So what is the total cost per unit you got? 1,000 rupees. Because while you are calculating under absorption costing, which is the cost is also included fixed cost also. What is the variable cost per unit? 800. What is the fixed cost per unit? 200. Total how much? 60 into 1,000. You will get how much? 60,000 should be deducted. Closing stock of finished goods. Sir, how you got 2,000 rupees? 800 variable cost per unit, 200 fixed cost per unit. 200 here also we calculated. Yeah. So here variable part also we calculated. Totally Your valuation of inventory under absorption costing, you will do under total cost, total production cost. Total production cost point of view, which is also included fixed also. So variable 800, fixed is 200. Totally how much? 1000. How many closing stock with you? 60. Sir, how you got this point? Out of 220 units, you sold how many? 160 units. What is the closing with you? 60. 60 should be valued with 1000. Deducted 1,60,000. Very, 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 very important adjustment. Concentrate. Over recovery. Sir, I am showing more expenses. Then what will happen? My profit is decreased. So I have two options. One is reduced my expenditure, or you may be increase my profit. Here, under absorption costing point of view, what we are supposed to do means we will adjust with the decreasing of expenditure. That's the reason 4,000 decrease. Sir, where we got 4,000 from our second step. We calculated under or over recovery. Sir, in case if I under recovery means you showed less expenses, then automatically profit is more. To get the right profit, what you are supposed to do? Add to expenditure or reduce it from the profit. Anything okay. Once we done, fixed part, this is easy. Whether you are doing under absorption costing or whether doing under marginal costing point. 160 units in a sir, selling and distribution overheads you will incur variable. How many units sold? To that extent only you will incur. How many units you sold, sir? 160. So 160 into 400. How you got it, sir? 3,20,000 variable production or selling and distribution divided by with 800 units. You will get 400. 160 into 400, how much? 64,000. Sir, actual fixed selling and distribution overheads given how much? 2,40,000. We are calculating per quarter. That's the reason divided by 4. How much you got fixed cost? 1,60,000. 64 plus 160, 1,24,000. This is how much, Ra? 1,56,000 plus 1,24,000. Combiningly, you got total cost is 2,80,000. What is your revenue part? 3,20,000. How much profit you are getting, ma? 40,000. Sir, while you are doing this adjustment part will be very crucial. One is this. Second one is this. Be conscious with those two adjustments. Closing stock under absorption costing point of view, it should be valued at cost of production per unit. While you are doing the cost of production per unit, here which is also should be included, fixed part is also included. That's the reason 200 is also added. We multiplied with 1000 rupees. Same way, adjustment part of over absorption. You are showing more expenses means under absorption costing profit is decreased. You have two options with you. One is either increasing the profit or decreasing the expenses. Which one we are choosing here? Decreasing the expenses. That's the reason we adjusted that part. We got a profit as per absorption costing. Then profit under marginal costing point of view. Yes, sir. Same sales revenue, same variable cost, but under marginal costing point of view. You know the income statement? I think so. Sales, from that eliminate the variable cost, then you will get contribution. From that contribution eliminate the fixed cost, then you will get profit or loss. Yeah, for this extension you will learn in financial management point. So now, which is the part only I will consider in marginal costing? Variable part only. That's the reason I said what is another name for marginal costing? Variable costing also. See, sir, what is the variable production overheads? 1,76,000. See, sir, closing stock valuation part. See, and I told you even in theory part also, just while I'm explaining the still difference between marginal versus absorption costing point of view. Under absorption costing, while you are doing the inventory, which is the cost is also included fixed. But when it comes to marginal, only which cost should be included? Only variable part. How many closing stock of finished goods? 60. Sir, how? Once again repeating. 220 units production, 160 sold, balance will be 60. So what is a production cost per unit? 800. So 60 into 800. How much you got? 48,000. What is under absorption costing? 60,000. Why? While you are valuing the inventory, which is the cost is also included fixed cost. That's the reason you got the difference between closing stock valuation under marginal versus absorption point of view. So once you deducted, you got 1,28,000 variable production cost. For this, you are supposed to add variable selling and distribution overheads. Same variable selling and distribution overheads na 160 units into selling and distribution per unit 400 already we calculated 64,000. 192 minus 3 lakh 20 you are getting contribution of 1 lakh 60 1 lakh 28,000 and fixed production cost 40,000 selling and distribution 60,000 because under marginal costing point of view what is the actual fixed cost you incurred that is only should be taken into account. That's the reason 1,60,000 fixed production overheads divided by 4 60,000. Selling and distribution overheads 2,40,000 divided by 4 60,000. So 1 lakh. Then you got 1 lakh divided means how much profit you got? 28,000. Why you got difference? I'm telling you right now. See, sir, what is the marginal cost profit with you? 28,000. What is the difference? Everything is same. What is only difference you are seeing there? 12,000 rupees. Where closing stock under absorption costing you are showing 60,000. Under a marginal costing point of view you are showing 48,000. Closing stock was undervalued. How much? 12,000. Where? In marginal costing calculation. Whenever closing stock was undervalued, then automatically profit what will happen? Decreased. To get the right profit, what we are supposed to do? Add 12,000. Then how much profit you will get? 40,000. In case if they ask you reconciliation, this is the way you are supposed to solve. One more time, I am repeating. You got profit under marginal costing is 28,000. Remaining all adjustment are same only. Fixed selling, variable selling, fixed administration, sorry, fixed production overheads. Even though 44,000 you showed in absorption costing, 4,000 reduced now later. So everything is same. Where only you got the difference? Closing stock valuation. How much you showed in absorption costing? 60,000. How much you showed in marginal costing? 48,000. So marginal costing you are showing undervaluation of closing stock means profit was decreased by how much? 12,000. To get the right profit, what you are supposed to do? Add. That's the reason I add there 12,000 for 28,000 whatever the profit I got from marginal cost. Then what I got? Absorption costing profit I got. This is the way you are supposed to calculate. Ma, if they want to ask you 14 marks, highly recommended question for this particular item. Yes, sir. Check it still. If you have any doubt, let me know. Then we'll discuss about formula based concepts. Sir, understand the concept or not? Let me know. Please comment. In case of under recovery in a sir, already I told you now, if you have under recovery means you need to add to your expenditure or you can deduct from your concerned profit part. So highly recommended is reduced from the expenses. Previously you reduced expenses Now in case under recovery means you need to add back to your expenses. That's it. Any more? Sir, okay now? And let's revise the formulas once. First, PV ratio formulas. Contribution by sales into 100. Change in profit divided by change in sales into 100. Change in contribution divided by change in sales into 100. 100% minus variable cost ratio. Then also you can find out PV ratio. Correct? Sir, don't feel that the formula. Okay na. One more time, see. Profit volume ratio. Contribution by sales into 100. Second formula. Change in profit by change in sales into 100. So in case if you have 2 years information, total cost and 2 years sales is given, then use that formula. Suppose 2 years information sales given and 2 years variable cost is given, then use the third formula. What is the third formula? Change in contribution by change in sales into 100. Or you know variable cost, you know sales. So you can find out variable cost ratio. What is the formula for variable cost ratio? Variable cost by sales into 100. If you know your variable cost ratio is 60%, then what is your PV ratio? So 100% minus 60%, you come to know 40%. This is the PV ratio formula. And sir, next, break even point formula. Break even point in case if you want units, what is the formula? Fixed cost by contribution per unit. If you want amount wise break even point, what is the formula? Fixed cost by PV ratio. Same way, if you have sales with you, if you have margin of safety with you, then also what you can find out? Break even sales you can find out. Suppose you know margin of safety percentage is you know. Then what is the formula for break even point percentage? 100% minus margin of safety percentage. Depending upon the available information, we try to go with that particular formulas. This is about break even point. Sometime they will ask you cash break even point also. Then how to find out cash break even point? Cash fixed cost divided by, if you want in units, contribution per unit. If you want amount, divided by PV ratio. Sir, how to find out cash break even point? Sorry, cash fixed cost from your total fixed cost. If you eliminate your non-cash expenditures like depreciation, then you will get cash fixed cost. That one divided by, if you want units, per unit, contribution per unit. If you want amount, divided by PV ratio. Use that particular one. Then margin of safety formula, profit by PV ratio. You can go for that. Or if you know margin of safety equal to total sales minus break even sales also you can write. Depending upon the available information, we'll try to interchanging the formulas. Same way, desired sales formula is what, Nana? Fixed cost plus desired profit by PV ratio. This formula we will try to interchange and use several situations. If it is amount wise, desired sales value, sorry, units means fixed cost plus desired profit by contribution per unit. You can do that also. So if you are aware of these formulas, maximum you can solve the basic level for problems under marginal costing point of view. Sir, clear? Yeah, revised entire formulas. Now we'll solve few problems based on that. See illustration number 4. You have the information of AB Limited and CD Limited. Sales given, variable cost given, fixed cost is also given for both. Then profit is also same. You are required to calculate the break-even point. What is the formula for break-even point? Fixed cost by PV ratio. PV ratio you can find out. Yes, sir, absolutely. Sir, how? Sales you know, variable cost you know. What is another formula for contribution equal to fixed cost plus profit you can write? Or contribution equal to sales minus variable cost also you can write. Here you have sales, you have variable cost also. So then what you can find out? Contribution. So once you know contribution and sales, what you can find out? PV ratio. What is the formula for PV ratio? Contribution by sales into 100. Here 30,000 divided by 1.5 lakhs into 100. That is equal to 20%. Here 50,000 divided by 1.5 lakhs into 100. So 33.33% PV ratio. You know fixed cost is 15,000, here 35,000. You know fixed cost, you know PV ratio. What you can find out? Break even sales. See, sales minus variable cost, contribution minus fixed cost, profit. This is already given. PV ratio we calculated. And break even sales fixed cost by PV ratio. So if you want to take the decision making, whenever if you have a heavy demand, sir, if you have heavy demand means you are least bothering about fixed cost. Where you want to focus, I want to get more contribution. Where I can get more contribution, which is having a highest PV ratio, that product can get more contribution. Correct? That's the reason. Which is having a highest PV ratio, second product. That's the reason. See, product CD is limited profitable because having a highest PV ratio. So whenever you have a low demand, so where your major focus is on what? So to recover the fixed cost as early as possible. Then you don't want to take more risk. Then where you have low break-even point, that product you will choose. Among these two, which is having the least break-even point, AB Limited. That's the reason if you have low demand, you don't want to take risk. You want to recover the fixed cost as early as possible. That's the reason you are going with that. Low demand, product AB is profitable. If you have heavy demand, which is having highest PV ratio, that product can be chosen. This is the way you can suppose to calculate the things. Got it, ma? And this question also see 40% capacity, 10,000 units, 50% capacity selling price fall by 3%, at 90% capacity selling price fall by 5%, accompanied by similar fall in the raw material. Estimate the profit of the company at 50%, 90% capacity. Material given, labor given. Overheads 60% fixed means 3 rupees. Variable means 40% means 2 rupees. Fixed at what situation? 10,000 units into 3 rupees. As of now, you have with you fixed cost of 30,000 rupees. Selling price how much? 20 rupees. This is what they calculated. Now statement showing profit at 50% and 90% capacity. See that? Sir, 40% 10,000 units. It is similar, it is linking with the budgetary with the marginal costing. 10,000 units at 40% capacity immediately converted to 100%. Means you will get 25,000 units. At what percentage now you are required? Multiply with that. So 25,000 into 50%, 12,500. 25,000 into 90%, that is equal to 22,500. 10,000, 12,500, 22,500. Selling price given 20. Here what they said, 3% declining. 20 into 97%. Here they said it was 5% declining. So 95%. Then you will get selling price. You know units, you know selling price. We can find out the sale value. What are the variable costs? You have material, labor, variable overheads. 10, 3, 2. So multiply with the number of units. But here, this point, they clearly said to offset or to compensate whatever the selling price decrease in the concerned thing, same fall in the price of raw material also. That's the reason we are multiplying with 10 rupees into 95%. Then you are getting 9.5. The remaining part is same. Once you know sales minus variable cost, you will get the contribution part. And fixed cost 30,000, how we got at the given situation. Remember, very important point. While you are calculating the fixed cost, at the present situation, whatever the number of units you have, by using that you are supposed to calculate the fixed cost. Same fixed cost should be taken into other situations also, unless otherwise if they said any increase in the fixed cost was there. Got it? That's reason 30,000 we are going with. Got it, ma? Then we got the profit. Where you got highest profit? Of course, they are not asking any decision making. This is the way you are supposed to calculate. Once check with until this problems, you have any doubt means let me know. Sir, got it? These concepts. Yeah, we'll go for the next. Sira, next concept, illustration number 7. This is the area they are more focusing for 7 marks under group 1 point of view. See, Nana, our next topic, illustration number 7. This is the area they are focusing more in the examination for basic level problems under marginal costing point of view. They will provide you 2 years informations like sales to profit to lay or 2 years total cost, 2 years sales, 2 years sales, 2 years variable cost. Like that, they try to provide you information. So on this concept, you can expect 7 marks question in marginal costing, because if you check with the past examinations also, they are repeatedly focusing on this particular area. Find out the PV ratio. Sir, you have 2 years profit, 2 years sales. What is the formula? Change in profit by change in sales into 100. Then how to find out BEP? You know PV ratio, you know sales. What you can find out? Contribution equal to sales into PV ratio. Sir, can I write Normally contribution by sales equal to PV ratio means sales into PV ratio equal to contribution only. Once you got the contribution you know, profit you know, what you can find out? Fixed cost. That's the reason fixed cost equal to contribution minus profit. Sir, in case if you have loss, add loss to the contribution. So you know that contribution is equal to fixed cost plus profit. So that's the reason fixed cost equal to contribution minus profit. What is your contribution? Take any year sales. So what is the PV ratio? 25%. Then how much you will get? 25% means 1/4. So 1,50,000 into 25%. You are getting 37,500. What is the profit? 20,000 in that period. How much you will get fixed cost? 17,500. Once you know fixed cost, then automatically what you can find out? Break even point. Fixed cost divided by PV ratio. Got it? And the sales required to earn a profit of 40,000. I told you desired sales formula. Desired sales equal to fixed cost. What is the fixed cost plus desired profit by PV ratio equal to desired sales? What is our fixed cost? 17,500. Desired profit, how much they said? 40,000. Divided by PV ratio, how much? 25%. You will find out the desired sales. Sometimes they will ask you profit when sales are this much. That means they are asking you desired profit. That means what you need to do? Desired profit equal to desired sales into PV ratio minus fixed cost. We are interchanging the formula. Desired sales equal to fixed cost plus desired profit by PV ratio. Now PV ratio into desired sales, desired contribution minus fixed cost equal to automatically you will get desired profit only. That is the formula we are using. Then margin of safety is how much when profit is 50,000. You know profit, you know PV ratio. What is the formula for margin of safety? The profit by PV ratio we are supposed to do. What is the variable cost of the two periods? Once you know the PV ratio, the balance 75% is variable cost ratio only. So starting also I told you 100% minus variable cost ratio equal to PV ratio. Or if you know PV ratio, 100% minus PV ratio, what you will get? Variable cost ratio you will get. Sales into variable cost ratio, what you will get? Variable cost only, na? That is only they are doing. Yes, sir, these model questions they are focusing a lot in the examination part. What it said? Group 1, especially formula based, they are focusing much with the 2 years information related. Concentrate on that part. And the next one, they may be go with mixed ratios. How they will go with mixed ratios? They will give you one situation point of view sales. They are 50%, 50% as of now. They will shuffle 60 to 40, 40 to 60. Like that, they will shuffle you. Where you can maximizing your profit, they will ask you. See, you are required to compute the PV ratio and then compute the PV ratio, break even point, net income from the following assumption. If it is 60% and 40% instead of 50-50, that means 1,20,000 you have a 60% means how much you will get? 72,000. 40% means how much you will get? 48,000 you will get. 72,000, 48,000 point of view, how much they will ask you to find out the profits. See, sir, 70% how you come to know? Here, what is the percentage of variable cost on sales? 42,000 means 60,000 in, sorry, 42,000 divided by 60,000, 70% in a same percentage here also we are applying on the variable cost. Here, 60,000 point of view, 30,000 variable cost means 50% only in a same 50% here also we will apply. Then what you will get? Contribution, total contribution. Minus fixed cost total how much? 36. What is the profit? 9,006. You know contribution, you know sales. What you can find out? Overall PV ratio. You know fixed cost, you know PV ratio. What you can find out? Break even sales. Yes, sir. This is the way mixing point of view also there is a possibility to generate in the examination point of existing point of view. They will provide you certain sales. They will interchange the percentages sometimes. Now as of now they have equally. That's the reason they want to split them into 60% and 40%. Second situation 40% into 60%. Now they are asking you to find out new PV ratio, new consent profit and new break-even sales they are asking. 40%, 60%, same 50%, same 70%, contribution, total contribution, contribution by sales, PV ratio, minus fixed cost, profit, PV ratio divided by, fixed cost divided by PV ratio, break even. This is the way also they can generate questions. Got it, ma? Sir, mixing ratios understood? Yes. Next, same. Previous question, they said only two products point of view. Sira, what is the difference between the 8th question and 9th question? Previous question, you have two products. 50-50, you have first situation. 60-40, second situation. 40-60, third situation. Now this question, total sales you have with you 60,000. You have how many products with you? 4 products with you. That's the only difference. Previously, how many products you have? Only 2 products. Now, how many products you have? 4 products. So now 60,000 divided in the ratio of 33.33%, 41.67%, 16.67%, so 8.33%. First divide. That is what they did. And they already said what is a variable cost percentages also. Here you have one more option. If you know variable cost percentages are this means, immediately you can find out PV ratios of 40%, 32%, 20%, 60%. Sir, how you got it? 100% minus variable cost ratio. Got it, Ra? You know 100% and sales always 100%. Variable cost ratio already given. Directly PV ratio percentages you will get a sales into PV ratio. Directly you can find out contribution also. You have that option also. Sir, if you want to increase the number of steps, go for it. Or directly you know, sir, PV ratio equal to contribution, you know, sales, you know, PV ratio, you know. Directly you can find out contribution. Fixed cost already given. This is the profit. Once again, overall PV ratio. Once again, we are calculating the break-even sales. Sir, what is the difference between the previous question and this question? If you understand, previous question only you have 2 products. Here you are going with how many products? 4 products. That's the only difference. Same 60,000. Now they interchange the what are percentages. See here, calculate the break-even point on overall basis. Now mixing 25, 40, 35% of what? 60,000 sales. 60,000 into 25% A, 60,000 into 40% for B, 60,000 into 30% for C, 60,000 into 5% for D. You will get the new sales. And once you know the variable cost same PV ratios na, so directly if you multiply also you can get what are total contributions directly you can come to. Once you know contribution minus fixed cost, what you can find out? Profit. What is the formula? So PV ratio formula, overall contribution divided by total sales. What is the overall PV ratio? Then what is the break even point formula? Fixed cost divided by overall PV ratio. Sir, understand the mixing part? Ima, okay na? Then we'll go for key factor, important concept. Sir, any doubt? Okay na? Shall we move to key factor? Yeah, once listen the key factor theory, Nana, then you can understand the problem, what they are asking. Sir, what is the concept of key factor means? One product point of view, availability of resources are more. Another product point of view, availability of resources are less. That is the reason one is performing well, another one is performing under. That's the reason what is required for us under key factor analysis point of view. You may be also call it as a budget factor, constraint factor. You may be called with that names. Sir, under key factor point of view, first identify what is a key factor. It may be scarcity of or shortage of raw material, or shortage of labor hours, or shortage of machine hours, or shortage of cash. Yeah, anything or human resources also shortage. One product point of view, your availability of these things are more. Another product point of view, the availability is less. Then first identify the key factor. Second step is what? Contribution per key factor find out. First, what you are supposed to do? Identify the key factor. Second one, what you are supposed to do? Find out the contribution per key factor. Then what to do? Ranking the products. Once you rank the product, whatever the scarce resources are available with you, according to the ranks basis, try to allocate the resources to the concerned products. This is what we will do under key factor analysis. One more time, sir. First, find out the what is the key factor. In case if it is raw material means find out the contribution per kg of raw material how much. Then second step is what? Sorry, third step is what? Ranking the things among the products which is providing you highest contribution per kg. Choose that particular product. And finally, available resources are with you. Allocate the resources according to the rank basis. This is what you are supposed to do under key factor analysis point of view. Okay, sir. Once if you check with this question, so they are providing you sales, they are providing you consumption of material, 2 cages for A, 3 cages for B. Material cost to, wages cost to, direct expenses to, machine hours required to, 3 hours to, 2 hours to, they provided. Fixed expenses, fixed 5 rupees and variable 15 and 20. Direct wages per hour is 5 rupees. Yeah. So comment on the profitability of each product. Both use the same raw material when total sales units is limited. Whenever sales units are limited, then what basis you will take the decision making means which is provide you highest contribution per unit, that particular product you are supposed to choose. One more time, sir. If sales potentiality point of view, units wise there is a limiting factor which is giving you highest contribution per unit, that particular product you need to choose. So in case instead of units, if value basis they are asking you, value amount wise limited, then what basis you are supposed to take the decision making means PV ratio basis take the decision making, which is giving you highest PV ratio, choose that particular product. In case raw material is short supply, that's the reason I said you previous also while I am explaining the key factor analysis, find out the contribution per key factor. Here, what is the key factor? Raw material. So contribution divided by raw material. Then contribution per kg you will get, which is providing you highest contribution per kg. That particular product should be chosen. In case if production capacity, machine hours point of view scarcity is there, same logic. Previously you applied contribution per raw material kg na, instead of raw material per kg you go with machine hours. How many machine hours are there already given in the question? 3 hours and 2 hours. Contribution per unit divided by 3 hours. Contribution per unit divided by 2 hours. Which is providing you highest contribution per machine hour, that particular product you can choose it. This is the way you can choose your decision making itself. And the B point what they are providing means If the key factor point of view, availability of raw material point of view, scarcity is there. See, sir, selling price minus variable cost contribution, then PV ratio. If sales unit is B, product should be chosen. In case raw value limiting point of view also, B product is chosen because contribution per unit and PV ratio both are more for product B only. In case scarcity of raw material, what I told you, find out the contribution per key factor. Here material is 2 kgs per 1 unit, here 3 kgs. How much you got contribution per kg? 27.5, here 23 rupees, which is providing you highest contribution per kg here. Then product A should be chosen. Meshnavar's point of view, 55 divided by 3, 69 divided by 2. Here 3, how much? 3 hours, 2 hours. 18.33, 34.5, which is providing you highest B. Sir, if you check with contribution per unit, B only selected. PV ratio, B only selected. Meshnavar point of view also, B only selected. This is the only area A is selected. What it said? Yeah, what is the second bit? Now see. So statement showing optimality point of view, one CERA. Total available part C1s, 10,000 kgs they provided. So what is the maximum number of units sold they provided in the question? Each product cannot be sold more than 3,500 units, which is giving you highest contribution per kg. A first, second ranking is B. So 3,500 units and each unit A required 2 kgs. Totally 7,000 kgs you will assign to A out of 10,000 kgs. If 10,000 kgs point of view, 7,000 kgs assigned to A means how many kgs are balanced with you? 3,000 kgs you can assign to B. 3,000 kgs divided by 3 means how many units only you can assign for B? 1,000 units. So A 3,500 units, B is 1,000 units itself. So this is what you can call it as analysis of the key factor basis allocation of resources. Analysis of the key factor basis allocation of resources. So maximum A, why first A only given, that is only provided you per kg of raw material more. That's the reason out of 3,500 units, 2 kgs per unit, 7,000 kgs out of 10,000 I transferred, I supplied to A. What is only balance with me? 3,000 kgs. That is only I can assign to B. B point of each unit, how many kgs required? 3 kgs required. 3,000, sorry, 30,000, sorry, 3,000 kgs divided by 3 kgs. B point of view, how many units I can assign? Only 1,000 units. Now you need to find out the profitability. 3,500, 1,000. Already you know contribution per unit. You can find out total contribution. Here, most important point, concentrate. Here 3,500 units you assigned, per unit 5 rupees basis, 5, 10 fixed cost per unit. 5 into 3,500, 17,500. Everybody will assign to A perfectly only. Where only problem will come? B point of view, by mistake 1,000 into 10 student will take. Because I assigned 1,000 only. Don't do that mistake. They said each product point of view, maximum number of units sold, how many provided in the question? 3,500. That's the reason B point of view also you are supposed to take 3,500 basis only. You are supposed to fix it the fixed cost. Then deducted, finally you will get the profit. This is the way key factor analysis concept should be presented. Most important question. Advanced problems under marginal costing point of view. Check it, sir. Sir, okay, now concept, let me know. And I think so, 2, 3 questions are left. With that, we're done with group 1 point of view, marginal costing. This is the maximum models they are covering. Sir, okay, now. Fine. And now, practice question number 12. You can practice. And once you see question number 13, I will explain this part. Question number 13, mark it as important previous examination question as well as that one. Sales provided at 90% and 100% capacity. At 90% capacity, they given 13,500 units per annum, and fixed expenses 100 rupees increases, semi-variable expenses 3,000 increases, variable expenses 4,500 increases, totally units 13,500 to 15,000 increases. Labor and material cost per unit are constant under the present conditions. Profit margin is 10%. But if you observe the entire question, sir, first of all, which of the expenses are not there, are not provided in the question, you check with. Labor and material cost was not provided in the question. We are supposed to calculate those labor and material cost. So how to find out? Simple, sir. What is the profit? Present conditions 15 lakhs. Sorry, sales. What is the profit percentage? 10%. So how much? 1.5 lakh. Then what is the total cost with you? 13 lakh 50,000. From this, 1, 2, 3. These three expenses, if you deducted, whatever the balance total cost you will get, that is nothing but labor and material cost only, na? Yes, sir. So deduct those things, na? 3 lakh 500 and 97 500 and 1,45,000 if you deducted from this, then whatever the amount you will get, that is nothing but material and labor cost only, na? Yes, sir. See, sales minus profit, total cost minus these expenses, material cost here. Got it, sir? The important point is here, calculation of material cost. Once you're done with what they are asking, you are required to determine the differential cost of producing 1500 units by increasing capacity to 100%. From this to this increasing, how many units increased? 1500 units increased. For that, how much extra cost you are incurring? Differential cost they are asking. So fixed expenses 100 increased, semi-variable expenses 3000 increased, and variable expenses 4500 increased. So how to find out the material cost? You got 8 lakh 7,000 cost for how many units? 13,500 units. 8 lakh 7,000 divided by 13,500. You are getting 59.777 you are getting per unit. Multiplied with how many units increased? 1500 units increased. Then how much material cost you are going to incur? 89,667 you are going to incur. This is the what the differential cost you are incurring by producing extra units itself. Final step is what they are asking. What would be the recommended export price for these 1500 units? The overseas prices are much lower than the indigenous prices. Simple, sir. Minimum price to be quoted, how much they are asking, nothing else. Minimum price means how much extra cost you are incurring, 97,267. From how many units? 1500 units. What is the per unit you will get? 64.85. That is a minimum price to be quoted for 1500 units for export order. But it's a important question. Past examination also, if I am not wrong, 2 or 3 times already asked in the examination part. Yes, sir. Check it one more time. Very, very important question. After that, one more concept. This is our last examination question under the cost sheet point of view. They given this question. Please check with this question as well as. And one more question was there. I will finish that. With that, our marginal costing part was ended. For got it, sir? Here okay means I will go with the last question under marginal costing now. This is also previous examination question only. See the illustration number 15. 1,50,000 investment in business. He wants 15% profit on his money. From an analysis of the recent cost figures, he finds that his variable cost of operating is 60% of sales. Then automatically PV ratio is how much? 40%. His fixed cost is how much? 75,000 per year. Show supporting computation for each solution. So sales volume must be obtained, break even sales. Fixed cost you know, PV ratio you know. So you can find out the break even point. What sales volume must be obtained is 15% return on investment. So what is the investment he did? 1,50,000. On that, how much return he is expecting? 15%. That means how much? 22,500. So what they are asking, what sales volume? That means they are asking desired sales equal to fixed cost plus desired profit by PV ratio. PV ratio already you know 40%. Fixed cost is how much? 75,000 given. Plus desired profit is how much? 22,500. How much PV ratio? 40%. That's it. Got it, sir? And Mr. Yang estimate that if he closed the doors of his business, he could incur 25,000 expenses per year. What sales be better off by locking his sales up? That is nothing but they are asking you shutdown cost. What they are asking a shutdown cost. Or what is the minimum sales at least you required? If you don't do that sale, it is better to shut down your business. So for that, what is the formula means? Avoidable fixed cost divided by PV ratio. What is the formula, ma? Shutdown point or shutdown sales. Avoidable fixed cost divided by PV ratio. Sir, how to find out avoidable fixed cost? Fixed cost minus unavoidable fixed cost. From the total fixed cost, unavoidable fixed cost, if you eliminate, what you will get? Avoidable fixed cost. What is the formula for shutdown point? Avoidable fixed cost divided by PV ratio. What is the, even though if you shut down 25,000 rupees of expenses you will incur? Simply that should not be taken into decision making. You run the business, if you don't run the business, still you are supposed to incur 25,000 rupees means that is not relevant for decision making. To what extent only relevant for decision making? 50,000 at least I am supposed to recover. Fixed cost name divided by PV ratio. At least if I do 1,25,000 sales, better to run the business. If not, better to shut down the business. This is the concept you are supposed to focus. And at the same time, one more point remember, indifference point. What is the concept, Nana? Indifference point. What is the formula? Difference in fixed cost divided by difference in variable cost per unit. How to find out indifference point? Difference in fixed cost divided by difference in variable cost per unit. Sir, what is the indifference point here meaning? Where the total cost of the both the options is equal, that is only we are calling it as indifference point. What is the formula, Ram? Difference in fixed cost divided by difference in variable cost per unit. Then what you will get? Indifference point. If you want to take decision making exactly at indifference point, you can choose any of the product. In case above the indifference point means which is the product you need to choose means low variable cost per unit product is chosen. In case below indifference point means which one you are supposed to choose means low fixed cost product can be chosen. What is the one more time? Indifference point of view, you can choose any of the options. In case if your performance is above the indifference point, which product you want to choose for decision making means which is having low variable cost per unit, that one choose. In case if your performance is below the indifference point means which one to choose, which is having a low fixed cost, that particular product should be chosen. So these are the areas you need to focus on in marginal costing point of almost all whatever the study material questions we have, everything I covered sir here. So you can check one more time. Still, if you have any doubt, let me know. Sir, from your side, response waiting. If you are okay, because almost all I covered each and every question in the study material. Still, if you have any doubt, let me know. Or otherwise, we'll move to our next topic, that is our standard costing part. Okay. Yeah, ma'am. Fine. So let's go for standard costing. Sir, standard costing point of view. No need to solve any questions, too many. Just take one question from the material what we discussed from material variances. And whatever the question we discussed under labor variances, take one question. Normal variances do without ideal time employee costing, sorry, employee variances 1, and ideal time variance point of view 1. Practice those questions, more than enough. Just take 3 to 4 questions and practice that. You will be perfect with the standard costing, but concentrate on the formulas. I will make you to simple towards the performance of your standard costing. Yeah, let's start with our material variances. Step by step, I am indicating the first step is what we are supposed to calculate standard quantity. Sir, how to find out standard quantity? Standard quantity means what? Standard for actual production. What is the meaning of standard quantity? Standard quantity means standard quantity for actual production. Then our second point is calculate the revised standard quantity. Sir, in case 2 or more products you have with you, then only revised standard quantity coming into picture. Or otherwise, only 3 variances. What are that? Just wait, I will let you know. How to find out the revised standard quantity? Total actual quantity first to do. That should be divided in standard quantity ratio. Then you will get what you will get? Revised standard quantity. Once you got the revised standard quantity, then this is our fill in the blanks, nothing but standard price into standard quantity, standard price into revised standard quantity, standard price into actual quantity, actual price into actual quantity. Once you take this, then in the question point of view, this is filling the blanks for us. Once you ready with standard quantity and revised standard quantity, majority of the cases you will get standard price part they will provide you in the question. This is what material cost variance. Standard material cost minus actual material cost, material point of view, cost point of view difference. So what is this part? This is material price variance. Why? What is changing? Here standard price, here what actual price. Standard price, actual price, which is common, quantity is common, which is changing price. So price point of view variance, what you are calling it as material price variance. Then sir, this is which is common, price is common, which is different, actual quantity, this is standard quantity point of view different. That's the reason you are getting variances between them. So you can call it as material point of view. Quantity word we don't use. Instead of that we will use the word usage. Material point of view, usage point of view different. That's the reason we are calling it as material usage variance. Then sir, RSQ minus AQ. Sir, without AQ, is there any concept of RSQ? No, sir. So RSQ is simply representing of AQ only. So that is mixing of AQ only. That's the reason material mix variance equal to SP into RSQ minus SP into AQ. Finally, which is giving you more benefit, standard quantity or revised standard quantity information? Definitely revised standard quantity. Why? Revised standard quantity is nothing but representation of actual quantity. So standard quantity minus revised standard quantity is giving you the information point of view benefit. That benefit what we are calling it as yield variance. That's the reason material yield variance equal to what is the formula? SP into SQ minus SP into RSQ. Then automatically you will get yield variance. This is the way you are supposed to calculate the variances. Once you can write down the formulas. Material cost variance SP into SQ minus AP into AQ. you are getting negative means write down adverse. Adverse means A, put it in brackets. So next, price variance, SP into AQ minus AP into AQ, because quantity common, price point of view difference. Third one, usage variance, SP into SQ minus SP into AQ. What is common? Price is common. What is changing? Quantity is changing. That's the reason usage point of view difference. Third one, mix variance. RSQ is what is the formula? Total actual quantity in standard quantity ratio. So without AQ, there is no RSQ. So RSQ is mix of what? AQ. So SP into RSQ minus SP into AQ. Finally, yield variance. SP into SQ minus SP into RSQ. You come to know the material variances. What it, sir? This is a way you are supposed to calculate the variance. You can take any problem, don't by heart. By applying practically this table, you are able to calculate your standard costing problems very comfortably. Yeah, I will show you one question also. Based on that, you come to know. Seema, this is the way you are supposed to calculate. So three products are available with you. Standard price, sorry, standard quantity of PQR we are calculating. And then RSQ computation SIRA, total actual quantity in the ratio of standard quantities divided between the products. Once you calculated the concerned things, fill in the blanks. I already told you. Standard price into standard quantity, standard price into revised standard quantity, standard price into actual quantity, actual price into actual quantity. Then you will get PQR. Then you are supposed to calculate the variances. Yama, once you understand the formulas, it is an easy process. Standard costing is to solve the particular things. What it's sir? But one important point, remember, in case if you have loss with you while you are calculating the standard costing, while you are calculating the standard costing point of view, sorry, standard quantities, to bring before loss, let's take an example. You have with you 182 kgs of actual output with you. What is with you? 182 kgs of actual output with you. They said 10% loss was there. Whenever you are calculating the standard quantity, don't take 182 kgs because this is after loss. We want standard quantities before loss. Then what we need to do? 182 divided by 90%. Then 202 kgs. For this, now find out the standard quantity. This is the very important part. Remember one more time. If in the given question point of view, if you have loss with you, before loss or before deducting of loss, what is the quantity available you are supposed to calculate. So in our example, 182 kgs, the loss is 10%. This is when 182 kgs after loss. But before loss, how much? 202 kgs. Let's example 50%, 50% you have standard quantity ratio. 101 kgs you will take. Or 40%, 60% you have. Accordingly, you will find out the standard quantities. This is a very important adjustment while you are doing material variances point of view. In case loss is there, don't forget this adjustment part. If you are okay means let me know. I will go for a labor variances discussion. Let me know ma. Sir, okay means we'll discuss. Yes. Then employee labor variances. If ideal time was not given in the question. What sir? If ideal time was not given in the question. How to find out? So here similar to material variance only ma, if ideal time was not there. Simple, I am expecting majority of the cases they are going with employee costing only, employee variances only. But this time if they want to give twist both combiningly they can ask three variances under material variance 3, labor variance 3 also, combining question also they can generate in the examination. Anyway, easy enough formula point of view. So once refer the formulas, do more practice with employee variances. 40% give priority to material variance, 60% give priority to labor variances. If ideal time was not given, there is no difference between material variances and labor variances. No? Their standard quantity will calculate, here standard hours will calculate. Their revised standard quantity will calculate, here revised standard hours we will calculate. Standard means always remember standard means standard for actual production. Standard means what? Standard for actual production. So here also RSH how we are calculating ma total actual hours in which ratio? Standard hours ratio we are dividing. So SR into SH, SR into RSH, SR into AH, AR into AH. First and last one is what? Standard employee cost minus actual employee cost. That is nothing but what? Cost variance. Then SR into AH minus AR into AH. What is that? Rate point of view difference. Previously price point of view difference, that is the price variance. Here rate point of view difference, that's the reason labor rate variance we are calculating. Then labor efficiency. Why your efficiency? Previous quantity. That's the reason usage variance we mentioned. Here hours point of view difference we are talking. That's the reason we may be conveyed as efficiency point of view. SR into SH minus SR into AH. You will get efficiency variance. Once again, RSH is mix of what? AH. That's the reason the difference between SR into RSH minus SR into AH is what? mix variance. So SH minus RSH is total is nothing but AH only. SH minus AH, what you mentioned? Efficiency variance. Once again, efficiency point of view difference. That's the reason you can call it as labor sub efficiency variance, or you can also call it as labor yield variance also you can mention. Got it, sir? This is the way in case if you don't have ideal time means. If you have ideal time means little complicated when compared to without ideal time. That's the reason focus. Same standard hours, same actual hours, then actual productive hours we are supposed to calculate. Sir, how to find out actual productive hours? Actual hours if they provide, okay, or otherwise we will calculate number of workers into hours per week. Then you will get actual hours. From that, each worker point of view, what is the ideal time they will give you. Number of workers into multiply with the ideal time hours. Total ideal time you will get for individual point of view. From total actual hours minus ideal time, what you will get? Actual productive hours you come to. Then what is supposed to calculate? Instead of RSH, you are supposed to calculate RPH itself. How to find out RPH? Total actual productive hours in standard hours ratio you come to. Then the variances, everything is same. Sub efficiency same, rate variance same, cost variance same. APH minus AH, you can call it as labor ideal time variance. Some concerned materials point of view, they are suggesting SR into SH minus SR into APH is labor efficiency variance they are. Same way, SR into RPH minus SR into APH, you can call it as labor mix variance itself. I will show you once from the study material, you come to know that clarity. Regarding ideal time variance point of view, please solved case number 7 from study material regarding ideal time variance. Regarding ideal time variance, go with the solved case number 7 regarding ideal time point of view. Here see, actual hours worked into actual rate, actual hours worked into standard rate, and all these things. Cost variance, see what they are taking. AR into AH minus standard labor cost for actual yield. Rate variance, okay. Ideal time variance, okay. Efficiency, see. Actual hours worked they are taking. That means actual productive hours minus this is they are nothing but SR into RPH minus SR into SH part they are taking. Got it? This is efficiency point of view they are going with. There is a little differentiation was there regarding that part. So if you want more clarity, I will show from CA study material once. Standard costing, very less situation. If they wanted to ask you standard costing versus budgeted costing, differences they may be asking. See, sir, here you come to know exact clarity. Ideal time variance means what they are taking, Sira? This is what actual hours paid minus actual hours work. Correct? The difference between actual hours paid minus actual hours worked. That is SR into RPH minus SR into AH. That is what ideal time variance. Okay. Now see efficiency variance, what they are telling. SR into SH minus SR into RSH. This is what yield variance or sub efficiency. For that also no problem. Cost variance as it is. Next here, mix variance or gang variance. Remember sir, one more point. Mix variance, another name in the examination, they may be asked you in the name of gang variance also. So please concentrate on that. What is the formula? SR into RSH minus SR into APH. Now this is we used the word SR into RPH minus SR into APH. This is what mix variance, because APH is only calculated in the standard hours ratio and you got RPH. That's what ideal time then. And remember these parts also whenever if you are doing a cross verification point. Labor cost variance is equal to labor rate variance plus labor efficiency variance. And labor cost variance equal to labor rate variance plus ideal time variance plus labor efficiency variance. Efficiency is the combination of what? Mix plus yield also. While I am discussing in the classroom also, I will discuss this particular point. To cross check whether you got the right answer or not, to cross verification also, you maybe go with like that. Got it, ma? Sir, compulsory practice ideal time variance. I told you, solved case number 7 from our study material. Practice that question. Compulsory, sir. Okay, na? Sir, check it, sir. Until this, if you are okay, means we'll go for our last chapter, budgetary control. Hema, okay. Shall we start the budgetary control? If you are okay means our last chapter. Pakana, under budgetary control chapter, go with forecast versus budget one theory question, fixed versus flexible second question, budget advantages and disadvantages one question, and budgetary control manual one question, and zero based budgeting. Zero based budgeting. These are the areas to focus more regarding theory point of view under budgetary control. Okay. And even read the standard costing versus budgetary control differences also. Even read ma standard costing versus budgetary control also differences. Sir, just three questions we need to focus. One is flexible budget question. Second one is production budget. These are the high prioritized questions under group 1. If you are doing group 2 point of view, give more preference to cash budget. First do cash budget, then do production budget, then do zero based budgeting. If you are writing only group 1, first give preference to flexible budget, second priority is production budget, third priority is cash budget. We'll discuss one question based on that. And accordingly, you come to know the clarity. And I will tell you in budgetary also which are the questions to practice. Compulsory practice question number 32. Compulsory practice sir question number 32. And once see the cash budget part from question number illustration number 34. See sir, total sales provided from January to June, materials provided, wages provided, production overhead, selling overheads provided. Okay. Cash balance 1st January 10,000 rupees. A new machinery is to be installed 20,000 on credit to be repaid by two equal installments in March and April. Correct? Two equal installment. That means 10,000, 10,000. Which month we are paying? March and April we are paying. Sales commission is how much na? 5% on total sales. Is to be paid when within a month of following actual sales. What is the meaning of that? Suppose example January month sales are how much? 20,000. On that how much? 5% means 1,000 rupees. When you will pay this commission, January month payment you will do February month itself. That is the meaning of sales commission point of view. And 10,000 being the second call money received in March, share premium amount towards that is 2,000 obtained in second call money, that is also received in March only. Both are combiningly 12,000 rupees we are supposed to receive. Period of credit allowed by supplier is how much? Supplier is allowing us 2 months credit. That means January month material cost payment I will do in the month of March. February month payment I will do in April. March month payment I will do in May. April month payment related I will pay in June. Like that they are giving you 2 months credit. That means 2 months. After 2 months I will pay to my creditor. But I am allowing my customer only 1 month. But so delay in payment of overheads is 1 month. Both combiningly also you can do. This is 4,000 rupees. 4,000 rupees. So January month 4,000 you will pay in the month of February. February month payment you will do in March. March month payment in April. April month payment in May, May month payment in June. Like that you are supposed to do. Delay in payment of wages, half. These kind of things are little careful. Half month means what? 50% will pay in current month, balance 50% will pay in next month. Suppose example, if you take wages for March, how much? 4,600. 4,600 you will pay this month. Next month you will pay balance 2,300. So March month wages paid how much means how much you will get? 50% of current month plus 50% of previous month, because previous month February month 50% when you will pay in the month of March. So what is a February month? 2,200. Then you will get 4,500 will be wages. Like that you are supposed to calculate. Elements. Assume cash sales are 50% of total sales. Then cash collections are 50%, directly write down. Remaining part will be considered as credit sales. Yeah, Caesar one's question. 10,000 opening balance. Straight away cash sales are, they said, 50%. Then credit sales, SEMA, what they mentioned? 1 month delay. So January month part, see here they mentioned anyway. 50% cash sales, so 50% credit sales. January month 10,000 when you will pay? February month. February month 11,000 when you will pay? In the March month. March month 14,000 credit sales when you will pay? April month. And 18,000 you will get credit sales, you will collect in the month of May. 15,000 when? June. 20,000 in when? July. You are collecting in that particular month because 1 month delay. So January will receive it in February. February month will receive it in March. March will receive it in April. Like that you are supposed to present the things. And wages part I told you now, 50% in the current month, 50% will pay in the next month. Same way February percent also 50% in the current month, 50% in the March month. March month also 50%, that will pay 50% in April. April also month wages 50% in April, 50% in May. May month wages 50% will pay in May, another 50% in June. June month 50% will pay in June, and balance will be in July. 2,500 we will pay July month. But they are not asking up to July. That's the reason we are not doing that adjustment. Sira, cash collections from debtors. Call money received 10,000 and 12,000. What are the payment? Wages and creditors for. Creditors, what they said, ra? January month creditors, sorry, January month creditors I will pay in March. February month I will pay in April. March month things I will pay in May. April month things I will pay in June. Like that, because 2 months credit was given na. That's the reason we will pay the things like that. Okay. Next, production overhead, selling overheads, 1 month delay na. Simply January month payment in February. February month overheads are in March. March month overheads are will pay in April. April month, May. May month, June. Like that will do. And installment also you are paying 20,000 you purchased machinery na. 2 installments in March and April you will do the payment. Total payment, sorry, total receipts minus total payments. Closing balance of January will be the February month opening balance. Like that you are supposed to do. So 7 marks point of view, if they want to ask you, even in the recent management accounting examination also 7 marks means they went for only cash collection from debtors part only, they asked for 7 marks. If they want to ask you full-fledged budget, 14 marks preferable. That's the reason in group 1 point of view, why they are not touching much with cash budget means that is the reason. If they want to ask you also maximum up to cash collections or what is the months may be decreased, instead of asking you 6 months, they may be ask you 3 months, like that only they can do. What it said? This is about cash budget part. Once check it. If you are okay, we'll go for production budget related. Okay, fine ma. Yeah, before going for flexible budget easy na, let's finish that one first. Yeah, ma, first see the flexible budget, especially like this. They maybe go with some percentage will be variable, some percentage will be fixed like that. If you see administrative overheads here, irrespective of the percentage you have saved, that means entire part was fixed. Direct material, direct labor, production overheads, you are supposed to calculate whether that is a variable part, fixed part is included. So that should means that should be a semi-variable. You are supposed to calculate. First, while you are doing flexible budget, try to remember the expenses should be classified into fixed, variable, semi-variable. MCQ wise also asked this question several times. What is that, sir? Got it? So simple, sir. Whenever you are doing flexible budget, remember first classify the expenses into variable, semi-variable, fixed. MCQ also, if you check with the past examination question, several times asked this MCQ. Which percent budget point of view need to split your expenses into fixed, variable, and semi-variable? Got it? So these questions point of view very important to find out whether it is a variable cost or not. Listen carefully on this particular part. Suppose 70% Sira, direct material you have 17,780. For how much percentage? 70%. Correct? Then for 100% how much? 25,400 we are getting. So 25,400 into 80% if you take how much you are getting, Ra? 20,320. That is exactly matching with the amount given in the question. That means what we can conclude that that should be considered as variable part. So they are asking you what they are asking, ma, calculate the direct material cost to direct labor cost to production overheads if the budget is fixed at 45% level of capacity. If you want at 45 level of capacity at 100% how much? 25,400 into 45%. 25,400 into 45%. That is 11,430. That is what they given in the question. So now direct labor also check it one same way. 44,800 divided by 70% given in the question. 44,800 divided by 70%. How much? 64,000 you got it. So now multiply with 80%, then 51,200 you are getting. That is exactly matching. Sir, when you are supposed to apply this approach, if you have percentages with you. Sir, suppose percentages are not there, units only given. Then which is the process we are supposed to apply? Variable cost per unit equal to change in cost divided by change in units. Then you will get variable cost per unit. Per unit, once you got it up, that should be multiplied with any situation with the number of units. Exactly if it is matching with the total cost given in the question, then that should be considered as variable cost. Suppose the amount you got and the amount given in the question both are different, means what is the meaning of that? That is the semi-variable cost. What is the meaning of that? That is a semi-variable cost itself. So this is the way you are supposed to calculate if you are finding per unit. One more time I am repeating, ma. In case if they given per unit basis, first find out variable cost per unit. Units point of view, they given 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, they given expenses given. They are asking you classify which is fixed expenses, which is variable expenses, which is semi-variable expenses. They are asking to classify. How to find out in that situation? Units point of view means variable cost per unit equal to change in cost divided by change in units. You will get variable cost per unit. Take any situation, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000. Multiply with variable cost per unit what you got. Exactly what is the amount given in the question, if you got it, means whatever the cost given in the question is completely variable cost in nature. Sir, in case if it is not matched means what is the meaning? So it is inclusive of some fixed element also. Then how to find out fixed cost there? Fixed cost is equal to total cost minus total variable cost. Then you will get the fixed cost part. When you need to approach this, if the units are given and they are asking you to find out the flexible part. But this question point of view don't have the difficulty. Percentage is given. First immediately converted to 100%. If it is converted to 100%, you multiply with the given situation. Exactly it is matching with that. Consider that is variable cost in nature. Got it, sir? Fine. Perfect. So this is the part little careful. So you got it 436, 400, 372. That means 43,600 and 40,000, 37,200. That means you are not exactly matching with like your variable cost part. Then you can consider that is a semi-variable part in nature. Then find out like this, sir, how 30,500 at 70%, 80% we have 32,000. For every 10%, how much change was happening? 1500. Listen this part carefully, sir. Variable part. So semi-variable calculation, listen carefully. So 10% 1500 means 70% how much you will get? 10,500. Okay. Out of 30,500, sir, 70% what is the cost given? 30,500. In that variable part is how much? 10,500. Then what is your fixed cost part? 20,000. Sir, whether it is correct or not, let's cross check with someone. 80% point of view, what is the total variable cost? For every 10%, how much changing? 1500 changing. 1500 into 80, how much you will get? 12,000 you will get. But what is the cost given in the question? 32,000 minus 12,000, how much you will get? Fixed cost 20. Sir, understand? 45% how much? Simple. 45 into 1500 plus fixed cost was 20,000 with us. 45 into 1500. Sorry, wait. 1500 into 8. For every 10%, 1500 means 8 times 80%. This is 4.5 times into 1500 because 45% plus 20,000 is fixed cost. 4.5 into 1500, 6,750 plus 20,000 is equal to 26,750 rupees. This is the way you are supposed to calculate. The maximum like this are some part fixed, some part variable like that. We previous marginal costing also we did. That model question they may be focused on. So one more time check it with the flexible budget. Still if you have any doubt, let me know. And we'll go for our last concept, that is production budget. Sales budget is definitely a big concept, no? Because the changes basis they will give you. Even my important questions list point of view, that is already there. Please check that question also. Don't take any choice because certain questions are out of the part will coming into picture sometimes. So don't take that particular risk. So please one question practice for sales budget also. We have that question also in the study material. Please practice that question. And anyway, I will tell you before concluding this budget, which are the compulsory questions you are supposed to practice. Sir, okay, let me know. Just production budget, the formulas if we discuss, then accordingly I will check with one question. Perfecta? Fine, sir. Even we did in marginal costing also this concept. See, sir, while you are doing production budget point of view, you need to know few formulas. Sometimes they will give you sales to purchases, they will ask you. They are giving you sales, add closing stock, minus opening stock. You get raw material required for production. You will get it. Once you got the raw material required for production, add closing stock minus opening stock, raw material purchases you come to know. You know these formulas are compulsory if you want to do production budget. One is what, Nana? Sales to bring the production. Normally, opening plus production minus closing equal to sales. Whenever if you want production means you are supposed to do reverse calculation. Sales plus closing stock of finished goods minus opening stock of finished goods, you will get so production required. Sometimes they will give you in units. The unit should be converted into cages. Once you got the cages, add back opening and closing stock of raw material given in the question, then you will get back the raw material purchases. Normally what is the required for production is nothing but consumption. So normally what is the formula for consumption, ma? Opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock, you will get consumption. So here you are bringing the reverse calculation. That's the reason raw material required for production means consumed plus closing stock minus opening stock, then you will get raw material purchases part you come to know. Here also see material required for production, you got it. Sales units provided in the question mark, estimated sales, and each product requires 3 units of A and 5 units of B. Finished product for 5,000 given, 7,000 given. Based on that sales plus closing stock minus opening stock, you got the production. Once you got the required for production 42,000 units, each unit required 3 units for A and 5 units for B. Once you got the things, closing stock of materials already given in the question, closing stock of finished goods for A and B, and opening and closing stock of opening stock and closing stock of the concerned things provided in the question. Closing stock add, opening stock less. Once you deducted the concerned things, opening stock of these things should be deducted. Because why you have two opening stocks? Because one is regarding finished product related point of view A and B. This is what material stock on order. Stock on order also opening you have. At the same time, closing balances also they provided. At the same time, closing material on order also they provided. That's the reason while you are doing also 15,000, 25,000 closing and 8,000 and 10,000 closing material on order. From that you are deducting opening stock of material. Opening stock of material on order was provided in the question. Deducted, you will get the purchases. Got it? And this is already previous examination question illustration number 39. And compulsory practice illustration number 40. Once see, I will just quickly revise that part. You have working days with you, number of days production also given. You will get production part total. Each unit required they mentioned 2 cages. That's the reason multiplied with the 2 cages. You got 52,000. They provided closing stock, opening stock. Then you got material required for production. They said 30%, 50%, 20% was purchases in quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3 point of view. That's the reason 50,000 30%, 50,000 50%, 50,000 20%. Then you will got the material purchase. Cost per kg already given in the question 1, 1.05, 1.125. Then you will get the purchases. This is only until this they can ask you 7 marks. Na? If they are asking you FIFO basis source ledger, then the big calculation will coming into picture. So first quarter 1 you are supposed to do opening with you. So this part, zero opening they provided 4,000. You did the purchases in quarter 1 15,000. So 15,000 1 rupee, 13,000 consumption. From where you are taking consumption? This one required for consumption 13,000. So opening plus this is 19,000, 13,000 consumed means what is the closing stock available with you? 6,000. That is only opening stock. You purchased 25,000 kgs in quarter 2. So how much? 1.05. Which method you are doing? First in first out. That's the reason first 6,000 units 1 rupee issued out of 13,200. From where you got 13,200? See, quarter 2 required for production how much? 13,200. Out of that 6,000 opening utilized, balance 7,200 from where you are utilizing 25,000. Then what is the balance available with you? 17,800. Third quarter once again you made purchases of 10,000. How much consumption? Once again 13,200. Already 17,800 opening with you. From that only entire issue was done. Finally, how much with you? 17,800, 13,200 issued. What is the balance available with us? 4,600. Plus you made purchases for another 10,000. That part is also as it is available with you. Quarter 4 you didn't made any purchases. But how much you consumed? 12,600. Which method you are following? First in first out. Out of 4,600 first issued, still balance 8,000 to be issued. From 10,000 I will issue 8,000. What is the closing stock available with me? 2,000. Once you check with already closing stock how much they provided in the question, 2,000 kgs. That should be multiplied with here. Then you got the closing stock value is how much you got the. This is the way you are supposed to do the production budget. What it said? This is the way we are supposed to do our production budget. So compulsory practice questions point of view. Illustration number 41, concentrate. Illustration number 42 and 43 from the study material. 44, 42, 43, 44, these three practice. In addition to this, in my video, sure shot exemption point of view, I shared certain questions, illustration number as well as question number. And even I referred past examination questions which is supposed to be performed also. Yeah, focus on these questions more than enough. What it said? And this is the basis. If you do the preparation, damn sure you will get Pakka exemption. And one more time I'm indicating what is the first question to do? MCQs. After that, what is the second question to do? 2A cost sheet you are supposed to write. After that, 2B, if it is material means write down material question. If it is employee costing means labor write down. After writing that, immediately go for 3A. In case if overheads given for under or over absorption means only do in the first 1.5 hour point of, or otherwise don't do this. Then what to do, sir? From 4B you will get contract costing. Do that one. Then later on go with cost of bookkeeping question. Once done with that, go for marginal costing, only formula based. Like that I told you previously, exclusively formula basis. We have certain concepts. Go for that one, marginal costing problem. Then do standard costing problem. If I am not perfect with standard costing and marginal costing, sir, go with process costing or joint products, then operating costing. Once you're done with these 6 questions, immediately before solving marginal and standard costing, cost accounting standard, I told you, and I make the entire cost accounting standard how to rise. I drafted one particular format. In that particular format, fill the information. And then do 7B point of view cost accounting standard, 8A, 8B, 8C, give attempt. Sir, you are not confident about either standard costing or marginal costing means please choose theory 8A, 8B, 8C. I told you from whatever the questions I told you, from there only compulsory you will get theory questions, no doubt about it. You are not confident about marginal costing or standard costing or budgetary control, I am sure if flexible budget question was there, majority of the people will focus on that, will able to solve that particular problem. In case marginal costing you are not still comfortable, then go with eighth question. Theory write down. I am sure you will get minimum 9 marks compulsory. And I told you first chapter and material or labor costing. Problem material means theory labor. Problem is labor means theory material. One cost accounting standard. If they don't go with cost accounting standard 8C point of view, 90% pakka 8C also cost accounting standard only. By mistake, in case they don't go for it, they may be generated question from job costing or budgetary control. From there, they can generate that particular question. So focus on these points, sir. You will be perfect with that. And one more time, I am communicating. So go with the channel Tejas classes for CA and CMA. There I presented sure shot exemption related questions. Please refer those questions. Clearly I mentioned from study material, which illustration number, which question number also I presented there. Practice those questions compulsory. If you want any references also, process costing video was available there, equivalent production. So in case now this particular video entire part is also available in YouTube. If you want to check with any particular session also, go for it. And reconciliation statement also I discussed fully, and journal entry part also discussed fully. That particular video is also available. Yeah, and even if you want marginal costing also, most important questions I presented. Cost sheet also important questions I presented. Yeah, these questions are already available in our channel. But my sincere request, sir, without subscribing only, everybody is using the services. This is not fair. So we are doing a lot of hard work to provide you just from your side subscription and like the particular videos. You are unable to do that also, how, sir? Please do that too at free of cost only. As a cost accounting student, you can do the cost benefit analysis also. Yeah, that is a part you can go for it. WhatsApp channel link, yeah, I will try to share with you as well as. Yeah, ma, this is the part I promised you by 7 o'clock. I will finish the bullet revision. Now the time is 6:50. So I touched each and every particular channel. Sorry, each and every particular model questions I already covered. My cost accounting standards video was not there. Today, whatever the points I discussed, only refer that part only. CAS video was not available. Sir, MCQs I will try to do, but I can't promise you because having a lot of commitments with the some another things also. But I will try to do. I'm not making you any promise in related to that. I hope so. You people enjoy the session, and based on this, at least some of the people got some conceptual clarity on certain areas. And this particular revision make you more confident about the particular subject, and you are able to perform in your examination as well as. Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you, Venki. Thank you, Ma Maitri. Thank you, Surya. Thank you, Ma. Yeah, this entire video once again available in YouTube channel also. If you want to do quick revision also, you can do before examination also. Thank you, Muhammad. Thank you. So from your side, expecting little feedback. If any of the improvements are there, just try to let me know. Because first time we did live, I hope so. From my end, what I can do, what I promised, I fulfilled my particular promise. So from your side, sir, please subscribe the channel, share to your friends, ask them to subscribe as well as. Then it is a motivating factor for us to do more videos like this. Okay, sir. If anything required, let me know. Regarding MCQs, I try to fulfill that part. Okay, sir. Bye. Have a nice day.